Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends, enemies and comrades, I hope you're doing well. Okay, hold on. Let me fix something real quick. Hold on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends, enemies and comrades, I hope you're doing well wherever you are. This is Kenya Revolutionary. In for another day. Okay, as we go on with what's going on in Kenya, the news, the politics, and whatever else you want to talk about. Karibu sana. I should have started at 4, but I just want to end this quickly because I got stuff to do. It's Saturday. I'm happy. Chelsea won. We are 1 point behind Man City and Arsenal, 2 points behind Liverpool. So we are living good. But anyway, karibu for everyone. Today's topic is Morara, Kasmuel, Tarus, and all are a waste of Kenyans' time. I will explain myself. I know some of you are like, oh my God, I like Morara, I like Kasmuel, I like Tarus, I like... All these kids are just a bunch of waste. They're wasting everyone's time, okay? They're paid. Most of them are paid. Some of them are just there for, clout because, they're connected with politicians. And they've been promised that in 2027, if they continue doing their bidding for this, being as a distraction to the Gen Zs, the real grassroots revolution, they'll be promised something in 2027 and maybe they'll run for whatever, Senate, whatever the case they run for, they'll get that position. That's what they've been promised. That's why you see them going around. I asked somebody yesterday, do you honestly think that Morara, despite all that good stuff that he's doing by exposing this Ruto government, do you really think he's a threat to Ruto? Why do you think he's still free? Why do you think he's still walking around, going to different parts of the country, preaching what he's preaching? Do you really think he's a real threat to Ruto's administration? Ruto can care less if you expose him. So what? Everybody and their mama know that Ruto is corrupt. But Ruto, one thing he cares about is, I don't care what you know or what you think you know, as long as I still wield that sword that Uhuru passed on to him, he's good. He can do whatever he wants. So he can care less if Morara goes to Machakos tomorrow and expose the project that he promised people 3 months ago that he will, start a road or build a road or whatever the case is. He can care less. You're not a threat to him. That's why I'm saying, for those of you who are being excited about this Morara guy, and I've listened to him. I haven't listened to him deeply because this is my thing, litmus test, whatever the case is. I listen to any of these leaders, so-called emerging young folks that claim to, they're kind of gaining popularity through the media, and I try to get their underlying message. Now, one thing, like as I've been saying this and I've been consistent in this, and if I'm saying something wrong, please correct me. One thing I admire about Morara is that his approach was different. It was about exposing, whether it's county government, Ruto's promises, or whatever the case is, the developments that we've been promised. He's exposing that, which is a nice angle to take. But the reason why I say he's not going to be effective is because he says he wants to run for presidency in 2027. And so that means that he's willing to give Ruto time between now until 2027 so that he can challenge him. And by the way, you have to be really stupid to think that you are going to remove Ruto in 2027 after him and his conman brother Raila Odinga, passed that amendment, IBC amendment bill, to put their own folks there to preside over the election. So you have to be a really special kind of stupid to believe that you are going to win election 2027. I know some people that think, oh my God, they will have overwhelming support in 2027, that even rigging will be impossible. No, they won't. Because running up to the elections, they shall start fabricating, programming you using all these fake poll stations, polls and stuff, infotruck and all this stuff, saying that, oh, Ruto is gaining fame in Mount Kenya. Oh, Ruto is gaining fame in Nyanza. Ruto is gaining... You see the thing? Then they will hire all these idlers, jobless youths, like he did when he went to Mombasa. Hassan Joho, paid a bunch of youth to clap a applaud him whenever he goes to Mombasa or wherever he goes, and then take a picture of that to try to convince you that, hey, listen, people are happy with Ruto, and they will use polls and they will program you, a barrage of this propaganda trying to convince you that Ruto is gaining ground in Mount Kenya. Ruto is gaining ground in Nyanza. Ruto is gaining ground in Coastal Province. Ruto is gaining ground in Central Province. Ruto is gaining ground in Eastern Province. And then they'll back that up with polls, fake polls that they have come up with, that they have paid for people to take. Okay? Remember, they own the major networks in Kenya, the media outlets that you have in Kenya, mainstream media. They control it, whether it's Standard, KTN, all that. They do control that. So they will pound you with that in your brain. So leading up to the election, you'll start feeling discouraged and be like, hey, yeah, Morara is not going anywhere. Okay? That's why I'm saying, do not be naive. Don't be stupid. Don't think that, okay, leading up to 2027, Morara will be so popular that he will beat Ruto in 2027. No. Morara is mentioning 2027 because he knows, in my opinion, and I might be wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's a tool being used by these political elites to push this narrative that, oh, we got Ruto, but let's just wait till 2027. That's why he's saying, let's wait till 2027. And you are chiming in, you think, you know what? Yeah, Morara is yeah, I like him. He's saying all the good things. And yes, he's saying all the good things. He's talking about, yeah, I will arrest Ruto. Oh, Ruto acquired a bunch of aeroplanes. I checked, somebody from London called me, and I checked from the Lloyd Banks in London, the big insurance company, whatever, the bank that loans people money, and he bought 8 passenger seats, 747s. This is nice and good, but it's a bunch of baloney. I'm sorry. If you're buying that, I have a bridge to sell you. If Morara really disliked Ruto and is really serious about removing Ruto, he will be like, you know what? No. We cannot continue getting our country sold out to whoever and whoever. Let's remove this Ruto now. But that's not what he's saying. He's talking about, oh, no. I'm going to run for president and I'm going to be the presidential candidate. That will remove Ruto. And you are buying and lapping it up. That's a bunch of baloney. And if you're buying it, then you know what? You're playing into Ruto's hands. Go ahead. And that's why you say, I had some snippets of his interviews talking about, oh, I don't know who might be killing me. It might be the opposition. It might be Ruto. It might be... Seriously. If Ruto really was threatened by you, he will have detained you and talked to you and be like, hey, listen, Kijana, let me tell you something. You just woke up the other day, okay? This is deeper than you think. These freaking Freemasons, demonic, devil-worshipping Kenyan political elites have Kenya on lock because they have to have blood sacrifice for them to continue with this nonsense that they're doing in Kenya. Don't think you can just stand up here and just say that you're running for president and you're going to win. No! You have to have a popular revolution. People behind you. Because when people are behind you and you're speaking the truth and you have proven record of having integrity, then we can say you can remove Ruto and you can remove him now, not 2027, because we cannot wait for 2027. Penyagaka, I see you there. If you want to come in, I will get you in. I know you're a big fan of Morara. And like I say, Penyagaka, I like Morara, but I'm just telling you, hey, listen, he's not going anywhere. Let's just be real. Let me get you in if you want to get in. Link ndio hiyo mzee wangu. Ukitaka kuingia kuja ujitetea. Ama naona gani? I'm glad to see you on this Saturday, afternoon, where am I? So, hey, link ndio hiyo ukitaka kuingia. Feel free. Free for all for free. Okay? So ndio hiyo hapo uingie. But he's not going anywhere. Same thing with Tarus, Mercy Tarus. Again, she's from Rift Valley. Please, don't think you can come from Rift Valley and say Ruto must go. It's not going to work. Ruto will make a call to his goons and they will come talk to your dad, and your dad will come sit you down and be like, hey, Tarus, Masi, skia, your story of Finland is so cute, but let me tell you something. Do not. And she will sit down and be quiet pretty soon. But it's so cute. That's why they're letting her all talk about civic education. Civic education sounds cute, but it's nonsensical. Kenya does not need civic education. I know people are talking about, yeah, we need civic education so we can know our rights, whatever. Listen to me. By the raise your arm if you really think, anyone who think Ruto should stay till 2027, raise your arm. Thank you. I can see all 55 million of you. Now, raise your arm if you think that Ruto needs to leave right now. Okay, thank you. I can see the 55 million of you. Now, why do you think, why do you need any other civic education for you to remove him? The question is, how do we remove him? How do we organize and remove him through popular revolution? My brother and friend Pen Nyagaka is here. He owes me $1,000 because Trump is going to be the president. He's saying that Kamala is going to be. Let's karibisha. Karibu. Karibu, Pen Nyagaka. What's on your mind?
Kenya revolutionary, wacha kutudanganya bwana. Mimi nakubali na wewe most of the time, lakini leo you are seriously lying to us because hii kitu ya Kamago ambayo mnasema Fox News, Fox Revolutionary, Fox Noise, is paying them. They have lost 2 cases because they come up with this propaganda that they have programmed some votes na hao walishinda kwa sababu ya manipulation of the system. They happen to have done mistakes in Philippines and some other countries. That's it. But they have done hundreds and hundreds of countries where they have done elections and they are successful.
Nyagaka, just to get you clear, unazungumza election ya uchaguzi hapa Amerika?
No. These are the same. No. Kenya, lakini these are the same people. These are the same group.
Yes.
Yeah.
Na okay. Ulifuatilia ile kesi ya ninio Arizona, Maricopa County. What happened in Maricopa County?
No, hiyo ndio mimi nasema kama they have made mistakes. It's very, very few.
Okay, it wasn't the only state.
But there have been very many countries that they have. Kwa nini Fox News why is Fox News paying them? Because they have lost the cases.
Nyagaka, it wasn't only Maricopa County in Arizona. Kulikuwa kesi in Pennsylvania, Nevada, hapa Georgia. In fact, there's video evidence ambayo ilionyeshwa hapa Georgia wakileta magunia usiku wakieka huko wakicount. Unajua walisema ati, sijui kama unakumbuka siku ya election walianza kusema hivi ati will stop the counting kwa sababu kuna pipe ambayo imepasuka. Do you remember that?
Exactly. Yeah, in Georgia, I know the one in Georgia. Like
yes.
The guy that they were voting again, and the Fox News was saying that they will not won. Biden won.
No. Nyagaka, please follow me. This is what I'm trying to say. Naelewa kitu unasema Fox News na kadhalika, which is it's a good point, but mimi nasema hivi. Kulikuwa na case, ingekuwa Maricopa County in Arizona, ningesema okay, that's an isolated incident, things happen. Maybe mtu alishika machine didn't work well. But this was coordinated, especially in particular states which were supposed to be the most contested state. Now, I'm using Georgia specifically kwa sababu Georgia tuliambiwa wamewacha kuhesabu kura kwa sababu kulikuwa na pipe ambayo imepasuka. Wakawacha
exactly.
Yes. So, kesho watu kuamka before hiyo mambo ya the county was stopped, Trump alikuwa na lead by a huge margin. In fact, it was a blowout. Okay? Tukaamka kesho asubuhi, counting ikamwambia okay, counting imerekebishwa, tunarudi ku counting. Biden ana lead na sijui 1,000 or something. No, hold on.
My friend.
Let me finish then nitakuachia. Wacha nimalize tu. Sasa baadaye tukiangalia video evidence, video ya nini ilifanyika kwa ile room ambao walikuwa wanafanya counting, tukaona magari zilikuwa naingia na bags of votes. wakaanza kucount na zingine zinatupwa, zingine zinafanywa nini, okay, na it was supposed to be stopped. Kila mtu alikuwa anafaa kwenda nyumbani. That's what I'm asking. And this did not happen only in Georgia, in Fulton County. It happened in Michigan, in Wayne County. It happened in Maricopa, in Arizona. It happened in Nevada. It happened in Pennsylvania. It happened. Endelea.
The one I'm very, very familiar with is the one in Georgia. Vile umesema ni kweli. But the Republicans never wanted those votes to be counted because they knew that most of those were Democratic votes. When they tried to stop it, even the state people, that's why all of them are going to jail.
No,
let me finish. You said up
okay.
To okay. Let me finish. I'll let you go.
Go ahead.
This is why these guys in Georgia they all pleaded guilty, and they are all facing jail time. At my lawyer was Donald Trump. So, my friend, let me tell you something. Twende Kenya for a second. Kenya, ile election Raila alishinda na sisi, even if we never liked it, is 2007.
Yes.
Anything else? Okay, to 2022. He accepted before the elections. Before the election, he accepted that whoever wins the elections will be the president. They went to court. The same thing. In Guinea, to December 2027, if we accept that we are going to do elections, now hata huyu nani Ruto na his handbag Raila, hata wakichagua watu ambao they put in the IBC, if we accept that whoever wins, that so be it. Lakini we cannot, Kenyan Revolutionary, we cannot really attack the machines that are counting these elections or feeding in with whatever it is. And we have known that they have made mistakes, very few, but hundreds of countries that they have been in, they have run those elections very, very diligently.
Yes, Najagaka, let me just correct you. In all those countries that they've run it, including Philippines, among others, Venezuela, because it's a Venezuelan company anyway. There's always been cases of rigging the machines zina malfunction. Actually, ndio maana niko nasema there was a trial that was held. Nitakutumia hiyo video kitaka ufuatilie vizuri. The engineers who went and did a forensic audit of the machine walisema this machine was tabulated, was configured in a way that it will tabulate the votes in a certain to favor a certain candidate, and it is not an isolated incident. Ndio maana nakwambia this has happened in Venezuela, Indonesia. Ndio maana unaona countries like France, they said we are not dealing with machines, we are just going to do hand counting. Unaingia kwa rumi kuna cameras karibu 1,000. So mnasema one na kila mtu, every agency wa ODM na agency wa Jubilee na kadhalika wanaingia hapo na wanakubaliana 1, 2, 3 na wana count. Hakuna mambo ya mashini, kwa sababu hizi mashini has been determined to be, they can be manipulated. In fact, these machines are not supposed to be in ya internet. There were people who are doing these things from China. They were hacking these machines from China and other places in other countries in your world. So ukitaka evidence, we can discuss that. Now I'm talking about the case of US. So I won't be surprised if the case in Ninio in Kenya is similar, because in 2013, remember, Nyagaka ka ulikuwa alive. I know you are alive. Raila was going to make that evidence, kuleta hiyo evidence kushow vile Ninio Ruto na nani waliiba 2013. Mtoto wa nani anaitwaje, yule mtoto wa yule lawyer Mkamba ambaye alikufa, I forgot his name, Mutula.
Mutula.
Yeah, yes, the daughter was a lawyer in that case, and the only reason that case was Ninio,
the justice, they were time bad. They were late.
Thank you. They were late, but they were going to explain how they did it. Now, tukuje 2017, Maraga aliona hiyo kitu. Maraga is a truthful man, one of the greatest heroes in Kenya, in my opinion, especially from the Abagusi community. If he was to be the president, I'll vote for him. But Maraga was very honest. Akasema, hey, nimeangalia hii kitu, and he did something that was fair. Instead of saying ati Raila alishinda, which he knew he won, alisema, enyewe, this election has not been transparent. Kulikuwa tunaambiwa elections, tunaona results on the ninio, on the screen, lakini hatujui hizi results zimetoka wapi. So Maraga kaangalia hii kitu akasema, hapa wamefanya hiyo kitu. And Maraga said, listen, this thing is not verifiable, cannot be ninio, it's not transparent, and the constitution, that's what the constitution says, it has to be verifiable, it can be ninio. And he said, hey, turudini kwa re-election. But before we go back there are some changes that needs to be done. You know the story, what happened. Supreme Court judges wakaanza kuchapa bunduki. Chebukati went to State House and met to Uhuru akamwambia fanya hiyo kitu, and he ran by himself. That's why Raila absconded from running to the re-election. You know the story. So
you have explained both. Ukinipatia wakati ndasumuza.
Nitakupatia wakati nikimaliza na hii sentence. Nasema hivi, there's cases, my basic case is saying, Mabri karibu uingia link iko hapo, you can get in and join the discussion. What I'm saying this before I bring you in. Nasema hivi, these machines by this very company you're talking about in Nyagaka, they have been known to be notoriously unreliable in all countries that have been used. Go do your research, but I'll let you speak because hapa ni demokrasia. Endelea mzee wangu.
Sasa, let me start with what you finished with. Ya kwamba, in 2022, it was the votes from the station yangu kama ni Nyaguta, say for example, the votes ambayo everybody casted there, and it was transferred electronically to Nairobi, and you had to produce whatever that station had physically in Nairobi, and that's what they counted, and they realized that it was perfect. Whatever they had transmitted from Nyaguta to Nairobi is the same thing. And that's why these guys won their case. 2013, through the 2013.
Wait, ya kwanza umesema ilikuwa what year?
No, 2022.
Yeah, 2022, I agree with you.
Okay, 2013. It was time back. I mean, let's say, for example, that you had every answer in the exam, but you give it not at 3 o'clock, you give it at 4 o'clock. How can you expect that to win that case? 2027. You are right. Maraga said it. I can't see this clearly. You need to go back and you do the elections. And what did ODM do? You were ODM at that time. They said they would not go unless Chebukati goes. But that's not what you went to court for. You went to court to say that you won the elections. The Maraga agreed with you that he can't even see it that clearly. He said, go redo the elections again. Instead of redoing the elections, ODM throw their hands up. How you expect to win the elections that way?
No, Maraga, ati Maraga, hata nakuita Maraga, Nyagaka. The Maraga, ODM hawakusema ati wanaenda hapo ati we won. Well, they said, in fact, actually they said they won, sorry, let me correct myself. Kwa sababu, they did their utafiti, walitafuta server they subpoenaed that the server where it was being held by that French company, whatever the case, and they got the real results. And they claimed they won. Remember Miguna when he was going to Ninio alikuwa anaambia ati I have the real results. Fungueni server. Remember that?
Yes.
Now let me walk you with this. So ODM wakaenda wakasema hii kitu ilikuwa tampered. Now what Maraga did, that's what I'm saying. Maraga alisema hivi, he was being very fair. Akasema, yes, nyi mnasema mlishinda, nyi ODM people, whatever, NASA, whatever the case is. Yes, mnasema mnashinda, okay? Now watu nao wanasema imeshinda. Mimi nimeangalia the evidence, because the courts can only go by the evidence. Hawawezi kwenda kwa mambo mengine. Evidence is what speaks. Wakaenda wakaangalia evidence wakasema, you know what? This does not meet the constitutional threshold, which is the election should be transparent, verifiable, and all that good stuff, okay? So in his Solomonic wisdom, so to speak, akasema we should go for a re-election. But before we go to the re-election, the IEBC should be reconstituted with new wafanyakazi, which means Chebukati and his whole team was supposed to go home. Ndio maana ODM wakaanza kusema Chebukati should leave kwa sababu Maraga ameka recommendation ati for it to be fair you can't have the same referee. Kama referee aliharibu maneno, aliharibu hiyo mechi, huwezi kusema ati tunarudi kwa mechi tena with the same referee ambayo conduct ile mechi ilipita. How fair is it going to be? That's why ODM was saying Chebukati must go, because Maraga recommend the IEBC to be reconstituted before we go to the next re-election in 90 days. And now you remember, after that, Chebukati went and had a meeting in the State House with Uhuru, which was referee cannot meet to one team in the local. Okay, so when that happened, then Mara wakasema ati wanaenda election, and that's why ODM part NASA, whatever the case, they absconded the election kwa sababu wasema nini? Maraga recommendation that Maraga gave was not being respected by who? By Uhuru Kenyatta and IEBC. So wakasema sisi hatutaenda election. That's a coronation, and it was done on Uhuru's birthday, October 26th, to make it matters worse. Okay, so take it from there. You see the corruption that happened there. That's why they said Chebukati was supposed to go. It wasn't a matter of, just them saying that you are. Go ahead.
Can you revolutionary?
Yes.
How can Maraga give them what they need to ask for? How can you rule on something that the other party did not ask for? They only said that they won the elections, and Maraga agreed with them and said, I can't see this clearly. Go redo the elections. He did not kick out Chebukati. He did not. It is the propaganda of ODM that said that the same group cannot run the election.
Nani.
And that's what they went with. And they refused everybody in Nyanza not to go to the elections, because they say, even yourself, how can you get something you didn't ask for? They didn't ask for Chebukati to leave or anybody to do what? They only said that they want the elections. Now Maraga agreed and said, I've looked as deep as I can. I don't see this clearly. Go redo the elections again. And yes, he did say that something has to change. Those things are changed before the elections of 2022. Whenever Maraga had requested that they need to the IBC had to change, they changed it by 2022.
No. Dani, here's where I think I get what you're saying, but here is where we are to patani. Maraga in his judgment hakusema ati ODM meshinda, hakusema ati Jubilee meshinda, whatever the case is, NASA or
agreed.
Yeah, alisema hivi, hii kitu haiku meet the threshold. It wasn't transparent, it's not verifiable. So
exactly.
Turudi kwa uchaguzi, but in 90 days, right? But before we do that, the IEBC needs to be reconstituted.
My friend,
let me help you. Let me help you.
No. You are wasting even your time. Maraga could never even do that, because to reconstitute the IEBC would take more than 3 months.
No.
The Constitution of Kenya says that you have to have a reconstituted IEBC within the time. And it takes longer than that to reconstruct the IBC.
It doesn't actually take longer than that. What I'm saying is this, Nyagaka. By him saying reconstituting the IBC, he was basically saying, in a layman's term, he was using a lawyerly. Go read his judgment. Unaweza Google his judgment and read it. He was basically saying, hatuwezi kurudi kwa mechi with the same referee ambaye alimesapile mechi yengine. Unaona? Which means Chebukati and the whole team was supposed to go home, and we have a new personnel in the IEBC to conduct the new elections within this 90-day framework, okay? Which Chebukati did not do. IEBC refused to do, because they went and met walienda kakutana na Uhuru hapo State House, wakaongea Uhuru akamwambia msitoke. okay, tunaendelea na hii kitu, mpende msipende. And remember, even after that Neo, ndio maana sawa kina Raila wakasema, if the referee is the same and the referee are the ones who messed up this thing, why should we go back to this match? Na ukikumbuka at that very part time, kumbuka hata wakina Maraga walikataa kwenda kwa hiyo inauguration. If you can't remember, Justice Mwilu bodyguard was shot the night before, shot dead the night before the inauguration, because they knew hii kitu ilikuanga ninio. In fact, go look at Maraga's face when he was going to ninio kwa hiyo inauguration. Maraga was scared because they were threatening his life basically after that. So we can agree to disagree, but here's what I'll tell you. Look at the facts. Go look at that judgment that Maraga made. He said IBC was to be reconstituted within 90 days before the next re-election, and they refused to do that, and that's why ODM na wakina Raila wakasema, we are sitting out because you are not following the recommendations that the courts already pronounced itself on. That's the difference, okay? And we know the story. Nani alienda kajiapisha. That's why he lacked legitimacy. Nobody, but endelea, if you have something else to say about that.
No, I will have to look at that judgment again. What I just told you, that Maraga said that he cannot see clearly that the Ruto Kenyatta won the elections. Lakini kama unasema, and when they went to court, I know for a fact they never asked for IBC to, from Chebukati to leave office or whatever.
Yeah, no.
Morara give them that, and they never asked me for it.
No, they didn't go. Yeah, they didn't go to court to remove Chebukati. I agree with you there. ODM hawakwenda kotini kusema Chebukati must go. They just say that the election, there was something fishy about it. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so hiyo mimi ndaenda kuangalia tena, lakini yangu ndio hiyo mimi nasema, I thought that he's saying go repeat this election because it's not clear. Hiyo tu. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, but on 2022, I agree with you. By all evidence, Raila Odinga was defeated. Unless you have new evidence that you can present and tell me that Raila alishinda 2022, then we can have a different conversation. But that 2022, I agree with you. 2027, like I said, go look at the judgment. I listened to that judgment very carefully, and I followed that case very carefully. So when Raila went out and had that handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, that's the day that I knew for a fact that Raila is a con man. Is a con man. There's no doubt about it, and is still a con man to this day. But anyway, yeah. So back to Morara. Wewe unaona Morara atashinda 2027? Tutafika 2027 na Morara atashinda? Huyo kijana wako.
Yeah, Kenya Revolutionary Morara atashinda hiyo. Hands down, because Bob, GLC first, they already like him. What were Kenya wanted, kutoka Kisumu, kutoka wapi, mpaka Mombasa, they all like him. That only shows that he will win the election. Kama atashinda, he has already said it. He doesn't mind to be an opposition leader, because we don't have an opposition party today. No.
Yeah. Lakini mimi nauliza hivi, and that's the question I was asking in another platform here, Mzalendo. I was asking this. Do you really expect Morara to win the election in 2027 if the IBC itself has been constituted? There has been an amendment bill which gives advantage to this. Go ahead.
Okay, my friend. That's why I'm saying that if Morara accepts to run the election 2027, he has to win or lose. He's not only winning, winning his he has to win or lose. And he has said very clear that he doesn't mind being an opposition leader. Because he's opposition. The opposition is more powerful. It's even better than the government of the day. No. Lakini kijana yenu mfuko ya Ruto sasa from 90s, from 80s alikuwa anashinda election.
Kijana gani huyo? Si kijana wetu.
Anadanganywa na Moi, anaenda kwa Moi. Anadanganywa na Kibaki, anaenda na Kibaki. Anadanganywa na mtoto ya Kenyatta, anaenda huko. Sasa hii pesa ya ndani ndio imemchukua hapa. And that's your opposition leader. You cannot be an opposition leader like that.
Wacha nikuulize kitu Nyagaka. Do you want to see Ruto go home? Do you want him removed from office?
Like yesterday.
Okay. So why would you give him time between now until 2027? What's the reason why you want to wait till 2027 for him to be removed?
The Constitution.
The Constitution? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. The same Constitution says the people are sovereign. They have the sovereign authority, power, right? The people of Kenya. And they've hold on. I'm with you. Just okay, walk with me. Walk with me for a minute. The Constitution says, I think it's Article 1, it says the people are the sovereigns. They have the power, which they've delegated this authority to these representatives who are the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative body. Now, these people of Kenya wameangalia, wamejaribu kutoa Ruto kwa ballot, wameona ballot tu jamaa atarig. Wamejaribu kutoa Ruto by using the legislative body, wameona legislative body has been bought. So, hawawezi kuimpeach, hawawezi kufanya kitu chote. So, they want to exercise their authority, their sovereign power directly to remove Ruto, because our representative ambao wamechoose cannot do it. They've rendered them useless. So they want to they want to exercise their power directly by expressing the desire for Ruto to get out of that office. How is that unconstitutional? Since you're talking about constitution. Nyagaka? Nyagaka, we've lost Nyagaka. Okay. Tutampatia nafasi. We'll give him time. I don't know where he is. But anyway.
Okay, Merudi.
Yeah, go ahead. You had my question.
Yeah. Ndio mimi nasema 2022 walienda mpaka kotini, mpaka everything, everywhere. Even in a court, they accepted, they agreed that whoever is declared the president is the president.
Yes.
Alafu wakashindwa, ODM wakashindwa, ikaenda nyumbani.
Yes.
It is stayed there for 2-3 months, 6 months. Of course, what this guy was doing was busy buying the members of parliament. That is what I agree with you on. But by the time they realized Ruto must go, was started by the same people who were beaten very badly in a court system, who were beaten by the parrot. That is the foundation of getting Ruto out before 2027. That's the foundation. Some of us, as much as we think that Ruto right to us is an evil thief, is everything, we not go for that because they followed the wrong direction. Wangeanza immediately after they lost the election in the court and said this is what we want. We can agree with it, but you cannot let this guy buy everybody. Alafu mnasema to talk. Not only that, he has bought the people. He has even bought Raila amemweka kwa mfuko, and Raila has a following. You like it or you like him or not, he has a following. And now, who is pushing this? Alafu, who is the leader of the opposition to get Ruto out? My friend, it's a waste of time. Like we will follow you. We will accept you. But it is a waste of our time to badio who you be the Kenya Constitution inasema amalize atoke.
Yeah, who was the leader when they went to the parliament and they occupied parliament? Who was the leader of that movement?
They were leaderless.
Thank you. So what is wrong with Kenyans deciding on the 15th of October tutaenda kutoa Ruto State House? Because the constitution, the very constitution that you're saying, you're quoting, gave Ruto that 5-year mandate, is the same constitution that tuambia, we the people, we delegated that power to Ruto through our votes, but he has let us down and we can't remove him through impeachment, which is by our representative in the legislative body. We can't remove him through the judiciary because they have been paid and bought. So we are going to express our power directly and say October 15th tunaenda kutoa Ruto, because that is what the constitution say. Tuko na power ya kutoa Ruto, just the power to vote him in. What's wrong with that? Yagaka.
Okay. I'm saying that you guys waited forever to get him out. And if you had started immediately after the case was defeated in the court and had the uprising, about Baga Parliament started at that time, we can understand it. But ODM cannot start something and these guys must go and have GNC further along the way. Some of us would never agree with that.
Okay.
As much as I detest Ruto right now, we have to have certain order.
So, Nyagaka, ulipigia Ruto's vote, right?
Yes.
At what point did you uliamua or ulidiscover ati jamaa anatudanganya? How long did it take you?
When you guys when you raised those taxes and we came to realize that those taxes were part of the games ya kuibia watu best. That's when we realized it.
Ulikuchukua muda mgani? 2 months, 3 months into his office, 5 months? Do you know?
No, longer than that.
Okay.
He taxes about.
Okay. Okay. So
even yesterday he gave a very wonderful speech with United Nations. Some of my friends kutoka West Africa wananitumia hiyo. And this is the best president. Don't think about sending me that. That's garbage. Anadanganya.
Okay, ndio maana nakuja kwa hiyo swali yako vile ulikuwa unasema, hiyo statement yako ulikuwa unasema ati kwa nini nyinyi amkuanza immediately after ile after election whatever. It's because majority of the people who voted for him in actually believed that he was going to change Kenya for the better. Hiyo uongo alikudanganya nayo, alidanganya nayo the majority of Kenyans. Unasikia? So ilichukua kila mtu muda. It took time for everyone to actually realize that this man is a sham.
A conman.
Yes, a conman, yeah. So it took time for everyone to be on the same page, and tukafika mahali tukasema, you know what? Huyu jamaa ametudanganya for, I don't know, 1 year or whatever the case is. So ni time ya kumtoa. That's why I'm saying, ukisema ati kwa nini nyinyi amkumtoa immediately after nani alisema ati this is hot air, it is because at that point majority of the people still thought, actually felt that he won fair and square and he was going to actually do things to help Kenya. So we gave him a benefit of the doubt, lakini with time it became clear that Ujamaa is a con man. And so we are in the same page right now. We are saying tutoe Ruto. Enough is enough, tumtoe. You see, does that answer your question why these Gen Zs came in late into this whole let's remove Ruto, Ruto must go?
Kenya Revolutionary, me nasema, and I keep repeating.
Yeah.
The foundation of this Ruto must go, like yesterday or whatever, was ODM.
No, it wasn't.
Who was defeated hands down.
No.
And when they started Mandamano, they say Ruto must go.
No, ODM walikuwa natafuta kiti. Come on.
Yeah, but when they start in 3-4 months, when they started, they're the one who started Mandamano.
Yeah, lakini unajua tunaweza kwenda maandamano lakini everyone has a different goal. Tunaweza kwenda maandamano, mimi naweza nikaenda maandamano niseme Ruto must go, but me tu nataka Ruto anipatie check. Naweza kuingia hapa kwa hii channel yangu niseme Ruto must go, Ruto akiniandikia check ya 1,100 nitaanza kutetea serikali. Unaona, that's the example. And Raila, we knew this was a game because the reasons that he was giving ati ameshinda wa flimsy, and we could see through that. He was full of it. Alikuwa anasema ameshinda na tunamwambia hebu tuangalie which aliulizwa kotini. Tuonyeshe which polling station did you win? Tuzicount zote tuangalie umeshinda gani. Unasema ati server ifunguliwe. Server sijui server gani sijui na igabe. Tuambie server gani tuifungue sasa tuangalie na wakashindwa. Okay? So we saw all this mchezo wa Tialala Tibim na hizi mjinga zote. We know Raila is a con man. At that point we knew he was a con man. That's why majority of Kenyans didn't pay attention to him. Hata hizo mandamano zake were not successful until akaenda kuita wakina Maina Njenga na wakaanza vita hapo kwa ninio. Unaona? So the majority of people were not with ODM. So so ukisema ati ODM ndio walianza hii mambo ya Ruto must go. No, they did not. ODM were just making noise so that waingie kwa serikali. Even Kaluma said it in one funeral, akisema tusipopata ile kitu tunataka tutarudi maandamano. Yeah. But Gen Z, which is Gen Zote, the majority of Kenyans are saying Ruto needs to get out of power kwa sababu tumechoka na hizi corruption and abductions and all this nonsense that's happening in Kenya. It's not about ati tunataka kitu alafu tunyamaze. We are saying Ruto must go because the system has to change in order for Kenya to move on. That's the difference. So it doesn't matter. People go to Mandamano for different reasons. In fact, before even ODM went to Mandamano, by the way, well, let me remind you, there was a Mandamano in Nairobi, and it was about the water supply in Nairobi. Before ODM went to Mandamano, there was a In fact, they are the ones who inspired Mandamano, because ODM vile walienda Mandamano, walikuwa wanasema Ruto must go, and nobody was joining them. Ndio maana wakaanza kujifanya ati we are going to Mandamano because of ninio bei ya maisha, gharama ya maisha iende chini, because nobody cared about the who won the election. Everybody knew Ruto ameshinda, lakini wakaanza wakaona watu wakienda kwa ninio kwa streets for gharama ya maisha. Sawa, wakaanza yao ati hata sisi tutaenda gharama ya maisha. So I don't say that. That's why I don't buy into when you say ati ODM ndio walianza mambo ya hii Ruto must go. No, they did not. Those people just wanted not go broad base. Yeah, go ahead.
What you're saying is, on the 15th of October, you overthrow Ruto and let the everybody be the leader. How do you do this?
How do we do this? Okay. When Ruto is removed, we are human beings, Nani. We are human beings. We can take out Ruto, and we said, from now on, Koome can be the head of the state for the next 90 days while we prepare for the next elections. Because
when my friend, when you remove Ruto, you have Gachagua, you have Wetengura.
No, Nani, listen to me. When Ruto goes, he goes with all of them. The whole executive branch of government inaenda nyumbani. Ruto, Gachagua, Nani, karibu sana Nani, Atticus, and everybody. Ani, Damaris, Wetangula, all these people, all of them are going home. Si ati Ruto peke yake ati Gachagua baki. No. Gachagua, Ruto, Joho, everyone in that cabinet goes home. What? Now we are going to give Koome 90 days to be the head of the state, and her sole responsibility will to oversee the process. Preparation of the next election, which will be held in 90 days. She will not have any authority to make any laws or to make any decree or anything. And I oversee to make sure that the election in Ninio, the next election happens in 90 days, which means within these 90 days, we'll be having to we'll be reconstituting the IBC. Raila mepitisha na Ruto hapo, we shall undo it, scratch it from the Ninio. So you see what I'm saying? So after 90 days, we go to the elections, we choose a new president, we choose a new legislative body. So wabunge wote wataenda nyumbani Wetangula na kila mtu, Shulei na wajinga wengine. Everybody goes home. So after 90 days, we choose new legislative body and a new president, okay? Then the president akishaingia and we have a new legislative bodies, we shall go to the JSC and look at Koome and say, hey Koome, nini naendelea hapa kwa judiciary? Who was the corrupt judge ambaye alikuwa anapatiwa pesa na nani Abdul Nasir? Then we clean it up, okay? And we have a new set of representatives who actually advocate for our interest at the legislative body and at the executive branch and at the judiciary in case we have any disputation. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Yeah. So that's how it makes
sense in one way of thinking, and you know, I will join you. I'm with you, but I will not accept that at all, because already Kenya, we have a constitution that is one of the best in the world. Now let us follow it, and that's why I'm saying that we'll get rid of in 2027. Like, you know, Mesema, really, you have explained. I really don't understand exactly how that will work, but we'll be following.
Yeah, but the focus right now, before we get there, the focus is how can we mobilize as Kenyans in order to remove Ruto? I think that's the biggest hurdle, because yes, everyone feels that Ruto must go. Lakini vile tu unasema, like we're discussing, you have your reservations about how we are going to do it. Unaona, kuna wengine wanasema hey, tupatie military itoe Ruto, wengine wanasema tungoje 2027, wengine wanasema, you know, let's do an armed struggle. That's the difference. But we can all agree that Ruto needs to go. That's the difference.
We had agreed that about 2-3 months ago, when the handbag joined him, we had gotten rid of him using the same theories about Mesema. We would have gotten rid of all those people. Like in Sasa, he's made a better foundation down. So, Uyu Nani, Raila, hate him or love him, he has a following, regardless of what. You know, I want wanamfuata wanaendelea unajua, I mean, just like, you know, he has already got in a body nani kwa serikali yake, you know, so itakuwa ngumu sana, lakini go for it.
Yeah.
But this time we had got the whole lead of him, Raila akakubali na yeye.
Yeah, I agree with you. Raila has following. Ata Ruto has a following.
Yeah.
The thing is, again, we are a constitutional democracy. We are a democracy. We are ruled by the majority. Democracy basically means ruled by the majority. Demos, majority of the people. So even though Raila has followings, Ruto has the followings. Has following. The Kenyan people, the idea of the Kenyan people believe in the constitution, the people who believe in the rule of law are more than the followers of Raila and the followers of Ruto. So we constitute the people. So the power, the sovereign power is with us, even though Raila has following.
When you go there, it becomes even harder, because the mountain Sasa in Meenda Nagashawa, that's another following up there. So who is going to follow even Nagashawa? Those three groups will fight each other. That's it.
Yeah, and that's why they want to create this Gachagua versus Ruto, because they want to divide us through tribal lines. Ndio maana wanatumia Gachagua avute Wakenya wengine huko based on their tribe. Ruto naye ataanza avute.
Ruto na Raila wamekwenda on the other side.
Yes.
So
yes.
Raila is not even challenging him. We don't have an opposition party in Kenya.
Yes.
So we have a dictatorship, and it is going to be very hard to get rid of this dictatorship.
Yes. Nothing will come easy, but I agree with you. That's why they want to use this Gachagua situation, fake fabricated beef, Gachagua na Ruto, to divide not only the mountain but the country, because that is their aim. Wakijua majority of the people want the constitution, then they know they are in danger. Tunaweza kuwatoa. But if they divide us and we focus on our own tribal, watu wa Mlima, watu wa sijui, watu wa Nyanza, sijui watu wa Bugusi, watu wa sijui nini, then we are getting defeated. Ruto atashinda, atashikana na the tribal chieftain Kalonzo hapo, tribal chieftain wa sijui wapi, Joho nini, and he will win the election. So that's the trick. Yeah, so I agree with you there.
The election, the Kenyan Revolutionary, what did he say? The election of 2027, he to Tashinda na Morara hands down. I mean, as we see it as of today. Lakini, if anything happens, the propaganda is zote wamemtumia. You saw the other day they tried to kill him. You saw today, anaenda hata kwa Ruto hapa Kericho, you know, and everywhere. Sasa, ile pesa tunamtumia imechaa mpaka in pesa inakata. He's giving other numbers. So the young man is getting popular by the day. And as he said, he doesn't really want to be, I mean, winning. He's forming a party. Ya kwamba, hii party yake, whoever wins will win. He's not the only one. And that's what we want. We don't want somebody saying that they have to win or else, whatever. That's a waste of our time. Na, wacha niseme ya kwamba, kama huyu kijana atashinda, if God forbid, if Ruto wins again, he will get a real fight in his own hands. And that's what a democracy is all about. Ukija hapa America, huyu una supporting Trump, ako on his side. Na huyu Joe Biden na Kamala Harris, they are on their side. And that's exactly what we want. Tukitaka tuwe kama, say, Japan or South Korea or Germany, where one single party has 75% of the people, the institutions, the parliament, the judiciary have to be independent. Naona huyu mtu wa South Korea, huyu mwanamke baba yake alikuwa president one time, she's in jail right now for taking bribes. So if we have strong institutions, we can have one single party to rule Kenya. Lakini kama hii party inakuwa large, alafu inaweka all these institutions in their pocket, it's a waste of our time. That's a dictatorship, pure and simple. Unajua, the way they were beating up that kid from the university, the way they are, disappearing of young people that are protesting against them, that's a dictatorship. Those are characteristics of a dictatorship. Tukitaka a democracy, we will have to have characteristics of a democracy where the institutions have to be strong enough to not to be told by one department to the other what to do.
Okay. Haya, point nzuri sana. Naona Melchizedek ametingia na Ashley pia atakugonga. Wacha nilete Melchizedek alafu nipatie Ashley pia kucharaze kweli. Maana na huyo Morara wako. Sawa Melchizedek. Ni wa Mutata. Mutata ni wetu. Huyo akikimbia hata mimi nitampigia kura kabisa. Melchizedek, salimia watu na uendelee na point yako. Whatever you want to start. Melchizedek, unanisikia? Sijui kama ilala ama Melchizedek. Aya, Melchizedek ni kama
maybe I'm muted.
Najua saa nyingine yeye kuanga kazini, so I don't know, ama maybe yako mahali pale hawezi kuzungumza. Sawa, Ashley, hebu nicharazie huyu Nyagaka amenisumbua hapa na Morara. Hebu please deal with him. Karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you. Yeah, I found the topic and I said I am tempted to get in, but I'm a Morara fan. Okay. This is the difference. You can have a friend, but this friend is your friend, but they cannot be your boyfriend because the standard is different. And I like what he's doing. And it is necessary. I know where you're saying, how do we talk to the people? Like the people in Central, it would be good to go and tell what Gachagua has done, that if he really was, even as a Mlima, I really feel bad because he's making people hate watu wa Mlima, lakini yeye ndio amebenefit, watu hawaja benefit. Lakini watu wakisema wanasema ati who do they think they are? but these are also victims. So to use hawa watu wa mlima, yeye anaenda kujikinga nao, lakini yeye ndio mwizi na yeye ndio amebenefit na familia yake. Lakini when it comes kupigwa, anakimbia anajificha behind these people. If he really cared for the people of Mulima, hiyo nini anasemanga anafanya ya drugs and for them to get out of alcohol, he could have, after taking them out of alcohol, take them to get a career, not out of the country, not educate people to take them out of the country to work. I'm not saying it is bad to go outside the country, but it should be a personal choice. It should not be because there are no opportunities where you are. Some of these people who are going to Saudi will never have families because they're using their youth working and not socializing, so they have no way to build a family. And most of these people outside in Saudi, in Lebanon, where right now they are being killed, they are Kikuyus. What has he done with his billions other than building hotels? Yani akona time gani ya kufikiria what project atajifanyia yeye mwenyewe, na then at the same time afikiria how to go to develop the country. So Morara is doing a very, very important job. And what I want us as Kenyans to know, na ukiangalia ta jana ile nini, people who are coming to defend him are from his own tribe. So when will this tribe thing ever come out from us? I am thankful that I am not tribal. And until we all get, tuna support mtu, you are speaking the same dialect, support somebody because they have the interest of the country at heart. Na watu wengine hawataki nichambe ni Morara, if he's injecting, why can't I also inject as long as simuekelei? We have to sanitize, we have to vet. And until we vet and we are honest with each other, that is when we'll get to the right person. But if we use the same habit, unaona kuna mtu ana dating the same person with different names, but the same character over and over again, because they don't learn from their mistake. They are attracted every time. So and I date John, and I date Kevin, and I date James, and they're all the same. And that is what we're doing with our presidents. We are choosing the same people, using the same formula over and over again, and expecting a different outcome. I like what Morara is doing, but as president, I think he is very green. Bado ajaiva. Why do I say this? Alisema, when I become president, the first thing I will do is put Ruto to prison. Yes, we have said Ruto has stolen, but is it the job of the president to put anyone in prison? Isn't there separation of powers? Is it their independence of different institutions? What are we having problems with Ruto? Is it not for interfering with the legislature and the judiciary? So Morara is already telling us. And when someone tells you, believe them. Don't go and change them. That is who they are. You listen. Then you make a decision. He has said the first thing he will do is put Ruto to prison. Does he have the power as the president to put Ruto into prison? He does not understand his job. But I think that he does because, one, he said he's a lawyer. So as a lawyer knows what he means when he says he will put Ruto into prison. He is telling us he will go against the constitution. So why should we consider him as president? Have a problem doing that. On top of that, I saw another interview last night where he said that he wants 1 whole year. Hakuna development, atakuwa kideal na corruption. But does the president deal with corruption? The president doesn't deal with corruption. He could be saying, I will make sure our institutions are strong so that they can function as they should. And if our institutions are strong and function as they should, then every corrupt person
Ashley, are you still there? Nyagaka, unanisikia?
Mimi nakusikia.
Yes.
Ni kama Ashley amefreeze or something. I don't know if she can hear me. Ashley, unaweza kunisikia? Kama unanisikia, please respond on the chat. I had some questions for you. And wacha nikuje while you're working on your audio, wacha nikuje kwa Melchizedek. But before I come to Melchizedek, I wanted to ask actually a couple of questions because mi usema hivi, the one thing I like about huyu kijana wa Nyagaka, Morara from the get-go alikuja aki-expose what the government is doing wrong, okay? Which I appreciate that. And he said it from the get-go, and I think run for president or whatever the case goes. Hakujificha, hakuninio, his style is different. So for somebody like me who wants to see Ruto gone right now, I see Morara as doing a wonderful thing by exposing Ruto, but not a threat to Ruto. Okay, like, and I've had this discussion with Nyagaka explaining why I think Morara attacking Ngoja mpaka 27 he will not beat Ruto, even if he's the preferred candidate. I gave those examples to me, have real discussion. Karibu. I'll wait for Ashley when she comes back. Probably I'll ask her these questions because I think she made really good points about Morara.
Very good. Good morning, good afternoon, and
good morning.
Good evening. Good morning. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to ask a question, but she left anyway. Mm-hmm. Let me just give my submission when we are waiting for her to come back.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say that these people are trying to draw our attention so that we forget two things that is taking place in Kenya. We know currently they want to sell our airport, which is ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have KICC, which they were planning to sell. So this issue of impeachment of Gachagua, they are trying to draw attention to Kenyan that they are doing something, but they are not doing something, because things that are going in Kenya each and every day, when kama kuna kitu imetokelezea, lazima kitu itoke ndio watu wasahau vile vitu ambazo zinafanyika. It's clear indication that these people want to draw our attention that now Gachagua is bad. But what is their mission? Is to do what they were planning to do. According to my observation and my analysis, because kama kuna smoke mahali lazima kuna place ina burn. Na hii ndiyo kitu mimi naona. Nikienda kwa Morara na Kasmuel musiongee, yule jamani anakunywa pombe. Ako na shida fulani. Because
kunywa sio kitu baya.
Mwambie Nyagaka, hiyo kitu tunachapanga bwana. Nani yako captain akwapi avute pombe hiyo pombe yake na kunywa. Endelea.
Lakini unajua unaweza kunywa pombe ile ya nini? Unajua hii Nyagaka, unajua ile yenye inakunywa chini ya maji. Ile chini kabisa. Ile yenye inaharibu kichwa. This is the one that you guys choosing.
Changa.
Hiyo changa.
Sio seke.
Ile yenye inavutwa na nini refu zile zimeweka kwa pot.
Hiyo ndio seke. Ile buseke au seke.
Maneno ya Kasmuel wachana nayo. Yule bado ni kijana kama mimi. Mnajua ajui nini. And at least mimi nimejua the way forward. But Kajama is confused element like a form 1. You don't even discuss about him. He's nothing. Kisungu yenye anajua does not mean that he has a leadership that he doesn't have. Totally. He's a fail in life. Because the way he's talking like someone who doesn't know. He doesn't even deserve to talk in front of people. Anyway, Morara anafanya kazi nzuri, na vile anafanya kazi anatuelimisha kwamba hizi ni vitu ambazo zinafanyika Kenya. I support him because there are some things that he's doing which even you people are concur with him. but there is a place where it's going wrong. You cannot come from nowhere that you start saying that I want to, if I become president, I want to do this and this. We are dealing with corruption, so that Kenya should be a good country, like example for other countries.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not how people go to get power. When you're born a leader, you have to show a good example the way he started. But lazima tulie kwanza, bado time bado, awache kukaa kusema ya kwamba akikuwa, angoje akuwe ndio hizi vitu zifanyike. Unajua, kama unataka watu wa kumaliza on the ground, sema nataka kufanya hivi mbele ya watu, hapo umeenda upende usipende. Kwa sababu kuna wale ambao wako na ile jealousy na hawana sympathy, watakumaliza. Like Ruto ukisema utimweka jela, wewe ndio utaenda ya kwanza, hata kama wewe yule ni a thug, criminal. So you don't talk about somebody like that before you have what you want. He's doing a good job. He has to cool down. He has to think and make people to understand what he want to do to Kenya if he want to be the president. Me, I support him because we have been struggling from Mount Kenya. Ikitoka Mount Kenya ni wapi? There is no anywhere we have found somebody who can stand from a farm and say, I want to be, and is leading like now he's doing. Baba alijaribu akachoka, ameenda aende huko kwa EU, akae huko, anguke asiponguka, sisi hatutaki kujua. But he has come out clearly, and he has done something that everyone is supporting, and it's nice. But let him cool down until that time comes.
Lakini Melchizedek, Ruto did not cool down until that time comes. He started his campaign immediately. Vile waliingia.
The reason why
kuna mtu amesema
ya kwamba this guy will never cool down. If you knew his granddad, he was going against the Kenyatta family, the whatever leadership was in Kisii, kutoka Sagini, Nyamweya. His father was grandfather was a firebrand just like him. He was pushing through everything, and they had to kill him by age of 32.
It's fine, we understand.
Okay.
But the situation we on the ground now, as you can see, we are fighting with three things at a time. We are fighting the airport not to be sold. We are fighting for our KCAC not to be sold. We are fighting with the corruption and the scandal that is taking place. So when he wants to do something, he should just take one and be successful. Like he started with the corruption, he should be successful first. Then he can say, now, this is what I was fighting for. Now I want to do this.
But Melchizedek, he can't be successful because it's not Morara's job to prosecute these corrupt politicians. Vile alienda expose Wavenya huko Machakos. Morara can't. So what does success means to you when you say he has to be successful? But I think I know what you're going, because I was saving that question for Ashley, but maliza point yako alafu nilikuwa tuulize. I believe you also had a question for Ashley, because I wanted to ask her something else. Go ahead.
The reason I'm saying he has to be the successful comes from when the people have now got what they wanted, because we need change. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Morara himself, but I'm talking about the general as Kenyans, that this guy has come out to tell us this is what is taking place. But he has to continue with it until this thing come out clearly and people say, now fine, this is what we have been looking for, now it's clear. Now we can stand and say, now if I did this, I think I can do. You know, you support yourself with what you have done.
Yes. And
Yeah.
and
So that's
and
what I was trying to bring up. I'm not saying because another president, I mean, in hapana. What he started.
yes.
And
And I
that's what he wants. That's how we are. We want everything to run smoothly.
yes. And I agree with you. And I think that's ati Mogaka. Sijui kwa nini nakuuliza Mogaka. And sorry Jagaka, nitakuja kwako. Mute kidogo. And I wanted to ask Ashley this. Sorry Ashley, sijui nini audio yako ilienda vipi, but the question I was going to ask you is something similar to that, because I said I agree with you, Ashley, that Morara is saying, and I like his approach. He was unique. He was exposing all the corruption. He gained fame, and he has a following. But is that a qualification for him to become the president? What has he really done that can show me that, okay, let me vote Morara over Okiya Omtata? If I'm looking at Okiya Omtata, he has a track record of doing things that, were beneficial to the public without even, when it wasn't cool, it wasn't famous, nobody knew him. And Morara too, number two, the reason why I say this, and we had this discussion in Nyagaka, he's not a threat to Ruto because he's saying that he will run in 2027. And I've said here before that Raila and Ruto are the one who pushed for that IBC amendment bill, which will give them power. His two political coalitions give them power to choose, handpick the IBC commissioners, basically putting their own person there. So what makes Morara think that in 2027, even if he has the following, he's going to win the election if the IBC commission has already been chosen by the Raila and Ruto faction? So those are the questions that I have. That's why I find this Morara thing. And also there's some reports that maybe he might be sponsored by Gachagua, and I don't know if that's true, but go ahead. You're making your submission. You can respond to that and go with it whichever way you want to go. Ashley, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I don't know where I stopped, but I'm just going to quickly recap that I was saying in fact, initially when I saw Morala, I was like, wow, this is a good guy. He's eloquent. He looks the part and he can be president. But the day I started getting a problem with him, because we also have to not just be excited and go by feelings like we did with Ruto. We have to learn from our mistakes and try to get it right this other time, because we can't keep getting it wrong, because we're going to lose many generations. 5 years is a 5-year term that a kid may not have school fees because CDF is being eaten by the MP, and that kid misses a future and has to go to become someone's housemaid in Saudi Arabia. Given 10 years, that's a whole life gone for one generation. So just remember that our choices impact the people on the ground. They might not impact you, but they impact many people. There are people who are dying that shouldn't be dying because they are not medicine, is not medicine in hospital, or they have no access to medical service. So just remember that when you go to elect that person you want to elect. And that is why it is a responsibility of every patriotic Kenyan to make sure that the person they choose, they are not choosing them because they are cute, they are dressing well, they are talking well, but can they deliver? Even though someone is ugly or is speaking like they need communication or skills, if you can look at them and see that they will not institution, especially that we need so many changes, we have to go with them if you really love your country. I have a few things, even when you're choosing like a guy, or if you're choosing a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you have to look at red flags. People who don't look when they get into their marriage, these things start becoming the things that break the whole thing up. And in order to avoid those many breakups, if you're more diligent, then the less you're likely to get the wrong person. And even when choosing a president, we have to look at these people with a microscope. When someone speaks, listen to them. Don't take it like a joke, because what they are speaking is what they will do. So when someone starts saying that they will go and arrest Ruto, and they are not in the judiciary, and there are three arms of government in the executive, which has no arresting power, then I put a question mark. Then, like, just in there is a person who was arrested in America. He's a very big person. In Kenya, they would not have been arrested. He's the son of the former freedom fighter, Jesse Jackson. And what was the thing that put him in jail? Campaign finance.
Yes.
When you give your personal number to be used for campaign finance, yes. You see what they did, they were given, and they are rich. So don't say because he's rich, he will not steal or he will not misuse or misdirect that money. There was $1,000 that was meant for campaign finance, and instead using it to pay a range of personal items and expenses, including jewelry, packets, high-end electronic celebrity memorabilia, furniture, kitchen appliances, and a home renovation project. This is a person, the son of a very famous freedom fighter. So in order not to be tempted, you start showing people your integrity from the get-go. So if you're not going to be trusted in little, how can you trust you the much? I have a problem. The very first thing that made me turn away from Morara as president, not exactly what he's doing now as a presidential nominee, is how he has handled the money that he has been given now. He said, he was asked, can you give us, are you going to be accountable? Can you be transparent about it? He said, he said he's raised 3,000. I am telling you for a fact, he has raised more than that. So if he's starting to lie right now about how much he has raised, then imagine him, president, having access to all the money he has. He cannot be trusted with this money. And then he was asked, he said, I will not disclose because it is sent to my personal phone. When I open a pay bill, that one I will make transparent. But not sending you to do as you wish. It's supposed to help you with this. So in order not to have that confusion, I think as a person of integrity, he would have gone and opened a different account, even though it is not, it can be called a pack. It can be called, it's for whatever. You can open that bill. It doesn't have to be for a political party. It can be a pack, if you understand what I mean by pack. It can be for this cause, for the education, and separate the two so that you're more intelligent, because the government, that is because you already know that you're being around. They know everything about you. By the way, that's one thing I respect, and I always do not want to think that the government doesn't know anything about you. They know everything, and if they want, they'll just go to Safaricom. Even Safaricom already know when he's saying that he's made 3,000, maybe he has made 10 million, and he's saying he has made 3 million. They know he's lying. You see, so they already know, and people who work there already know. Those people who told him no already know, and maybe they said no because they understood he's lying. And I'm not saying he is. There's no way he has only collected million. No way. But using his personal phone to collect money.
Oh, Ashley has dropped. I don't know what happened to her. She'll be back. Nyagaka, bado uko?
Bado niko, mimi nasema nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Ashley ya kwamba some of us are not supporting huyu nani Morara Kebaso because he is from Kisii. I was in another forum wana isinywe ya kwamba huyu nani Onyonka ule push Onyonka to be president. Na tulikataa kwa sababu historia ya Onyonka tunaijua.
Historia ya Onyonka ni nini?
mara anakimbia kwa Wategura ndio apate uchumbe, mara ipace Raila anapewa uchumbe huko kwa Kitutu South. So he is dancing all over the map. And this young person, even the concept, even the concept ya kuchangiwa pesa is completely new in Africa, completely. Because vile anasema, he would like the people of Kenya to raise the funds for him to be president, not the other way around. Because when you raise your own funds, you have to repay yourself, then you start doing the job for the people. That's nilikuwa nataka niambia Asha kwamba yani it was a direct attack kwa mimi kwa sababu some of us, yes, we are from Kisii, lakini hatuwezi support just because it's from Kisii. No, we support him because number one, he's saying the basic. Unajua huyu Abdul Dida, when he came at 2013 and he beat watu kama Kalua, he beat so many people, he was like number 4. Why? Because he was speaking exactly what the people understand to be the issues of the day. Now huyu Morara is doing the same thing. Hata Kisii haendi sana huko. Kisii ukiuliza anaambiwa hawamjui, hata funeral hajaenda huko. Unajua watu wanasema ile vitu, hata ile mahali ya kutengeneza maji ya kunywa hata hajaenda tengeneze. So the people will tell you so many simple things that he has to do to endear himself there. But he has endeared himself to the whole country of Kenya. And he's speaking, when he went to Central, how those people were throwing him 50 shillings, 100 shillings. They have an understanding that this guy is speaking their language. Ndio nilikuwa nataka niambia Ashley ya kwamba amerudi. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Ashley ya kwamba
kabla hujamwambia Nyagaka, kabla hujamwambia, sijui hiyo ni kelele inatoka wapi? Kuna kitu umefungua hapo unani Nyagaka uko kwa hiyo Bluetooth ama nini?
No. Ni tu.
Tutamwimpeach kama anapiga kelele.
Kuna kelele kwa hiyo ndio yako.
Hapo sasa ni kidogo I'm not.
Sema tu hiyo makelele iko kwa background.
Hiyo kwa background. Amuka.
Haya. Nyagaka umefungua kitu kingine huko. Nikizungumza nasikia huko kwa background.
Hapana.
Okay.
Labda anatumia earphone ile ya kuchaji.
Hapana, kuna earphone. Ndio nasema kwamba wacha nimalize alafu niache.
Wacha nitoe statement moja ya Morara kabla hujaenda uambie actually ile kitu nataka kuambia. Nasema hivi, if there's a reason for me personally to vote for Morara, I saw Morara, sijui kama uliona kwa video, and I'm being facetious actually. Hai, hiyo kelele yako is too much Nyagaka. Nyagaka, can you fix it?
Si umute ama uende oseke huko ukunywe.
Wewe wacha mambo yako. Nyagaka. Kuna
nimemute.
No, anyway, kuna makelele. Hebu mute nasema alafu ulize Ashley ile kitu ulikuwa unataka kumuliza. And like I say, Ashley, by the way, don't take this in your, I'm being facetious in this statement. Niliona about the Morara, the ninyosika uliona hiyo kitu niliona kwa Instagram. And I saw the picture of the mother. She was wearing a red dress. That is a reason for me to vote for Morara. That's all I have to say. But anyway, Nyagaka endelea.
She's a very beautiful young lady.
Oh, she is gorgeous.
Actually ametoka. Nilikuwa nataka nimwambie tu kwamba some of us are supporting Morara not because of tribal issues. There are so many people that temo kutoka huko Kisii ni ule tutaweza kusupport ni huyu Maraga ama huyu Kebaso. Wote ni wanoti Mugrango. Mimi natoka Nyaribari. Lakini
Nyaribari.
They speak the hearts of the people. They are very clear to the point. It's just as you see Barati, we cannot support characters like this.
Barati ni mkora.
Yeah. Ndio tulikuwa nataka kuambia Asha ya kwamba some of us are supporting you not because of tribal issues. No.
Okay.
Very clear. Very clear. We have taken, but tunajua, yes. Tumeishika na mkono mbili. Sasa Mugaka, sasa kama yeye sio
si Mugaka. Ni Nyagaka, si Mugaka wewe.
Mugaka ama Nyagaka.
Mugaka is good. Mugaka is good. Mugaka is our only person.
Nyagaka ni Mugaka ni good.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's good.
What does Mugaka mean?
It's the only person.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ulifukuzwa huko, sasa hapa utakaa milele. Najua tu. Anyway, kwa sababu naenda kuanza kazi, ningependa kusema hivi.
Ashley amerudi. Muulize maswali kabla hajapotea. Unajua Ashley ni kama ako South Mugirango.
Huyo ako mlima.
Niko kwa mzito.
Ako kwa mlima.
Ati ako kwa mlima? Ile mlima ya nani? Mlima ya Gachagua ama mlima gani?
Abu Dhabi. Sijaongea maneno ya.
Muulize maswali. Toa ushuhuda na muulize maswali kabla hajapotea. Unajua Ashley anapotea hapa.
Mimi wakati yenye nilikuwa na swali iliisha. Unajua mimi naulizanga maswali kama kuna kitu imekuwa moto, lakini sasa hii imepungua.
Niwashe moto.
Ungewasha moto ningeuliza, lakini ishakuwa sasa. Acha mimi niondoke kwa sababu naanza kazi. Nataka kungangana na hizi hizi panels, niangalie gani inafanya gani haifanyi.
Wacha nikuulize Melchizedek swali moja kabla hujaondoka. Ulienda huko kwa sababu ya hii mambo ya Ruto ama hii ulienda agency fulani ndio ukatumwa huko ama?
Mimi?
Ulifika huko uliko aje?
I'm a one man squad, so I work on my own.
Okay. Sawa.
I don't go with agent, neither I don't pay someone to give me a job. I'm capable of getting my own job. Even Ruto cannot give me a job. For your information.
Are you Kizito?
No.
Did you Kizito?
Kizito? Who is this Kizito?
It talks like you.
Yeah, I'm a man with a vision, so that's why they call me Melchizedek. Sasa unalia nini bwana? Pole bwana, kama nimefanya makosa.
Why can't you tell us what your vision for Kenya is, really?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I have Kenya, I will give you after 3 days because I have to sit down with my visitors and ancestrals.
Take your time.
I foretold the future. Ask this guy, will tell you what I did. I told them before and it happened. So I'm not joking. I'm just saying the truth because things in Kenya is worst, you know. It's worse it's worse than murderer. Actually, mimi ni kutoka upande wa baba. Na mimi support I don't support baba. Because baba alituangusha. Anyway, nimeshukuru na tutaendelea kama nimepata time nitarudi kama hajatoka.
Sawa, nitajaribu kuwa na marathon hapa. Leo ni Saturday, so watu waingie, muitane.
Sawa basi. Nitarudi baadaye.
Okay, sawa. Sijui ka Ashley ulisikia statement ya Nyagaka. Nyagaka, you're making a point about Morara. unaweza kumrudishia Ashley respond. Nyagaka ni kama ameenda kula simu huko. Nyagaka.
Ndio nilikuwa nataka don't support somebody.
Unmute.
Nasema ndio nikaambia ya kwamba I don't support this gentleman because it's from my tribe. No. There are so many people that hata huko jana ulisikia Ashley alikuwa Konyoka nilisema no way. You know, because historia yao na unaiona and it's not a good history. Yeah, vile nilisema earlier Kenya Revolutionary ule tutasupport kutoka Kisii hii ni kama mtu kama Maraga ama huyu ambaye amekuja. Does he have faults? Does he have issues? Yes, we all do. Yeah, actually, I agree with you. He's not any judiciary officer ya kutuba nani in the court. And the sooner he realizes that, the better. Lakini, you can never be 100%. Na yangu, yani, ya kwanza na mwisho ya kwamba, I don't support anybody on the tribal issues. Tribal, that's what has got us where we are. Tribal. Now we are trying to get away from there. Na sisi wakisini wadogo sana. We cannot be tribal to shit any government. Now that's why you have not seen this guy go to Kisii a lot. Kama he has gone to Kisii maybe 1 or 2 times. Now wakati mwingine uko Isiolo, uko Rift Valley, uko Central, everywhere. Anakubalika. He is accepted everywhere he is, and we are proud of him. Is it by mistake, by the reason that I'm from Kisii? No, we are all from where we are from, but we will accept somebody. Really, anakuja. Thank you very much. Asli, unajua mimi nakupenda.
And please don't confuse that I don't like Morara. I'm just saying some of these things, we don't want them to become like he becomes the president and they become a problem, because those same issues that I'm raising are the ones which are making, you see, like the way Ruto is interfering with the judiciary, the way he's and he doesn't, he's not transparent with the money. So if we see these character traits in someone who also wants to be president, we have to be concerned. So it's not, I respect what he's doing now, but in order for him to be president, I think especially this thing of finances, he needs to be more transparent. He needs to separate even in a business, you have to separate money for business and personal money. That is where transparency starts. So those are the things I have concerns about him, because I know nothing else about him apart from what I have seen.
Yeah. What about his political resume? Like, I mean, he just came up from yesterday and is running for president. What do we know about him? I mean, he's saying all the good things. Naona kiki ameingia.
Hizo zingine ni zile unajiangalilia. There is black and white, but there is the gray in between. That gray in between is what you study. Yes, he doesn't have a resume, but then that is why you have to listen to him, because from his heart, he will talk. Nami huenda kusema, politics is like a relationship. One thing I've learned, kuna wasichana usema, oh, you're not calling me. Ukipata mwanaume na kupigi simu, at that point, you don't have to complain. You have to decide, this is who that person is. So, are you okay with having a person who never calls you, who only comes to your home at night? Or are you not okay? If you're not okay, you step, you leave, you don't complain, because that is who they are. So you either like them the way they are, or you leave them. Even our political leaders, that is who they are. That is what they think a president should do. So you can't start telling them what to do. You have to look, there are some non-negotiables. We are not looking for an angel. We are looking for a person who will do one, uphold the Constitution. That is a conviction deep in their heart that they will on the Constitution has to be upheld. And if you look even at our chapter 1, article 1, do you know it offhead somebody? That's one of the things they say, the article.
With the people?
Can you read? It's really that. That's the essence, very core. Unajua hata kwa job kuna zile wao usema those are requirements.
Yeah.
Required. The required requirement of our president that other presidents have not had is to obey the constitution. That should be a required. So if you see someone who is saying that they won't, whether they know that they are saying or they don't, that is a concern for me. Because at their prime, ile tu, yani wakikuwa themselves, they will not obey because they don't think it should be obeyed. That is why I would go with Okia, whether he's boring, as opposed to a charismatic Morara, because of the constitution. And because I am convinced that Okia upholds, he feels it is necessary to uphold the constitution. So what is he going to do as president? He's going to make that sure that as the leader of the party, he's going to uphold the constitution.
Actually, the other day, when Morara was in Ebu, he said that the constitution should be translated to all the tribes in Kenya. He was emphasizing the constitution. And I said, at the Bible, you could translate it in many languages, but you don't know wakati unaibiwa. It's written in the constitution that you do this and you do that. You too.
Mm-hmm.
It can translate you up. There are people who have the Bible, they read it. Do they apply it in their own lives? I don't see him applying. A president should really know the constitution well. And a president should not be seen as to ignore the constitution. So far, yesterday I had him talk to somebody and say, for 1 year, munipatie tu permission, hakuna development, I deal with corruption. But a president doesn't deal with corruption. A president makes sure the institutions are strong so that each institution functions as it should. And we have DCI. All he needs to do is to make sure that the DCI has the right people and it's functioning. He has to make sure EACC has the right people, it's functioning. He has to make sure the judiciary has the right, it's functioning. What he's telling me when he says that he wants to deal with corruption for a whole year, he's going to be another Ruto who wants to do the work of the cabinet minister, who want to do the work of the ambassadors, who want to do the work of the MPs, who want to do the work of the governors.
What happened, Ashley? Nyagaka, unanisikia?
Yes. Actually,
amepotea tena.
Amepotea tena.
Hai. Anyway, naona KK yako hapa. Hebu mute Nyagaka kidogo. KK, by the way, KK in the comment section will say akona asira kidogo. Ngoja kidogo kabla hujaingia kwa asira, I have to say something also. KK, Ani, Gypsy Corner, niliwandika noisemakers, niliwaona huko Shakahola. You are giving people a hard time. Jana na nani na Stone PK na Ellie. That was fun.
Yo, you saw that, right? Oh,
but endelea na asira.
No. You know, my brother. Let's be honest here. Unajua, hatuna nchi nyingine. We have to be honest here.
Yeah.
So when we come here, let's not waste other people's time talking about vitu hazina maana.
Hata nilikuwa naona Nyagaka was trying to get in that live. Mimi nilikuwa nawasikia kwa new. I've been blocked, but it was interesting.
No, tunakuja tuna discuss sijui Gachagua sijui is getting impeached. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? It's a distraction tactic, and we're talking about it. The same way the Kenyan media is discussing this. And I was so pissed off. I said, if we come here, we discuss this kind of garbage again, I'll open my own channel too. No, I was pissed off. Tunakuja tuna discuss Gachagua sijui. Oh, did you see what he did? They got paid $5 million. 5 million Kenyan shilling.
Who is getting paid 5 million Kenyan shillings
to impeach?
Wow.
No,
Each.
actually, me jump from Brother Benson's channel. That's where I came from. I was
What happened? What happened with Brother Benson? He's pretty polite.
I would like to guess to. You know, let's talk about you see what they did to him? No. We're not going to talk about that because that's a distraction tactic. So if you're here feeding the same bullshit, you're part of the problem too. We're here to talk about Ruto has and have to go tonight, not tomorrow, tonight.
KK, you should bring Stone PK atulete moto hapa.
Tonight.
Umenisikia?
Yes, I hear you. Tonight. He has to go. And the moment he wakes up tomorrow, and I find something even more stupider, inakasirisha watu, kila mtu, even their own people. He has to go. And every conversation which is not geared towards this guy going is a waste of time. And I'm tired. Nimechoka, man. I'm sick.
Okay. So tutakweka on the spot. Now, what's the way forward? We want Ruto out. Because actually that's basically what it's indirectly we are talking about it, because mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi. And Ashley came in and made very good points about these people that, they're kind of celebrities who are clout. Kasmuel, Morara, Tarus, and all that. And, tulikuwa naongea hapa na Njagaka, and we were talking about, okay, how are we going to get Ruto out? Is it military coup d'etat? Armed struggle kama vile nani PK alikuwa anasema jana.
My brother.
Yeah.
Rebel. There's only 3 options, I think.
Realistic ones.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all is the Traore. I don't see that happening because the Minister of Defense. Number 2 is demonstrations, which is more realistic one, I think.
Right.
We have to be honest here. And the other one is failing. Make sure everything is failing. The economy is failing. And without money, the government doesn't function, right?
Right.
If you're running a failed economy, you're failed.
Okay. So, Nyagaka alikuwa anauliza the same questions, and I want to pose it to you too. Wewe ukiangalia Kenya as of right now, what is the most realistic way that we can actually work on as Kenyans who want Ruto out? Practical steps that we can remove
demonstrations. Ruto. Demonstrations. This is why he's so invested in that. Demonstrations is the way to get him out. We do not have Traore. I wish I was in the military. I wish I was. I'm not.
You can always join.
Not, right? Even you're not.
Can you join the military? Are you young enough to join? I'll enlist you.
I was in the US, so a little bit I have, I can do a little bit. Few things here and there.
Unaweza tubebea maji.
Yeah, I can handle. So when it comes time to take it, tutafika huko. This mchezo, in life, there's nothing as important as a purpose. If you don't have one, you have nothing in life. Purpose. And if I was able to help our Kenyan community fix the system, that's my biggest gift I could do for my own country. I can run. Like the Kipchoges, they're good. That's a purpose. Ours is what you're doing here. Brother Benson. They have a Benson, the Bernard. That's purpose too. You're giving people avenue to talk. But now it's us to cooperate we see what we're good in, where we're good at. Ruto has to go. Not tomorrow, but tonight. He has to go. We're tired of this garbage.
Amen.
Haya, Nyagaka, wacha niende kwako kabla. Ashley, umefix internet. Sijui kwa Ashley ulisema uko kwa mlima fulani. Sijui ni mlima gani? Yeye mlima ya nani? Ya Gachagua ama mlima gani?
Mlima ikinini. If it goes again, I think I'll take it as a sign I should get off.
No. Make sure you come back. We need you here because your views are unique and are very much appreciated. You're very pragmatic and realistic and reasonable. We like people like that. Just like Kiki. Nimemwambia alete maradicals kama wakina nani hapa, tutampikia tusalimie. Nyagaka, wewe ulikuwa unatuambia bwana tugoje 2027. Do you think there's another way other way besides 2027? Ngoje huko tu.
Atafanya nini?
Ulikuwa unatuambia tugoje 2027 Morara angushe Ruto. Kuna njia nyingine?
Hapana, the Morara, the only way he will lose the elections of 2027 ni kama wamemua kama anything, kwa sababu he's liked everywhere in Kenya. Now Kenya, we are very simple and likable people. Vile tumekubali. I give you an example. Nani Dida, Abdul Dida 2013. Vile alipendwa na watu, na it gives us the same example. Vile Morara amependwa Kenya mzima na anatembea not only ni Kisii, hata Kisii hawamjui. Nikipiga simu Kisii huko wananiuliza huyu ameattend how many funerals, amechenga nini, hata shule unauliza, hata MCA unaulizwa maswali, sio mchezo bwana. Kenya Revolutionary, lakini we support him because of what he is doing. So vile huyu mheshimiwa amesema KK ni kama tuare, kama ule mtu vijana wa Senegal ambao walikuwa jela na wametoka. So vile actually and point out, yes, he will realize that he's not the president of criminals. He is the president of the whole country. Now, if he can give direction, our criminals washikwe wawekwe jela, so be it. You too.
Okay. Good point. Okay, Ashley, you are pretty reasonable. You know the current situation in Kenya. This is my argument. I know it kind of rubbed people the wrong way. This is my argument. I'm saying this. This. Civic education is important. I'm not downplaying it. It's important, but there's time for it. There's a time and place for it. Right now, if I ask everyone, any Kenyan, majority of them will tell you that we know what's ailing Kenya, and the buck stops with Ruto. Why do we need civic education? I mean, okay, you want to learn about your rights? The focus should be, let's remove Ruto like Kiki and Tompiapa. We should remove Ruto like yesterday. Now, Ashley, in your view, what's the most realistic steps that we can take to remove Ruto? It's okay if you feel like that's tunafaa tuende huko mashinani huko ushago tuambie wanyanye huko ati you know what, Ruto must go, show up on Tuesday to atoe. That's fine. But I'm just saying, like, wewe ukiangalia Kenya, should we just wait till 2027 tupigie Morara kura ndio tutoe Ruto? What are we supposed to do? Yeah, go ahead.
If we go to a lot in 2027, Ruto will get it back. He has a lot to lose by not getting back in power. So he will not let it go one way or another, whatever it takes. If we go to the ballot, he will win. How will depend on what needs to be done. He will retain the position. So we cannot go to the ballot with him. He has to come up before 2027. Let me tell you, talk to people who do software engineering. They will tell you that you can program. You're worried about him choosing IBC leaders. Even not worry about that. Worry who is going to do the software that's going to be used. Because it can be programmed for every, let's assume that Morara will be the one competing with him, and he'll be having, like he'll be in the polls, he'll be the one who looks like he's going to lead. You can program it to where I think that's what they did in 2017. For every 1 vote of Morara, it adds 3 for Ruto. So you can program it to where you cannot see. And like in 2016, was it 2016 that the election was stolen? I read somewhere, I've tried to look for that article, I haven't found it before in the US. They said the CIA or FBI, when they were looking, they could see the numbers changing, but they didn't know where they were changing from, but they could see they were changing. So there was evidence something was being cooked. But to pinpoint.
Ashley.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in that space, the software space.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, anything that you program, that you program it to do it what it needs to do.
Right.
It doesn't even need to be somebody inputting things. If you say, for example, if you write a code,
all you need to do is write the code, and the code will do what you said. So
yes.
It can be so high tech, and we are thinking so elementary that we will guard our votes. You can guard them all you want, and with your eyes wide open, and you see your line was longer, but when you look at the system, you cannot understand how the others have 3 times what you have. So we cannot go to the election with him. And that is why it is very important that the next president, because there is so much to be done. Actually, I would pray that he's removed, and then there is an interim government between then and the 2020, when the next election is 2027, there is an interim government that straightens everything out. If it is reducing the number of counties, if it is removing the women rep, if it is removing CDIF, somebody who comes to clean house, so that in 2027 we can do. And then that, like this money, there are things that we need to be doing that. Now, right now, ODM and UDA they are together kind of. And then the money that's given to political parties, the majority of the people who are getting the money is ODM and UDA. Somebody should go to court and stop that and say we don't have money to give to them. When our nurses need money, we need to stop some things. We need lawyers very active in court to stop some of this money from being given. We say we need money for that translation of the constitution to every tribe. We need the money for civic education. We need the money for other things. We don't need money to give to political parties. It does not benefit us. It doesn't. Hello?
Yeah, tunakusikia Ashley, tunakusikia.
Yeah, so something I know what the people about removing Ruto. Most of the people who fight never enjoy. It is the people, you see, like even during demonstration, the troops, the ground troops don't benefit. Those who comes in cars and run away when they are throwing, like when the police start battling, are the ones who reap the benefits. So there's a phrase that says the pen is a pen mightier than the sword, and it has been proven that the pen is mightier than the sword. So we can get social and political change can be more effective when we use the pen than using the sword. When we use the pen to provoke, to inspire, and to influence action. What Morara is doing, he's not just giving civic education, he's meeting people on the ground. And one of the things that I think he's doing is telling them, mtu wetu politics does not work. That is the civic education he's giving. We can't just tell people, let's go and take Ruto out. They don't understand why. But he's telling them why. This mtu wetu politics, this mtu wetu you're protecting, is not working for you. He's working for his stomach. So you need to protect yourself by fighting for yourself, by choosing someone who will work for you. Our leaders go there and they work for themselves. They do not represent us. So what can we do? I was asked. That's something I've been asking myself. And the answer is here. Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya states that the people of Kenya are sovereign and that the Constitution is supreme. The article also states that the people can exercise their sovereignty in the following ways. 1, directly. The people can exercise their sovereignty directly and also through our elected leaders. Our elected leaders have gone there and they become beholden to their party leaders.
Ashley.
Let me finish before I forget, and then just hold your thought, please. I'm almost landing, so to speak. So I think the way we can exercise our sovereignty is, like getting our sovereignty back. That we donated power to our elected leaders. We have enough evidence that they have refused to do their job. I think it is time we exercise the power by filing a petition in court, asking the court to relieve them of their duties because they are occupying the seats and not doing the job that which they were asked to do. And we have evidence of that. We need to do that. And then we need to ask ourselves, how can we exercise our power directly? How? Should we go to each county, each constituency and get signatures and then go to court and impeach every MP and then impeach the president directly instead of through our elected leaders? I think that is the way we should go. And if we have enough evidence to go to court and get that done, let us try that and see what happens. That is my suggestion.
Yes, Kiki, you had something to say?
Yeah, yes, and no. Now I wanted to ask Ashley. You gave us 2 solutions, right? And one of those solutions doesn't work. Our people who we voted for don't work for us. And now it's so obvious they don't. So you think I feel like we agree on something. We have to go to a place where we take our country back. We, the people, have to take our country back. And I think this is the most easiest solution. And if you look at Ruto, what he's doing, the most thing he's doing in terms of like counter, whatever we're trying to do, he's focused on the mandamano. The leaders that we have, I came in here and I had Riddle talking about the leaders that we think we have. So that's one of the ways that we should be focusing on in this group and every other group, how to put pressure on this government to fail. It has to fail. Because actually, the next election, agree. The next election, if Ruto is the one running it, he's gonna steal it. Like he stole the other one. So that's not an avenue that we need to talk about. And I would have talked to Morara. I told him, this is not an avenue. This is not a good avenue because this guy is going to run the whole elections. So that's not a solution. Even if you're focusing on it, and I get it, you have to be coy. We have to think about the only solution that we have. And we have to go there. And we need to start there now. Not today, tonight. Everywhere. What do you think? Yeah. What do you guys think?
No, I agree with you. Can you guys see the screen? Just in case I'm not sure if you... Okay. Because Atticus asked me to put the... This Article 1 of the Constitution. I think I actually was quoting that. Sorry, I was choking on my drink. Kidogo niende Zion. Sijui Raila ameniangalia vibaya. But anyway, I survived. All sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only accordance to with the Constitution. 2, the people may exercise their sovereign power, excuse me, either directly or through their democratically elected representatives, which means we can do it directly or through this elected representative. Our representative include Ruto and all these idiots at the legislative body, with the exception of few like Okiom Tata and those who are doing their jobs. So just a quick response to Ashley. You are right. We can do petitions, and that's why you see wakina Raila, they were attempting that video walishindwa elections, wakaanza kujaribu. Remember when Martha Karua was telling us about getting zile signatures, 200,000 whatever signatures, 1 million signatures to remove Ruto. That's exactly what they were trying to do, to get signatures. Then guess what? If you are to collect those signatures, you have to take them to the IBC, or the IBC is the body that has to confirm or verify these signatures, kama ni real or not. Then, if there's any ninio anazipeleka court. But again, to kick his point, since our institutions, independent institutions, are already failed, they have been influenced by the executive, and it comes back to the point wanasema ya nani Morara. Why was Morara saying I will arrest Ruto? It is because historically, even before the 2010 constitution, the presidency, which is the executive branch of the government, has always have enormous power that overrules any other independent institution or any other, whether it's legislative parliament, or DCI, whatever. The president always has that enormous power. And we saw that even after 2010. I think the first president who went under that 2010 is who? Uhuru Kenyatta, I think. Yeah. No, it was Kenyatta, what's his name? Kibaki. But you saw that even after the 2010 constitution, which ilitoa hizi powers from the president, we still had a presidency or a president, the executive, who overreached their boundaries. While you remember, Maraga alienda kambia Kenyatta, please dissolve the parliament. Nani akasema no, because he knew that akidissolve parliament watu an election and he will probably lose. Akasema no, I'm not doing that. Forget you. And we had ikaendelea tu hivyo. So what I'm saying is this: all the institutions have failed. So hatuwezi pata maizi ma signatures, even if we collect these signatures. Ruto atampigia nani Kome, Simo Mbekome. Don't dare. I'm out there, you'll end up in Rivayala. So those can...
You know what, Kenya Revolution?
Yeah.
In 2017, I was very active in NASA, and I have always said that, and people are like, no, because those people who think in terms of tribe.
Yes.
And I remember I was in communication with someone who was very up in the NASA collusion. And I told them, tell them to go to court. And he came back and said, they have said, even though they go to court, what you have just said now, that nothing is going to happen. And then I told him, insist that they go to court. What do they have to lose? And we all know. And I'm telling you, if you ask people who know Raila, they will tell you. Mm-hmm. They had refused. They had said they're going for demonstration. Mm-hmm. And they, I pushed, and they went to court, and that was repealed. You don't know the day you will go to court and find them in the mood. So why not?
Yeah, and I mean, I will encourage you to go to court. I won't say that don't do it. You can try it, but the reason why don't think. Remember, this is Ruto's survival, because Ruto knows if he goes down, he'll probably go to jail, and not only him, Raila, Uhuru, Kalonzo, all these people, because we shall open the books, and these people have made billions, if not trillions, of Kenyan shillings. That's why they're living like demigods.
And that I think Morara, and that's another thing. I don't think you are enough. There are things you don't say now. Because one, you don't want to write it's like you are trying to commit suicide. You have to have the wisdom on what to say and not what to say. And he keeps saying, I'm going to do this, that is lack of wisdom. That is of a leader of such a high position. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. You're making a good point. I don't mind being interrupted. Anyone can interrupt me anytime. Even the president, as the next president, whoever, they will need the support of the majority of Kenyans to actually do this job, like prosecutor, kina Raila, kina Ruto, Uhuru, and all that stuff. Without that, we shall go to chaos. Itakuwa tribal, because the same thing it'll happen. Oh, unakumbuka vile Ruto walishika, there was someone Nyagaka mtua, well, Nyagaka doesn't like him. Huwa naitwani Matiangi. And Matiangi alipelekwa mtu wetu. The same thing when it happened to Kakamega governor. Go ahead, Nyagaka.
Abia actually, hata huyu Matiangi mimi simpendi kwa sababu ni Bukisi. Ni ovyo. Alikuwa anafuata Kenyatta everywhere he's being directed to. He never stood up straight and tuambia. Actually, I don't support anybody because of a tribe. No. Niliwaambia kitambo.
Nyagaka, we agree. We sim Kabila. I was just making an example. We know that Nyagaka is a stand-up person. But I was just making an example. So to take his point, the only, in my opinion, and my opinion, I don't have to be right, popular revolution kama Bangladeshi. But again, unfortunate part is this: we have to expect atrocities. Watu watakufa. Because our majamaa, they will not give up their power just like that. Oh, tumeshindwa, okay, take the power and muendele. No. They will kill people. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
And this is where I want us to stop. We have to talk now. Because they will happen. Tunajua, we know this. So we have to prepare ahead of time.
Another thing people think is, oh, we don't want Americans. Let me tell you. You know one thing, and most of the people here in the US, let me tell you, these people, somehow you defeat some things. It's by doing your home.
Ashley, Caribbean speaker.
Oh, I'm saying and now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It is by, like now, one of the people that can help us is those, our NATO allies, Ruto went to, these people out of the country, apart from going to demonstrate outside IMF on a Sunday when the offices are closed, they need to go when the offices are open on Monday and appoint some people to go directly and ask to speak with those people in those offices. We need real engagement. Atutaki theater, atutaki drama. We need real engagement. Jim Wantigi said that there's some money to do Chase Bank that was put in Chase Bank, it was transferred. Let me tell you, don't we have the Freedom of Information Act? Someone needs to file and find out where that money went. Go to Chase and subpoena the records. Let us get receipts. And let us take those receipts to this government, to the institutions that work, and come to them with with the facts, and let us see what they are going to say.
So, Ashley, that point is valid in a sane government. This will not work with this government.
Not with Kenya. About now in America, because even our allies. I'm telling you,
Ashley,
government. It is not every government. You might go there, you find that the person who is in charge is a person who is that we are every state is a person who is
Caribbean speaker, we can hear you.
I think I'm protecting you.
Caribbean speaker, that's it. That's what we
I was just saying, I try to remove all negative. You do everything. They say there are so many ways to skin a cat.
So,
and we Africans want
let me ask you a question.
That I am going to try every way and see which one kuna more data jeeper.
Ashley, let me engage you, if you don't mind. So, what do you think the West don't see what is happening in our country? They haven't been watching. You think
what we
want us
I say engage them. You know, kuna mtu wata nikwambie watu wa huku vile wako, ukimwengage directly anaweza kuwa kiona, lakini ukienda ukimpatia facts anakuwa anashindwa kusema. Sasa umemshika makende, you know, then wanataka kukaa. I'm telling you, me
hata wewe jiulize,
hata kama wanaona, even if a judge knows, let me tell you, like this case of Joey, they said that the judge was wrong to let Maribe go. She is not going to come there. If you have not put that as an accusation, she's not going to judge of what you have not told her. So we can use all negative, but me, if I was me, and if I had the power to, I would use every opening until I find one that gives. Jukuna ile itajipa, but you will not know if you don't try.
Okay. We appreciate your positivity. Let me engage you the other side of that, right? If you don't mind. So, assuming the West is the biggest part of our problem, right? Think about it. Kenya is very rich. If you think about it in terms of the resources that we have, Kenya is one of the maybe top 10 wealthiest country in the world, right? But how comes that does not translate in our people? For example, now we have lithium. Lithium is the future batteries, right?
I think we get carried away.
You think they don't know? You think Biden doesn't know?
Let us stay focused on what we are asking and stay there. Don't let your mind wander. When you let your mind wander is when you get distracted. Let me tell you, if you went to IMF and you ask for an interview and you make sure it is not in private, it is somewhere where it is on media, I'm telling you, they don't want to look bad. You see, you have to also be clever. I'm telling you, if we do all those things, all the things that can be done, we will find a way out.
Ashley, I hope you don't mind listening. You know, sharing it. You know, you're teaching me something. I'm teaching. You know, we're sharing. So you think whatever is happening. For example, I'll take an example to just think this through together. You think U.S. do not know what is happening in Palestine?
I did not say that. I said we engage them. Like the way
I understand. The international community is engaging the US with that.
I don't know what they don't know. I'm going to tell you something else. When Miguna was sent to Saudi Arabia, I know a person who went on their Facebook, wrote to every airline or all those people that are, all the airline, big people in the airline that he went with. He wrote to their wives, the people who looked like their wives. He wrote to their children. She wrote more than 300 Facebook messages. The next morning, the government came and got Miguna from the airport. Let me tell you, it is not everyone who is opportunistic. So you don't know who you will get that is not opportunistic. That is why you need to engage, because there are people who want justice. It is not everybody who looks to take advantage of. But how do you know that? You don't. So you just do what you know to do, and then you leave the rest to God. But you do everything you know what to do. And I know you talked about that when we collect signatures, we take them to the IEBC. When Article 1 of the Constitution says that we can exercise our sovereignty directly, it did not mention IEBC. So I can take my signatures. I can look for a reputable company that will verify that those signatures are valid, and I can go with it to court. It does not mention that I have to use IEBC. It says that I can exercise my power directly or through our democratically elected leaders. You can go and say, and you have evidence, a lot of it, that these leaders have said they are beholden to the party and not to the people who elected them. And so we are exercising our power directly. All the judge needs to know is that those signatures are valid. Nowhere in this constitution does it say it has to be through the IABC in that Article 1.
Yes,
it just say they have to be valid.
You're right, but just a quick correction. IBC is the part of the it's part of the independent institutions that we delegated this power to. That's why it's independent.
But they are corrupt, and all you need to show is why. You see, that is one of them. But why are you subjecting yourself to that, limiting yourself to that? As long as you prove that those were correlated from actual people. So if you can get like a reputable organization, then if you have to talk to someone in the UN or wherever, an organization that they can come and they can confirm those are actual valid signatures. That's all you need.
Okay, let me use the example of the NASA, ODM, Azimio, whatever you want to call it. Martha Karua took these signatures and took it to try to take them to court, okay? Because one of the courts, the legislative board, the judiciary is part of the, one of those delegated powers that we delegate this power to. But again, their argument was they can't trust any institution in Kenya. So this is where we are in Kenya. We don't trust any institution or any delegated powers that we have given this representative power to.
That's why I say we look for a reputable company. Okay. It doesn't have to be a Kenyan company. It has to just be reputable. Like Pricewaterhouse in Kenya. They are reputable.
Right, but yes, then that's fine. But you can't argue that way, because even that's why Martha Karua even tried to go to the East African East African Supreme Court, whatever the case is. East African what do you call it? That East African court. And the East African courts basically say, listen, we can only adjudicate on matters between two nations. Come it's within Kenya, Kenyan courts handle that. We can't do anything about that. So thanks, but don't thanks. So even if you find these reputable organizations, whether it's the UN, even UN, they can't do anything, because the argument is we have to respect the sovereignty of the Kenya.
These signatures, we just have to get a reputable company to assert that those signatures are valid from Kenyans. That only. I don't think that's a thing for us to do and for the to accept. And you can go and
I'm playing the devil's advocate, because if I'm Ruto, I'm going to say this. Okay, you went to this reputable institution called Priceline. I'm just using an example. What makes you think Priceline was not bribed by a bunch of people, Jimmy and Jiggy, to say that this? You see what I'm saying? So
then we can ask the court if they want to be that petty. We can tell them. Then we are going to have to start transporting people.
Which court are you going to ask?
Ashley, you're too optimistic. You're assuming the whole court system is not rigged.
Nyagaka, you had something to say?
Yeah, I was, especially here in America, and the Chase Waterhouse Bank, the Chase Bank, Chase Morgan Bank. Yeah. I agree with Ashley completely. We can have kama tunataka to hire any lawyer, he will get all those signatures about tunazo. Lakini ya Africa, ya East African Court of Appeals, hiyo ingine hatujui. Lakini ile Ashley amesema kama ni establish ile rules zilizochukuliwa na zikawekwa wapi, those people will produce all those clearly, because they don't want their business to be associated with corrupt businesses of third world countries. Hiyo tutaweza, lakini hizi zingine, that is very complicated. Lakini hizi America tunajua, you can go to any court other way, mwenyewe walk in and demand anything and you will get it. Wana taabu nyingi, lakini to be in a good place, just get any lawyer. Kenya Revolution tutaanza hata hapa tulipe 10 kuambie mtu mmoja atume hiyo, you will get everything you need. Now I don't see why Jimmy is not doing that. Jimmy Wajigi, unless he is in the deal.
I'll tell you why. Nyagaka, you make a good point, and I agree with you and Ashley. I don't disagree with you. Mina sema hivi, the reality is this. Umetoa example nzuri in America, because America, remember, for the most part, the institutions work. They are independent indeed, and they work. Okay? In Kenya, the so-called independent institutions, they only work by the great influence by the executive being the president and his CSS and the MPs and whatever the case is. They have great influence in these institutions. So ndio maana nasema, while you might want to use a reputable company to verify these signatures, which is well and good, and I agree with you, and this company will do its job. I'm pretty sure they will do their job. But who is going to determine that these signatures are neo? Who has the authority to say that these signatures are truly what this company said it was? Because the sovereign power, whatever that institution is, they have to respect the sovereignty of a nation, and the head of the state is Ruto, and there's the constitution which outlines how we work. The unfortunate part is this: these independent bodies that are supposed to ascertain the truth as far as who these signatures are from, if they're legit, are already influenced by Ruto. So hata ukienda UN utakwambia hiyo ni shida ya Kenya, you know. Hata ukienda kwa reputable lawyer atasema, alafu Ruto atasema okay, enda kwa Kohome, go to court, let's see if this is true.
Kenya Rebo, let me
What did you say, baby? Excuse me. What did you say, baby? I agree with you 100%. Na nyinyi yote kina everybody, KK, Ashley, na wewe, mumekataa kwamba there is no way Ruto can be defeated in 2027. Na sisi wengine tunasema vile unasema, if there is no anchoring state, anchor person there in Kenya to push through all this, even if we get all the evidence, there has to be a state person to say that this is what it is. Endelea na hiyo, msiendelee. Na vile unasema, the person who is stealing the money ni huyu nani? Ruto ambao waliiba na Kenyatta na Raila amewajoin. That we agree. Hapo na agree na wewe. Na mimi nasema 2027 lazima tufanye Morara akuwe president, alafu all this that we are talking about, anybody can walk to any lawyer and pay any money, alafu anatengeneza hiyo karatasi mzuri, kwa sababu sisi wengine laymen hatuwezi kujua ya kwamba hii na hii, and it will be done, there will be no problem. Lakini
Mr. Pen, Nyagaka, so you are assuming whoever runs the elections is going to be fair. That's not possible. That's not true.
Wacha nikurudishie KK. The earlier we were talking to Kenya Revolutionary, alikuwa ananikataza. Na mimi nasema namna hii. Vile Maraga ruled in 2017 was what happened in the elections of 2022. Ya kwamba kama ile station ya kwetu huko Nyaguta electronically transfer the elections, ya kwamba hii na hii imefanyika, is the same thing. They did that. I mean, hiyo kesi ilienda, and the ODM people gave examples. All those examples they gave, whatever. Ile ilikuwa baya ni kwamba ODM didn't have people to present them to count their votes in every station. So
Nyagaka, let me cut you short. If we go to the election of 2027, Ruto will win. Whether he has to put goons to beat people going to the polling stations, whether he has to employ coding people to code to where when you elect somebody other, he will win. He cannot let, hizi nini zote wanataka kuuza. His life depends on it. His life depends on it. Do not be naive.
Agree with you, Ashley, agree. Lakini that is very dangerous. Hiyo ndio nasema kwamba if he beats this guy, atakuwa opposition about his vibrant. na tukiwa na opposition. It has all been over 30 years Kenya inaendelea kuwa opposition. Na yu nani Raila anakuwa na watu kwa mfuko yake, anaenda kwa government all the time by himself, and it benefits his family and his friends. So if Morara has to be an opposition leader in 27, actually, so be it.
Let me tell you, after 2027, Ruto will remove the opposition if he wins. Unaona vile ameweka Raila kwa nini? His intention is to have a one-party state.
And it will very naive.
It will be. So we have to stop joking. We really have to stop joking. He has to go. We better sit down and see how this Article 1 is going to work for us.
Yeah, I agree. Ndio maana nasema the only viable solution is popular revolution. That's the most realistic way we can remove them. Now, our job, all of us, is how to organize. Tunawezaje kukutana, tusikizane, tuseme, okay, hii tarehe tunaenda State House. Like I say, I usually give people example and Kenyans tuna forget sana. 2017, kwani unafikiri Raila alikuwa ninio? How was he ninio as the people's president? Alienda hapo Uhuru Park akachukua kipao. They agreed, Hassan Joho alienda Mombasa akapata watu, Musalia akaenda huko Kakamega akaleta watu akasema tukutane Uhuru Park, then let's do this thing. That's something that we can do. Even if you look at the ninio, that great, for those of you who do US history, the great march in Washington, D.C. with all the civil rights movement in Washington, D.C. There were buses from Alabama, Georgia, all over the country who went and met in Neo. You remember that great speech by Martin Luther King? They made impact after that. Watu walijaa. So what I'm saying is this: if you can organize in that way, watu wa Central were organized, watu wa Nyanza were organized, watu wa Western, to say, okay, we are meeting at Uhuru Park. After Uhuru Park, we are marching to State House and we are declaring President Ruto not to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. The world shall respect it. Sinivyo ndio Bangladesh walifanya. And of course, watu walikufa before that. He unleashed the police officers, wakachinja watu, but they overwhelmed the police officers and Prime Minister Majeshi. This is the funny part, just to ninio. The Majeshi, Alice, which was similar to Kenya, alisend Majeshi. Majeshi wakafika hapo wakasema wakaangalia hivi, and the army are always friendly to the people, unlike the police. The police are the ones who are shooting people. The army wakafika hapo wakaanza started talking to the people. Then they went back to the Prime Minister's mansion and they told her, you have 45 minutes to get out of office. And the funny thing is, when the last time wajenzi walikuwa wanataka kwenda JKIA, the army were called and the people started celebrating, tunataka majeshi, hao ni marafiki zetu sijui nini, and the majeshi were talking to the people. In fact, it is said that it is the army who told the police to stop shooting watu in that neighborhood. Is it Pipeline neighborhood or whatever estate? And that after that, the IG at the time, that tall black man, alikuja akasema, okay, that's when akaanza kufanya PR, akajifanya tia he's talking to the people. Yeah, go ahead, KK.
Your point is very valid.
Yeah.
But who runs the Ministry of Defense? Is this not the Ruto's girlfriend?
Yes, she does.
So even if we could have the option, it will not be the first option. It's somebody who is in between somewhere. So that's not a very good option at this time, but we want them to know.
What option are you talking about?
Thinking about them too as well. But I think the best solution, notwithstanding what Nyaraka said and Ashley said and you said, the best solution, I think, is the public demonstrations. We need to push this more. We need to, if we don't, our Tumpaka Kenya may give up. Sisi, we are the ones who we're not giving up yet.
People are getting discouraged about the public. When people die, somebody dies, they continue with life like you didn't matter. So what I have noticed is that June 25th is not going to happen anytime soon again. And that thing was planned. There was some high level. You know, I was following this case of Brian Shearer online on TikTok. And then I started seeing people who don't even look like they have any clue of what politics is, talking about the finance bill. And it came to me and said, that's odd. How is this person talking about the finance bill? How is Chesoni talking about the finance bill? And then I went to Peter Kioke. I heard him talking. I said, there's something weird here. It's like this person shouldn't be talking. Who is telling them to talk? And I was like, and then this thing happened. Because
So
that time I wasn't in politics. What I'm saying, there was somebody, and I know I have who I suspect, but I'm not going to say. And whoever was doing it was trying to push Matiang'i, because after that, this case of Matiang'i in a box came online. I was like, how did he happen to have capes? Mm-hmm. And they were supposed to be distributed the next week, but the reception wasn't so good. So that went away. And when his reception wasn't so good, that cover that was making the thing so efficient dropped. And I remember telling a friend of mine, it's changed. It's changed.
Ashley,
the people who, like they were so organized. And at a point,
right.
people came back, Ashley, and from that thing has never succeeded.
Ashley, are you on Twitter?
Yeah.
Maybe the same person who kind of managed to do that, if we are thinking about the same person, is the same person who the government has been tracking, jamming his connections outside his house. Are we talking about the same person?
Jimmy Wanjigi?
Yeah,
no.
I think so. No.
Jimmy Wanjigi would not push.
No, Matiang'i is being pushed by Uhuru Kenyatta.
Then that Uhuru Kenyatta is the one who was behind it. And when he saw people starting to say, when they form the new government, they are going to bring all those people who are corrupt to book. This is my thinking. Mm-hmm. He called Raila because what he had started going out of hand. So he did call Raila. Raila cannot have his standing and come like a madman to say that Uhuru called him. Why did Uhuru call him?
Actually, I don't know if you watched that Neneo Kulkuna interview on Tata with this journalist. Nani anaitwaje akona Neneo. He has his show, something box, Bonga Box or something like that. I don't know. Mark Masai or something like that. Do you know him?
No.
Anyway, he has a talk show. He used to work with one of those citizens, Amanini. And Okiomtata says something similar to what you are alluding to. Alisema hivi, ati, if you go to that Neneo, in that parliamentary building, whatever the case, kuna places ambao there's absolutely no way you could get into that Neneo. A common Raya cannot get into that because you need some whatever, I don't know, password
or something.
You have a special pass to get into. But Okiomtata kasema, this thing, it seems like the people who came here, waliingia kwa hii building, there are people who knew the building pretty well, because there are some places where parliamentarians, even a normal person, even our nabunge, they rarely get to those places. So basically, he was trying to say, without saying so much, he was trying to say that this was an inside job. The people who broke into this in Neneo were high-level people who knew something about the security and the building structure and all that stuff.
Where the guns were and all that.
Yeah, even before the guns, there's because he mentioned about even kulko hizo rooms ambao aliingia. There's no video footage of that Neneo, but it was broken into, and hizo rooms ziko na Neneo ziko na videos, which basically
moto haikuanzwa na protesters. It was started by someone else. It was at the end. So they were like, if the protesters were going to start a fire, they would have started it where they were eating. And then they didn't even stay that long. But then why were the chairs broken? So those chairs were broken after they left.
Yeah. So this theory, maybe Uhuru being behind it, maybe, I don't know. That's a possibility.
I always, it's just looking and putting my dots together. The reason I think he was behind it is because the thing, me, sometimes I just I just see something, and then like I see, boom, something comes open up. What made me think? I hadn't thought. I knew someone was planning it. The way it was meticulous. It wasn't organic. Yeah. It was meticulous.
What they were doing there.
Lawyers, kuna medicine, all these very privileged children, youth, and young adults are very privileged, and they want to go to the street. They are planned it, and then I tell you on X, I mean on Twitter, on TikTok, people who don't even speak. You don't even, they are influencers, they are like airheads, and then they're coming to speak something sensible. And I was like, something is wrong here. So when I saw Matiang'i's tapes on one of the WhatsApp group, I was like, how? And people are starting now to drive. There were a few people that knew, but the majority did not. They thought it was organic. And that is what Khalif Cairo said the other day, that you might be going out with people and then they have been paid and you think you're going to a revolution, but there is someone behind with an agenda.
Yeah,
this thing was planned, and the reason I put Uhuru in it is because I saw Matiang'i's capes and some few people starting to push Matiang'i for president at the next week. So nikajiweka 2 and 2. And then when Raila said that Uhuru called him, I saw hii kitu ya Matiang'i haikuingia vile alikuwa nataka. Alafu sasa when the fire started burning, it looked like it was going to burn him too, because they started saying all these politicians who have stolen, they started even mentioning Uhuru. So imagine if you're Uhuru and you're the one who started the fire, and you start hearing people saying that they are coming for you. What would you do? Call Raila, stop the fire. Yeah, stop it. It makes sense to me.
Actually, because Matiang'i does not have that kind of money. The Matiang'i anakuwa friend kubwa sana kwa Kenyatta. Kenyatta used him to the end. Na huyu ndiye anataka awatetee na wizi wao.
How is that timing ati saila Gen Z wametokea kunini somehow amefikiria haraka, ameprint capes na anasema the next week zinaingia na ziko wapi sasa hivi wakiingia.
Nyagaka, can I ask you a question please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So lakini unaona hizi vitu like for example kwa I think hii kitu nimeona, I'm younger than you I think.
Yeah.
But hii kitu nimeona tukianza kudiscuss watu, we get lost. We have to focus. It makes sense.
Yeah, but we have to call it like it is. Kama unasema kusema Kenyatta, then it is the owner of the show that will say that I'm doing wrong, ama ni nyamaze. Lakini I will not miss words just because of what you are saying.
No, serious mind. Lakini nasema the focus ni the whole government.
Oh yeah.
Na kila mtu wanaenda hata kama kulikuwa na their own internal dramas.
Okay, hapo mmenishinda, and I agree, because if you see how Ruto talks so cocky, he doesn't talk like he's somebody who thinks that he would be defeated. Na hiyo ndio nakuja na agree with every one of you. Tunasema tufanye revolution kubwa sana kwa sababu hii ni mwizi and is evil. Na mimi personally supported him KK, lakini kuona what he is doing is what he did to us in the 80s. Alikuwa anafanya vitu mbaya sana, lakini we thought that he had changed, but he never changed, and he will never change. Anaendelea kuiba.
And the reason I don't use people say not easy we can do again. Let me tell you, it ain't happening anytime soon. So we better come to reality and see what other ways are available. Otherwise, no wonder Ruto is cocky, because he knows it would not happen anytime soon. Had we, when the first guy was killed, if we went to the street and refused to come out, people would not be reluctant to go to the street. Who wants to die and nobody cares? Who wants to put their life on the line and then become like nothing, like a statistics, not even a statistic, not recognized? Nobody. So as long as we continue to ignore when people are killed, when people are abducted, we go on with life as usual. Then we do not expect that you're going to call people to come up and they are going to come out. That will not happen.
I think I want to jump on something that KK you were saying. I don't think we're losing focus if we are trying to see what's really behind this, because it's almost like, okay, we are asking ourselves, why can't we replicate what happened in June 25th? Then we are looking at some strange things that happened about what Nani amesema, okay, that's okay. I'll find it, and also, how these people. So
I think amesema, which makes a lot of sense. Me, I thought it was Wanjigi.
Yeah, I mean, now, we're not clear. We don't. Yeah.
And this is why I get so pissed off. The other channel.
Yeah.
Hatuambii watu. Unajua, these people need guidance. Unajua, walianza Gen Z, they did everything they could. They did. They tried. Na sisi tuko hapa tunarudisha nyuma. Tunaanza kudiscuss vitu hazina maana.
No, we're not. We are not. You're missing the point, KK. We are not. We are still focused. Don't. Tunataka hiyo maandamano. But what I'm saying is this: we have to also look at what happened, because
the financing part of it.
Well, that too. But nasema hivi. If we go if you have a project, tuseme tumejenga kitu, build a car, alafu tuipeleke ifanye test. If it fails, okay, if it succeeds the first time tunafurahia, then we give it the second test, it doesn't work out. Tutajaribu kuangalia what happened? Like, is it the financing part? Hatuwezi kufinance hii engine ikimbie vizuri, so we are looking at unaona kama hizi vita za kina Hanifa and all this, yes, they might seem like a distraction, but we also want to know that if we are going to the front line next time, we are not going with people who want to enjoy, but they have a different agenda. They are probably setting us up, ama wana agenda different. Now, going back to Jimmy Wanjigi, I made a couple of videos here and I said, okay, Jimmy Wanjigi is behind it, but what's the history of Jimmy Wanjigi? I also went back to even...
He's a terrible person.
Yeah, depending on who you ask. But, you know...
But Ataka, you a terrible person, we are all fighting the same evil anyway.
Right. But you have to remember, his reasons for fighting this Ruto might be different from yours.
Yes, that's fair.
Now, the same thing, and I also always ask people here, because we
need to all fight. I think we shouldn't care what the reason is fighting. Like, we should all fight. Then when we get to choosing, then we choose wisely.
Then that's what don't give the facts.
Listen, but he might not want to get to where you want to go. Just like Ashley Umesema, just using your example, maybe Uhuru was finding had his hand on this whole thing, lakini aka realize, unajua nini? If hao watu wakisucceed, they're coming for me too. So I don't want to reach where they want to go to. Mimi nataka tu nipatie Ruto shida hapa hivi, but I don't want them to come for me. So that's why I mean, like, we have to be very careful who's involved, because okay, another example is the Raila Odinga. Vile hii kitu ilianza, si Raila Odinga alikuwa anasema, yes, I'm so proud of this youth, they are doing something that I did, I'm passing over the torch. Then vile mambo ilichacha, ndio huyo ukamwona akaenda hapo KCC akashikana na nani Ruto, akaanza mambo ya broad base. So yes, alikuwa na support Gen Z, but his goal was different. Nyinyi mnapigania you change the whole system, yeye anapigania ndio apate broad base, aingie coalition government,
apate contracts.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it's important to
tunaelewa. Hiyo part tunaelewa.
Right.
Tunaelewa, and we cannot forget that. Because this is why our country iko kwenye iko sahi. So hata kama an enemy of your enemy is your friend, but you still know he is your enemy. So hata kama tunaendelea mbele, tunajua tuna fight an enemy, but tunajua hata wewe tuna fight na wewe. You want something, but we will fix everything. So you don't have to steal. If you do the correct job and you qualify, do it. It's fair.
But I get what you're saying, but you're saying what I'm trying to say is that we don't have the same goal. We are fighting this war, but we don't have the same goal. We want to take a total overhaul. Mimi nataka niingie hapo pale unataka kumtoa. Exactly. So that's what
Jesus said this in Philippians 1:15 to 18. It is true that some preach Christ out of envy or rivalry, but others out of goodwill. The latter that do out of love, knowing that I am put here for the defense of the gospel. The former preach Christ out of selfish ambition, not sincerely, supposing that they can stir up trouble for me while I am in chains. But what does it matter? The important thing is that in every way, whether from false motives or true, Christ is preached. And because of this, I rejoice. We need as many people, whether they are fighting for selfish motive or good motive, to fight. Then we hope.
There you go.
That a lot of people are educated.
Actually,
and for this.
Okay, go ahead. Nakusikia. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, niko nafikiri umepotea. Ashley, go ahead.
Nimemaliza.
Oh, okay.
Finished.
Yeah, that's a good passage from the Bible. I just slightly disagree. But it's not like I'm correct and you're right or wrong. Tuko sawa sote. We can agree to disagree. I just think this is my view, and I want us to ponder into this in your own time when you're thinking about this revolution, popular revolution. Yes, we rejoice. Jimmy Wanjigi is anatuletea pesa, is funding the whole thing. It's working out. That's nice. But ndio maana nasema, what's the goal? Ndio maana I always go back to this. I always ask people from the ile time ya Ruto bromance vile walikosana. Nikajiuliza one question. If Uhuru really hated Ruto, hated his guts, and he had all the power in Kenya, why would he give him that sword, basically transfer of power to this man that he knew he was so dangerous?
What else would they have done, Rebo?
Okay, I'll tell you what else he can do. In 2017, when he clearly lost, that is Nani Kenyatta, okay? The country, 90% of the country didn't vote for him and didn't want him. He came out and basically said, Kenyans can fuck off. I'm the president of the Republic of Kenya. Dare me. I will kill anyone that dares me. And that's exactly what he did. And Raila told the line. You think he cannot stand up and say, no. This guy rigged the election in 2022. We have the evidence. Raila has told you the evidence. Amewaka natuambia mambo ya hot air. I'm continuing for the next 1 year until we sort this out. Meanwhile, I'm the president of the Republic of Kenya.
Kenya, I don't know why I call you Rebe. Who has so many properties and so many relationships outside the country, and I don't think he would want to jeopardize that just to stay in power. There are people like Ruto who really don't have a lot to lose. But remember, this is a man with 30 trillion stashed in foreign. So I think even he has to think about his outside relationships. So I think he was very keen on transferring power so that he retains that relationship. What I wondered is, why did he not give it to Raila? I remember Mutai Ngunji saying something about Raila being good, but his lieutenants are bad. So he might have chosen between the two evils. Who can I trust more? And it became that he could trust just a little bit more. And he let him. 30 trillion US dollars. Is it 30 trillion, 30, whatever? I don't know how that the money that was in the Pandora.
Billion in US dollars.
I think it was like 500 and something like
no,
that.
It was that.
Billion.
30 billion US dollars. 30 billion.
Damn.
Billion US dollars.
Yes.
Jonathan, now we're exposed to that.
And I don't think he would want to damage his relationships outside.
Okay,
So,
Ashley, here's the question. Here, very quickly question, because naona machezeke bros, but here's the question. Okay, if Ruto was really an enemy of Kenyatta and they had this real beef that we were being told it was a beef, the first thing Ruto would have done is jail Uhuru Kenyatta and go for his assets. I say, okay.
Why did he do that? Well, he himself wanted to steal too. Isn't that what he has done for the last 2 years? And why nobody is going to talk? Because if he jailed him, then he would have been held to the moral authority of not being corrupt. But he wanted to also be corrupt, so he could not jail him.
Actually, Eurobond, waliiba Kenyatta na Ruto waliiba ile Eurobond. Yes. So these guys have been doing this forever.
Thank you. They're in one gang. Ruto, Raila is playing us. He doesn't want to be president. Raila never wanted to be a president. He's a con man. But that's what I'm saying. The bigger point I'm making it to the Nyagaka's point. Our say waku club moja. It's a fake game that they're playing on Kenyans. It's a game that they're running on Kenyans. Uhuru, Raila, Ruto, Kalonzo, Karua. Wanjigi is part of it. I don't trust him. There's something about him that I don't trust. That's why I'm saying, and I was thinking about this the other day, I said, after that successful occupation of Ninio, June 25th, what did we have? We had this change of Ninio, alafu watu wajinga ODM wakaingia kwa Ninio kwa serikali, okay? Now, what I suspect is there'll be another Ninio, kutakuwa na maandamano wengine, and it will be, after that, it will be renewed by changing the constitution. Because remember these guys, listen to what they speak. They want this constitutional change from the time of BBI. Ndio maana wanatuletea hapa wanatuambia, yes, we should change the constitution, ask you to kuna magana, we should. That's what they want. So the next one, ndio maana unaona watu kama Wanjigi. Ndio maana I asked this question, you kama uliona hiyo live, I asked you, ile siku Wanjigi alikuwa anasema walivunja kwa nyumba yao. Listen to the interview by his kids. All they were saying, hata tumekosa internet. They didn't look like they were traumatized. It was like it's a script. Listen, hata kama mimi Wanjigi, if you raid my house and I'm a billionaire and you mess up with my wife and my kids, yes, go ahead and say something.
Okay. Listening how the bunge la wananchi wanaendelea.
Can you move closer to your mic, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it's like uko kwa choo.
Haina shida. Wacha nitoke kwa choo.
Hear me now?
That's much better. Endelea.
Am I clear?
Yes, you're clear. Go ahead. Oh, well, he has dropped out. Anyone wanted to say something? I don't know. Actually, kuna sema kitu ama kiki.
No. I want us guys, can we discuss how we can exercise our power directly? This is where our freedom is. Really, let us try and go and think about it. If you don't have an answer right now, let us see how can we exercise this power directly. And let us go to court, let them refuse. Let us not tusijikate miguu. Let us just go to court. As we do everything else, let us also use that avenue to go to court. One, to remove all our MPs. We have enough evidence of them saying that they serve the party, to say that they are doing things that they have been asked by the president, yet they are supposed to represent us. We go and petition the court to get them out so we can get actual people who will do their job, because these ones have refused to represent the people. I need us to be able to do that. We need lawyers to be able to do that.
Yeah, they cannot be impeached. I don't think the courts can actually remove them, but they can be impeached.
You see, that's the thing. We are tunaenda huko kwa electives. But we need to look for a way. Directly, it doesn't say through impeachment. So if we can exercise our sovereignty directly, how does that look like? It's not only impeachment. There has to be another way.
Yeah, I wanted to say something.
Okay, go ahead, Melchizedek.
Now I think I'm out of.
Go ahead after that. Go ahead.
Okay. Mi naweza sema hivi, for the first time in Kenya, we had something that we can say that this government was already impeached with the reason. When the people occupy the when the Gen Zs or people occupy the parliament, there are some rules and regulations that we give the president and he fulfill them. Like in alitoa wanini wa CS na wakarudisha, which means ali give up. Ndio maana alileta wale wa opposition kurely kwa Raila ili watu wasimwegemee sana. According to me, the government right now we don't have government because of what happened. Because once the financial bills is not passed in the country, that one red flag, which everyone knows. Another thing, ukiresolve inaitwaje the CS and whatever, which means that the government is not competent. Am I right? If I'm not that much in politics, but what I know. So when we are talking about these three people, we have Uhuru, we have Raila, and we have Ruto. These three people, they are in a gang whereby everything that they are doing chini ya maji, but wakiongea wanaongea kama enemies. And this is the reality. Kama ingekuwa ile kitu yenye inaonekana kwa nini kwa uwazi, kama Raila anani alikuwa na Ruto angekuwa hakuwa anataka Raila aingie kwa hiyo serikali ambayo hii inaitwa broad based. It's not a broad based. It's a failed government whereby it's already impeached. Kitambo in 20 ilikuwa 25, in 25th ilikuwa 25th lini? May, si ndio?
June.
Ambayo June. Ilikuwa nini?
June 25th.
Yes. Tayari ilikuwa impeach, hakuna government sahi. Hata kama ndio maana unaona kila kitu haiendi mrama Kenya. Vitu ni hivi kwa sababu they have that fear that wakianza hivi watu watasema hivi, wakifanya hivi watu wanasema hivi. Sasa kazi yao ni kuiba na kungoja 2027 waanze kupiga ile siasa ya duni. Ndio maana nilikuwa nasema once we have decided to do something as people, we have to go with that our focus so that we can make a change. Because when we talk about these three people, these are the people that make us to fail in life. For the rest of our life, we have been in the cavity of these three people. Juu walianza hii kitambo na bado wanaendelea na hakuna mtu yoyote. Tukijaribu tu kuleta mtu hivi wanaangusha na siasa yao. Na hii kitu tunaweza ongea kesho kutu hadi next generation, but we don't have a solution when we are not in a unity. So we don't need to support them even a single dot. On my side, we need to sema ya kwamba walishafanya hiyo kosa na tumekubali ya kwamba hii kosa imefanyika, watoke waende, hata wafanye nini. Mtu yoyote ambao ana support ni wale ambao wanataka corruption iendelee Kenya. That's the second point. The third point naweza sema nasikia vile nani anaongea anaitwa Ashley. Somehow sio vibaya, but tuko hapa ili tusaidia ili Kenya ikue Kenya nzuri. We know that we have a lot of people that is still having that hope that these people can bring a change. There is nowhere we can get a change from these people because these are the people that are being given us the tough life that we are living. Kama kama tungekuwa na ile maisha mazuri, hatungekuwa hapa nje kutafuta. Tungekuwa Kenya, tunafanya kazi yetu ama kama biashara, unaendelea na maisha mazuri. But we don't have that because of these three people. I can count them because these are the people that has made Kenya to be like this. Juu walichukua hiyo tabia kwa wale ambao walianza hiyo tabia mbaya. Badala ya kurekebisha, waliendelea kufanya vile walikuwa au watu walikuwa wanafanya. So my view is that once these things is taking place right now, wakina Njigi wa nani, Raila, let us forget about them. Let us focus and see what are the ways that we can liberate our Kenya, our country. That's the first thing. Second thing, where are the people that can do this? Even us, we can do it. When we are focused, when we know that we are doing the right thing, sio ile ya kukuja tunasema hapa kwa mdomo, lakini tukitoka nje tunasema kila kitu iko sawa. There is nothing like that. So okay. Najua tuko na Nyagaka ambayo ni kama mzee wetu. Sijaona Ashley na siwezi sema kona nini, nimeshaona KK. Karibu hapo, ni kama brother yangu wewe. Uliniambia wewe ni kama mimi ni mtoto wako huko nyuma. Anyway, but the reality is we are Gen Zs, we like Gen Zs because you know with nowadays kila kitu imekuwa digital. Sasa kila kitu tunadhani ni right, hata kitu ambazo haziko right hatuwezi listen for wakina Nyagaka kwa sababu we are right. We are not right. We need that advice from them, but we need to take the country right now and rule in a good manner so that we deliberate Kenya to be a good.
Hey, Mheshimiwa Berasanik, sasa you are old enough to make the very decisions that some of us old people can make. You guys
Yes.
you can pass us very easily. So vile nilisema, if you see how this guy is talking, he knows that he's going to steal this election. Lakini ukiona hii watoto Gen Z na ukiona watu wengi wanakataza hii watu, let us do all we can to make sure that we have somebody else, a different person come 2027 right now, anytime. Sisi hatujali kwa sababu we have watched. Listen, tumewatch kutoka when Oginga was there na mzee na huyu Raila Odinga. That time I was in secondary school. Mtu akuita Moi mutampiga kwa sababu Moi was the dumbest person. Lakini kuruli Kenya for 27 years, 24 years, it was a shock to some of us. Mtu akuita Moi hivi ni kutukana. Na Kibaki was then the Minister of Finance, na pia permanent secretary yake alikuwa Tom Mboya akawa minister. All this, we have watched all this. Lakini kuona weni nani kina Nyona kina Shikuku walipigana, we thought it was for a better government, but now it is even worse than what Kenyatta did, what Moi did. This is evil. When you sell your own country, ini kitu mbaya sana. We cannot go for it, never. And I really feel ashamed that we supported this guy. We thought he changed it for the better, but no, he's worse than he ever was. And we have to do the best we can. Revolutionary na show yako ni mzuri sana, tuendelee kusaidiana to advise each other how we can do it. Now that is all I have to say. Let us do the best we could.
Then another thing, this issue of tribalism, that we are only people that can lead. Let us forget about this. Anybody can lead provided he has a good quality of a good leader. Then kitu yenye inanishangaza ya kwamba mtu umeona ya kwamba huyu ndio mtu ashafanya makosa. For example, the so-called Ruto. Mimi nachukia Ruto, wewe mjui tu vile unachukia huyu jamaa. Kama ningekuwa na uwezo, I swear to God, wacha tu niseme hata kama nitashikwa. Kwani iko nini? Kama ningekuwa na uwezo, the old government, the so-called government, na wale opposition, ningekuwa na hiyo uwezo ningetoa hao watu wote waende nyumbani. Kwa sababu we don't have anybody that think about our country. They think about their stomach and their family, and that's all. So we just need to think. We just need to think, because I'm very ashamed that nimefanya course nzuri ambayo naweza nisaidia Kenya, but nimekuja kusaidia watu wengine. Just imagine. Nyinyi mko hapo, mmefanya watu wengine ni lawyers, watu wengine ni nini, but huwezi kuwa kwa hiyo country yenu usaidie, unasaidia country nyingine. It's so much painful ukiona vitu kama hizo zinafanyika. Kenya Rebellion niliona juzi alikuwa analia machozi kwa sababu ya nini? Nikasema nilisikia hiyo chungu yako. By the way, by the time ulikuwa ninakwambia uweke link, na wewe ulikuwa unatoa machozi kama nini, kama mamba. It's so painful, unaona. Just put yourself in that. Wale watoto ama wale wamama ambaye hawana kazi nyumbani, hawana chakula, na au watu bado wanakuja wanakupea 50 ili umpee kura aende huko. Ni kama unamtengenezea kazi alafu anakuja kukunyanyaza, unaona. So let us do something. It's something that I used to think about it every now and then. I'm not a politician, neither sikuwa na argue na maneno ya politics, but ilibidi nikuje kwa sababu nilikuwa nasikia hiyo uchungu nikiangalia vile watu wanateseka huko nyumbani. Mimi sikuwa naingia kwa nini yote, but wakati yenye nilikuwa nimesikia hiyo uchungu nikasema, let me come up and say what I'm feeling for Kenyans. Because on my side, okay, sahi hata nikifuacha wa kazi naweza enda nianze biashara yangu na hiyo nini experience ambayo ninayo. Lakini what about wale ambao hawana, wako nyumbani, unaona? So let us think about it. Even if tunaenda kwa wale wengine wana support ODM damu, there are some channels that they are still thinking that we are in that government where things are not going. We are not there. The corruption and political whatever scam ambayo wanasema, nilitembea huko by the way, nikaona kama wametengeneza hiyo that issue of impeachment. Watu wengine wanasikia uzuri sana, badala ya kusema ya kwamba we need all these people to go. Mtu mmoja ndio muna discuss. We don't need to discuss one person. We need to discuss general, the government itself.
Hiyo ndio ilipatia Kiki hasira sana. Sasa hiyo hasira yake sijui kama imepoa. Kiki hasira imepoa.
Yeah, because you cannot discuss somebody.
Moja hasira inaisha, alafu unaanza kwa MMA. Nilikwambia hii kitu moja, and I told you, and I want you to always remember this. Unajua sijai understand why people become terrorists. Now I know. Hii wazimu tunaenda. What is happening in our country would make all of us terrorists. Think about it. Hii jina yako ni ngumu man. Hii kusema hii jina yako ni ngumu man.
Sema man. Ndio niliweka hapo, niliweka mbele hapo modo ndio watu wa pronounce. Kwani wewe
hii ngumu man.
Melchizedek the priest.
Hizi ni ngumu bro. Hii maisha ni ngumu. Unakuja tuko huku. Tuko huku. Think about hatuko our own place. Ukitoka hapo ribo kwenye huko. Ukitoka hapo, when you drive, you know you're a black person, don't you?
Yeah.
Kila mtu hapa, we know. I don't know kwenye modo huko. Nyangaka najua uko state somewhere. Ashi sijui kwenye huko. But you know, every time you get out of your house, you know you're black.
Yeah.
Na washenzi wataka tuposte.
Niko karibu na Golgotha.
Nyumbani tuposte.
Usijali.
Nataka tukirudi nyumbani tukue maslaves tena now. Useless people.
Melchizedek amesema kwa karibu na Golgotha.
What is that?
I have no idea. Golgotha, I think ni pale Yesu alisulubiwa.
I think that's somewhere in Turkey. I think.
Mi kitu unisumbua, especially what touches me. Unaona watu wako New York wanatembea, wanakula, wako sawa. There's nothing.
By the way, ukata kiasi. Unajua what we did? Sinakwambia tulifanya hiki kitu. Unajua people walked out of his speech.
Was it? Mimi nilikuwa nafikiri ni Netanyahu.
No. People walked out. Even his. Haikuwa televised. But tulikuwa hapo nje wakiingia. Tulikuwa hapo. Kwa UN.
Congratulations. Mlifanya kazi nzuri.
Kujaribu, man. Hizi vitu hii wazimu, madness, slave trader. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Bro, huku si kwetu na tunajua hivyo.
Yeah. Mi kitu ni udisinya ni vile watu wanakufa, alafu especially to this day Baby Pendo, Baby Morara. Was it Baby Pendo? You know how she died?
Wacha niulize swali.
Yeah.
The gentleman was in New York. Did Ruto meet anybody? Kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka niende hapo sana, lakini kupigia embassy ya Kenya huko Washington wananiambia they don't have anything. He will come to New York, they don't have any connection. Kuwauliza namba, wananiambia Google the number. Nika Google hiyo namba, nobody has the number.
Namba ya embassy?
No, the UN Commission ya Kenya.
Oh.
Nyagaka hii story ni hapa siku. Kuna mtu ako daka nini? Mute your thing. Nyagaka.
Yeah.
Nyagaka ni kama unatumia sijui speaker gani? Speaker ya TV?
Hapana.
So, huku wale watu wako embassy wanafanya kazi na sisi. So, ukiona embassy imefunguliwa ni jina pekee. Wanafanya kazi na sisi. Wanatafuta makazi. So, wanalipwa na Kenya, anakuja analipwa huku na atusaidii. This is the kind of a joke. We know it. We see it. Nimeenda hapo Kenya embassy mara kadhaa. Mpaka the whole building hakuna mtu anafungua.
The DC one walianza simu yangu, lakini kupiga the UN ndio hakuna mtu anashika.
Is the DC one the main one on the eastern block of?
Yeah, this is the main.
Okay. Is the main one. Waliniambia he is coming to the UN in New York and they don't have any connection. Na wauliza namba yao ni gani? Waniambia Google. Then I Google the number. All those numbers, nobody answers them.
Oh well. Asharudi Kenya, I think. Sindio? Sinalimalizana asharudi Kenya.
Yeah, let him go. I mean, I will not miss anything.
Unapigia wenye wako Kenya wanasikia mzuri huko. Wewe bado una hapo kwa embassy. Rudi nyumbani.
So what we've gathered, tunafaa to actually ametuambia we should gather some signatures and take them to court. Let's organize and tuende maandamano.
Wacha nikukate hapo. Hii ni kitu yenye nakwambia wazi, mkipenda mkuje mnishike. Hiyo maneno ati mnaenda court, wajene nayo. Unless mumeenda court ingine sio ya Kenya.
Yeah, tuwezi enda court ya ingine ambao sio Kenya. Juu watatuambia si mko na inji yenu.
No,
then forget about it because the one will
nisikia venye Asha alisema. Asha point yake ni poa. It's very well thought.
Yeah.
But we are not working with somebody who is following the law.
Yeah.
So the law cannot work.
I think her point was more like we try everything, whether we are going to make it or not, exhaust every option. I think that was the point. I'm actually nimesema vibaya, nimekutetea vibaya.
The only thing that will make us to succeed is to do what is called maandamano, the real one, the thorough one.
Yes.
That's the only way. If you think about the judiciary, if you think about going whatever, that one you are wasting your time. The only way is to say enough is enough, people move and do maandamano. Ile ndio nilisema, hii maandamano amusisema ya kwamba mnaenda leo, kesho mnapumzika, mnaenda kesho mnapumzika. Hiyo mnapea hao watu chance ya kuprepare. Kama ni kuanza kama ni one week, hiyo 1 week ikienda vizuri, kila kitu imesimama, hao watu watatii. Lakini kama mnaenda mnaregea, then watu wanasema hao watu hawako serious.
No, nilikuwa nasema kitu you know what's funny, speaking of exhausting every avenue, unajua kuna ile the advice by the Supreme Court to the president to dissolve the parliament still stands to this day, because Maraga wrote a letter to the president Uhuru Kenyatta to dissolve the president, to dissolve the parliament. It still stands to this day. Do you know that? Ndio maana hata wakina Nelson Harvey and somebody else, another lawyer, walikuwa wanajaribu kusema just because President Uhuru has left the office na Maraga may leave the office, the standing that ruling, that advisory whatever is still legit, which means the president as it stands should dissolve the parliament. And for those of you who might not get the implication of dissolving the parliament, Ruto dissolve the parliament, you're going back to elections. Everyone is going back to elections. Hata huyo Ruto ataenda kwa ballot so he cannot agree to that because he knows it's unpopular that now. So that's one of the avenues that lawyers have started. So I think there's a lot happening in the ground which maybe sisi tuko outside Kenya diaspora maybe hatujui. But I think there are people who are working on every avenue. Like vile Kiki anasema, we are dealing with somebody who doesn't care about the rule of law. So the only language you can understand is maandamano, unless you want to go the PK way, which is I'll let KK explain the PK way ambalo walikuwa napatia mato shida hapa pale huko jana.
Wewe uliona jana?
Hebu tu Ashley kidogo kabla sijenge KK. Ashley unasemaje?
Oh, let him talk. I'll talk later.
Okay.
Wewe,
yeah.
Jana kwa nimekuwa nini?
Hey, mimi nilikuwa like umiwambia I like listen to different opinions of different hizo maneno zote platforms zote. I like to hear what people say, what they think, how we can go about it. Mlikuwa mnataka kunyonga Eli lakini it's okay. Yeah, I hope he's alive.
Unajua shida yetu ni moja. I don't think ni fair ku judge. But unajua kuna even some of us in here, in other groups, wamekuwa part of the problem in the country. Let's be honest. That's all you hear when we're trying to go deep. Sijui tuanze kufanya investigation from 63. Kuna mtu anakuja kuambia tuanze hapa. No. We have to go from there.
I see it. Lakini unajua mpaka one thing I learned also on different platforms hata ino ama mengine, you have to, yani kila mtu tuko different stages. Kuna watu wengine wanataka kusema Nyagaka will give us tuanze 1963. Mimi nitakuja hapa, mimi ni Gen Z tuseme tuanze 2022. Mecheze katamwambia tuanze 1997. Wewe utakuja hapo tuambie tuanze 1985. We are in different space, lakini we understand that we need change. Ndio maana nasema And that's what comes back to the topic. Nasema imamba civic education. Yes, it's important. Don't get me wrong. Civic education is very important, especially if we had a functioning government. Civic education ni kitu ambayo inafaa kufanyika. But every Kenyan understands that Ruto must go. The buck stops with Ruto. Ruto must go. You don't need a civic education to understand that part. So until we remove him, I think the debate now is how do we get him out? That's the main question. Jomana, we are going through all these ideas about wengine wanasema twende let's go the Fidel Castro way. Wengine wanasema okay, let's petition, let's popular revolution. Everyone has different in you, but we want the same thing. That's why yeah.
No, unaona tangu
ngoja Asta amerudi.
Yeah.
Nyagaga unasema the parliament ambayo ilifujwa na Maraga, some of us, it doesn't make sense at all. How can you have 2/3 of the majority of women in parliament? Kwa sababu unless you add people for nowhere, for no reason, you cannot go say, for example, if you see you have 7 constituencies, you cannot say that 3 of them have to produce women, and they can, if they run for those elections, they cannot win. So what these guys did, they came from these Scandinavian countries about politics ni kitu pule kabisa. So they were pushing for all genders to be in parliament, everybody to be whatever, because a grave digger gets more respect there than a politician who gets respect. So the Maraga ruling, if you go to the nitty-gritty how it could be accomplished without adding numbers. Kenya is a very small country that have hundreds of members of parliament. Without adding those, there is no way you can do it. You can achieve that. Hata hii mahali unaishi America, this is the first time wamekuwa na MPs wanawake kama 100. I think somewhere around there. Kwa sababu all this means that you have to compete for the elections. Na uwezi kwenda kama prophecy fulani waambie you guys have produced so many women, you have to produce so many of these. We copied these things blindly tukaweka kwa constitution yetu, and you change that. Women that you have a women representative and you have a member representative who's representing women.
Nyagaka. Unajua Ashley hapo atakumaliza. What are you insinuating? Unasema we shouldn't have women rep, or we should have less of them, mama?
No.
Yeah.
Nina vijana wako very high places in Upper America. They are raised boys.
Okay, so what's wrong with this having women rep?
Women hiyo ni kazi. Yani this is what will influence Morara atoe kabisa kama ataingia huko. Kwa sababu these are the things from Scandinavian countries.
Can I tell
Kenya Revolutionary? They copied.
Can I tell something? Mr. Morara.
Okay. Yeah.
Tafadhali. Najua wewe ni anko yangu, lakini wacha kukozoa kidogo. You see, these women, they have a great change to our life if you are not careful, or if you are not if you don't know. Maybe you are my uncle, but hapo umekosea kubwa sana kusema ya kwamba tutoe wanawake kwa nini, kwa sababu we have what is called the equality of gender. So once, if not that woman you are talking about, you could have not existed in this world. That one is just something common sense that we are supposed to think.
Wacha nikuambie kama hujamaliza. I have 5 daughters. Wengine moja iko captain of US Army. Wengine ni malawyer. I raised them accordingly. They can compete with anybody. It is not necessarily the idea of having us representing ourselves. I have sisters wengi about ilikuwa napigania. You know, I loved my mother dearly. So the issue of women in Kenya, they copied Masonic. They copied from Scandinavian countries about grave diggers are more respected than members of parliament. And the Kinakwegwa Mwere, they brought it back to Kenya and they put it in our constitution. When I work, I raise my kids, my girls to be like anybody. They can compete with anybody. They graduate on top of their classes. You don't have to tell them. I told my daughters to think about what they have between their ears, not what they have between their legs. So I am not.
That's when I disagree with you totally.
I want to support
being led by woman.
Let's listen it from the woman. Let the woman say it.
Before woman talk, I want to give Nyagaka a very good example. Where I'm working, my general manager is a woman, and the hotel I'm working, there is no nonsense inside there. A woman can be a very good example to the world.
I don't have a problem with that, my friend. I told you my daughter is a captain in the US Army. I want to allow one behind me. There's nothing wrong.
Then what are you trying to tell us? Because, okay,
no. All I'm telling you, what they copied and put in a constitution of Kenya to think about what these women have between their legs, that is more meaningful. New Ushenzi will copy from Scandinavian countries about people there don't want to be in politics, and they push it to them to have when Moi kicked them out. That's what they went there and they copied to put in our constitution. Maybe Kataya, the one who was good. I raised all my daughters to be like boys, and they competed. They were top of their classes. And
you know, as a voice of a woman, support Penny. The money that we are using to give women rep, who said nothing when during the June 25th, that revolution, one of the things they were rejecting the finance bill is because the pads were going to be added in price. There is not one woman leader. Can you imagine they voted for that bill? Let me tell you, with all their budget for the women reps, if we take that money and invest in the girl child, like Penny has done with his children, on the ground, these leaders always make rules for themselves. We don't need more leaders. We need money on the ground. If this money can be taken to be given to the ground, to make sure that every child that wants to go to school goes to school, to make sure that those children, those girls who drop out because they are pregnant, are helped to finance so that they can go back and finish their studies, and they are given child care, that the country can come up with a child care program so that women will not be unable to go to work because they have no way to where to leave their children, how to pay for daycare, that women will be able to leave their child and have money for daycare, and so that they can go and pursue further studies. That money would be better used that way than having elected leaders, because these leaders are just eating the money, and there really is there is no change to the girl child because we have women rep. But if that money was directly given and infused on the girl child, I think would produce more competitive girls who become women who can compete with men on the professional stage.
Thank you, Ashley. That's the exactly thing that I thought when my kids were young and I was raising them the same way. Because Babu, it is not necessarily. I happen to be very misogynistic. Let me tell you that I happen to have more girls than boys. Now what the girls in a car mahali fulani tengeneza kitu ya kuweka TV, everything that I knew, I give them, all of them, and I spend more time with them. So that what we have in Kenya, if you are getting me wrong, it's not that I don't want the women to get whatever they want. They can get anything they want, so long as they have something between their ears that can produce something. Especially wanaume sisi tumesema we have been favored for a long time. If you come from that point of view, then we can understand. Lakini kusema ya kwamba kuenda Scandinavian countries and copy something from there and put it in the constitution of Kenya without any regard to anything is stupid in itself.
Lakini Nyagaka, just to kuchallenge you on that. Okay, hawa Koigi Wamwere walienda huko Scandinavian countries, then wakaleta hii idea of women representation, whatever the case is. I mean, kama hawangefanya hivyo, where will we be right now? Tungekuwa saizi tunazungumza mambo ya women rights, ama tungekuwa bado, kwa sababu, I mean, let's face it, most of our culture, we have a defined role for a woman, and representation is not one of it.
Okay, Kenya revolutionary. A country of unaishi, it has a history of 300 years. Now, and all this time, this is the first time when will have to be anything like a president. So we have to let the women grow up naturally and get where they are going. We have to support them. Support your daughter. Support your daughter. Go ahead.
I want to agree with you, but I want to emphasize on what Ashley said. The more we have leaders, women leaders, not the women reps, women leaders. You do know we have women leaders, smart women, women of integrity. They are there. We have to give them a chance. And we have to understand, even your house.
I'll give an example also.
Even your house.
Faith Odhiambo is one of the best examples. Faith Odhiambo.
Yes, this lady, Hannah Macho, and she's so eloquent. She's amazing. We have to give the right people chance. Not women, men, the right people. Come out party the right people chances. Like that lady. That lady is qualified to even be the president. Because she follows, she reads. She's told, she follows everything. She can see. So everything that's being passed, she reads it. Somebody reads it to her. To what him tell us the chauvinistic nonsense. We have to stop that garbage.
Kiki.
There's no issue. If they are qualified and they can get wherever they want to go, let them go. There's nothing wrong with that. How what about who brought that will never have raised their kids? Sasa wanasema wanapigania mwanamke, wanapigania hii. No. Stay home and raise your kids. I raised my kids and I will attest to that fact. It's not being male chauvinistic.
Anyway,
we found it here.
Nyagaka, I agree with you. Kinasema hata kwako, you know as a man, if you have a good woman, you have a good woman. Let's just be honest with ourselves. It's
of
true.
course. Mm-hmm.
Right? Easy. Anything else after that is qualifications, leadership, qualities, ethics, integrity.
No problem, my friend. No problem on that level.
Anyway, I'm going to divorce my girlfriend after this because anyway. Let us go back to the topic. Let us leave alone the women.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I was just about to say this. I wasn't necessarily disagreeing with what everyone is saying. I think my argument was coming from this. Unajua Nyagaka alikuwa anasema ati wakina Koigi Omere ndio walileta hii mambo ya sijui women sijui kufanya nini whatever. And I'm saying I think that played an important role in our politics to recognize women as people who can be just as able and competent and carry out this duty. So I don't think it was all in vain, even though it was borrowed from the Scandinavian countries ambao nasema. But that doesn't mean that's anyway, that's what we were saying. But again, all in all, I guess nani anatuambia Melchizedek anatuambia hapa, let's stay on the focus. The focus is Ruto must go. And how are we going to remove Ruto?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And when you include the women, the good women, don't include Aisha Joma.
There's Vinya Teti.
After the good women don't what? I missed that.
Don't involve Aisha Jumwa when you're talking about good women. That's what you said.
Damn.
But so yeah. I mean, yeah. I think it's important to have women in our politics. Need to, like I said, Nyagaka, these people are important to bring that idea of women being representatives, because like culture yetu is not quite, I mean, let me not say culture yetu, because that's unfair, because every culture mpaka we respect in context. We respected women in a different way. On a Western view, it didn't seem like we gave women positions of power, represented to represent us or as leaders. So let me just say that. Like, that's a topic that I'll leave it for another day. Nisiulio up on Ashley. But yeah, anyway, we've exhausted. Yeah.
Where would you party Ashley time to respond? Please let her respond.
Okay, Ashley.
On the issue for women, I think that we should do away with the women rep positions. We should do away with that constitution that say the 2/3 gender rule. And we should instead, if we want to really help the woman to be empowered, we should help the women who are coming up with childcare. If the government can come up with a child where they help women with childcare, paying for childcare, or having access to childcare, so that the women can also go to be productive members if they are going to go to work, if they are going to go to school, and also to have a program where when people drop out of school because they are pregnant, that they can be able to go back, and also have rules and laws where if you are caught with a minor under the age of 18 or 19, you are in prison for a term up to 7 years, that you cannot go and impregnate, have any romantic relationship with a child under the age of 18 or 19. That would be better to only female gender. A few people up there
Actually, can I say something?
Thank you very much. I agreed with you 100%, Ashley. Thank you.
Okay. You agree, and I want to ask Ashley something. Remember, we are in Gen Z, whatever. You remember when you are young, it's different with what we are seeing right now. So when you are talking about this, these people also should be educated well, because the way they are doing their things nowadays is different. Because if you go to even what inaitwaje ile kitu ilikuwa imekuja ni TikTok ama nini, the way these ladies are behaving also tells that they are the people that they bring this problem to themselves.
No, it is lack of, like Penny said, he was there for his children. Most children that misbehave, we will find that their parents are not there for them. And why are they not there? Most of them come from single parent households whose parents have to work. And because they have to work, they are not home to take care of their children. So the children raise themselves and they get into bad habits and the bad crowds. So if the woman is helped at the basic, at the grassroots, I think even the home and the family will be stronger and healthier.
Okay, Ashley. Ashley, can I say something?
Yes.
Kenya Rebel, I would like to request you one day you bring this gender of lady so that we can discuss it, because it's also another topic that can assist us when the Mogaka bring this one, because you see
No,
how this is how
Mondo,
how ladies
Mondo,
are behaving is different with what we are
Mondo,
talking about.
Mondo.
Yes.
We will not go anywhere as a country when we treat some of us as second-class citizens. We're not going nowhere. Women, good women are all over, but they're so few as well. But we have to focus. We do not care about whatever you carry between your legs. It's integrity, honesty, the rule of law. Look at if we here talked about the most was successful sana at this time in our country. Can we agree the lady out of LSK lady? What's her name? Odiambo. She's one of the best. Is it true or not? It's true, right? She's following this kind of.
And what did she have? She had opportunity and access. So we need to give every child opportunity and access. The reason women are disadvantaged is because when they are young, especially like in Kenya, like now they get raped, they get, like they have people, predators coming to them. That is why we should put a law to make sure our young girls are not getting into relationship with adult men, where we make sure that our young girls are not selling themselves for money. So we need to give them access. We need to give them opportunity to be the best that they can be. And I'm telling you, there are so many of them today in the streets. I'm told there are so many prostitutes now that some of them are in the streets because they feel there is no better way for them to provide for themselves. This money that is going to very select MPs or women rep, that money can serve so many young girls and change their lives. These women rep are not helping. They will go on trips. They are using so much money. And the women at the bottom are so poor. There are women who are getting married just to get away from bad relationships, to get away from poverty. If we put that money on the grassroots, I feel that you can get better return than having those women rep positions.
All in all, we are still going back to our bad governor, which we are supposed to say that we need to dissolve and make our country to be good so that we can get that proper education and everything that we need. When we decided that this is what we want to do, and that's what I said, we need to make a change in our country. Full stop. There is nothing we're going about rounding around this. If we don't change the government and our country, these things will still taking place and everybody will still anguka nayo bado itakuwa tu. So tusidanganyane, turudi tu penye tulikuwa tunasema Ruto must go, na hii maneno is all ndio au wasichana pia wapate nzuri ile waendelee na maisha mazuri.
Okay, fair point. Kiki Nyagaka, kuna maneno ya kuongezea hapo?
Hakuna, thank you very much actually. Yani ile ambayo actually amezungumza is how I've lived my life, how I've taught my daughters to do. Now, music, sure kwamba I don't like women to be representatives, so I'm a big boss. If I tell you something, I mean, at the cost of telling you who I am, I'm educating about 2-3 girls back home. Now wengine walikuwa washaenda kwao na nikauliza wazazi yao, do you know why these girls went there? And they would not even answer me, and I didn't even want the answer. Lakini, it is very, 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 very important to develop what these young ladies have between their ears and how they reason, how they go about their life. So necessarily what they come with between their legs and this and that and that. That's always going to be there. Na niliwaambia watoto yangu when you were young, kwamba kijana akikuja, that will always be there. But what you develop in your head is more important na itaendelea kuwa important in your life. So please don't get me wrong that I don't want the women to be the bosses. They can be anything. Mama yangu alikuwa boss sana. Mama yangu is a sister to huyu abuya. Unajua huyu abuya Kenya Revolutionary. Na he talks politics kama huyu kinanyona. Kinanyona ni kazi yao. So wacha niseme ya kwamba tukienda kwa huyu nani Ruto, maybe I just surrender to you guys. Whatever you guys do, just do it, because some of us are tired. Alitusumbua in the 80s. Na sasa kuona what he's doing is 300 times what he was doing then, and he has turned Kenya to where Moi left. And this is what people vote for, against a dictatorship. When you have all these parties together and have the institutions in his pocket, that's a dictatorship in and of itself. And we will not support that. Mimi naomba msamaha sana. I think, we believed it. He was giving wonderful speeches na tukafikiri ni kitu mzuri sana. Kenya Revolutionary Period nikuambia, my friends from West Africa wanitumia hii, wasema this is the best African president when he was in the United Nations. Nikamwambia, don't send me anything rubbish like that. Wasema, no, how can it be rubbish? Nikawaeleza. So let us move forward. We cannot look backwards, and we cannot be gloomy or sad about what is going on. Some of us, like me nasema, we contribute to this nonsense. And if we can do better, we should. There is nothing that this guy can bring to Kenya that is positive. Thank you. Nimemaliza mheshimiwa.
Asante. I can never apologize for voting for somebody. Just because you get duped into it, don't apologize. You made the decision based on the information that you had at the time. So don't feel bad about, okay, you can feel bad about voting for them, but never apologize.
Thank you.
Next time, think twice. Next time, think twice, because I'm now Gen Z. I'm with you.
Melchizedek, do you regret voting for whoever you voted for? I don't know who it was, Baba.
Me, I didn't vote. Why am I supposed to vote?
Oh, so where you could vote? Yeah, okay, so fair. Anyway.
And this time I will not vote if we still have the same problem.
Yeah, ndio mimi nasema, why 2027? Why should we have election if we can remove it now? Tumesoma hiyo article 1 inatuambia tu can express ourselves directly. We don't have to wait 2027. Let's organize to whatever. Kama ni, I don't know, niliona kawa watu wanapatia nani pesa, Morara pesa, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. My thing is, if we could just rally around one focus, which is remove Ruto. How popular maandamano? Let's do that. Kama ni kwanza committee park vile wanasema political political activity committee or something. That's what park means, I think.
Activism. Political activism.
Political activism. Yeah, thank you for the correction. Yeah. Tuanze kapaki yetu, tunaweka mchango, tuna support watu wa Jacaranda or whoever is in the ground wafanye maandamano. Yeah.
Ukijaribu nini Jacaranda, wale watatu wameanguka nayo, wachane naye.
Wakina Omoshi wanao watakula pesa yako, but it's an idea I'm just throwing out there. So, yeah. Anyway.
Unaona wanajipaka nayo nyumba.
Nani anajenga nayo nyumba?
Hauna story, weka hapo ukingeti hapo. Endelea na story.
But it's been a wonderful discussion. Aki tumeenda almost 5 hours. That's I've never gone 4 hours. I've never been this long. But thank you. Nitaenda kuchungulia baadaye usiku kwa hizo machannel zingine. KK nilikuwa na, like I was saying, KK mlikuwa mnapatia Eli shida, wewe Stone PK.
No. Yo, Rido.
Aya, before you conclude, can I add something?
Yes. Add something before KK explain us.
I know you guys were talking about how, like other countries may not be interested in helping us because they want to take advantage of us. I want to tell you, in 2017, the U.S. Congress, a U.S. congressman went to Congress to try and stop Kenya shillings or dollars, $418 million arms deal to Kenya. And they were saying that the deal was unfair for Kenya. They were buying something inferior for a higher price when there was another company which was interested in giving or selling to the country. IOMAX was willing to sell to the country, and that he called it fraud. He said that country could deliver the aircraft for 283 million less and better brand. Yet they were buying it for twice the price at 418 million. It went to Congress. He tried to stop it and he was unable to stop it. So what am I saying? That you might go to the right person. So don't be discouraged. Just keep shooting your arrows and one of them is going to stick. We have to be optimistic in order for us to get to where we want to go. Because if we are negative, we might ignore the right place where we would have shot that arrow and it stuck. So, and this person, if I could get a lawyer, I would like them to look into who was doing a deal that even the Congress was saying that was disadvantage or fraudulent, and he still went along with it even after it was brought to their attention. And they bought it for 18 million instead of 283. These are the thieves that we need. And even the aircraft.
What year was that?
2017, February of 2017. And that is why I tell people, when I say I was supporting NASA, these are things that I found out then at that time. And at that time is when our credit went down. But because Kenyans are usually into personality politics, they were not interested into looking at these things. And those are the reasons I was on the NASA side instead of the other side of Jubilee. These are my reasons. This is something I found out at that time, because there was a lot of things going on in the economy, in our credit going down, in them saying that we are taking debts, yet we have no revenue to pay up those debts. And I had that information, and that is why I could not support Jubilee. And that is why the only reason I moved from that side of NASA is when Uhuru and Raila shook hands, and someone will say, oh, because you're a tribalist, you felt bad because Uhuru. Small thinking, when there's so much at stake. And our president like when we are foolish, when we are uneducated, when we are semi-literate, because that is when they can make money at our expense, when we are talking nonsense. May God help us.
Amen. And Jimmy Wanjigi does a good job actually of exposing the easy loans to mechukua ambao are kind of illegal actually. ODS debts. If you follow his interviews on Spice FM and other platforms, alifanya utafiti yake, and he challenged the parliament, in the Senate, if they think his documentation is not up to par, wafanye their own auditor left compare notes and see who's lying and who's not, which I think, okay, again, like to your point KK and Ashley, when you said we can use these people in our movement. Yeah, he does some good stuff, even though he's the way he made his money, we can question that, but he has done some good stuff for the country. So yeah, I'll give him that.
We are not asking for angels. When we make sure our systems or our institutions are strong, even in America, they are not angels, but because their systems are strong, even though not 100%, they just have to be strong, so that even that, you're afraid of the consequences of what you want to do. And when you actually do it, that you can actually go to jail, like this son of Jesse Jackson, who is a very big person, but went to jail for campaign finance, mismanagement, misappropriation. He is in jail. I think he's come out, but he did.
Right? Him and that Vromovich, something, Vich.
Yes, he went to jail.
The one who had the seat of Obama, the one who had the seat of Obama before Obama came, they were both into that in the New York case. I remember that. Yeah, 2000.
So those are the things, when we make our, and that is where Morara, if he's serious, he needs to sit down, he needs to study our constitution, and he needs to respect the different separate organs of the branches of government, and not say that he will do another branch, because then what is the need of electing him? And that is what we are trying to get away from.
Right. Well said. Well said. Ashley, tafadhali usipotee. Wewe ulipotea hata tukuone huko kwa Mzalendo. We don't see you anywhere. Do not be an in be a regular hapa. You are very good friends.
Mwambie Ashley.
Huh? Endelea. Whoever is Kiki ama Kiki, then
no. Go ahead. Mono, go ahead.
Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Ashley, next time akifanya, ambia hao watu watuletee pay bill, tulipe hizo deni peke yetu.
Unajua hizo deni nani, hizo madeni zishalipwa according to Jimmy Wanjigi, if you go by zimeshalipwa. Hizi tunalipia zinaenda kwa
mifuko ya watu. And let me tell you, we will not default. I said, even though it is, I will go there myself now. If there is nobody else to argue for Kenya, I think you should not, because at first Jim used to say, let us default. How are we defaulting when the debt is not ours? Come on. Even I am not a man, but I'm going to go there.
How much we have? We don't need to pay what we don't have.
They don't even know. Don't you remember that Ruto had appointed this the LSK president to be in a committee to do the audit? Yet we have an auditor who is supposed to do an audit each year. Yes. So they say that we are paying a debt. How can you be paying a debt which you don't know how much you have remaining or how much you've paid? And they have somebody who's supposed to do that. And then if it is true, people have stolen money. Like now, they want to start charging. These are the things. We need lawyers to sacrifice. Kuna huyu one of the new experts of Raila amesema ataanza kushika watu wale wajalipa hustlers fund. Before washike watu wajalipa 500, can they please get those people who have not paid taxes, those people with offshore accounts, those people with
niko na 828 wakuja wanishike.
Ndio nasemaje, we need to stop. Unasema ati what is Morara doing on the ground? I think his main thing, civic education, your constitution, he's trying to tell people, if I have listened because I have been following him, mtu wetu politics does not work for you. It does not benefit you. Mtu wetu politics only benefits the leader. So, watu wanawaibia. Today he went to Rift Valley and akaambia wala watu wanawaibia ni watu wenyu, watu wenyu mnaita mtu wetu. They are coming and stealing from you. And I think that is very good, because when they understand that, they will not protect them. If Kikuyus understood, they would watch Nikachagwa akimpichiwa, let them watch him, and that is going to put it is going to be a warning sign to the others that they will not be protected when they go and they do not defend their people. They should not protect him. And let me tell you, I had forgotten to say this. If we need to, and I see kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema, nilikuwa nimesema nitanyamazia. If we let this impeachment go through, we can use that same accusation and transfer it to Ruto and go with it to court. And if the National Assembly saw that it was an impeachable offense, then even the court should also impeach Ruto using the same reason as an impeachable. If it is impeachable, it is impeachable. Let me tell you, Gachagua says it is a shareholding company. If we have documentation to show that Gachagua ametamka na Ruto ametenda kuoneshana under issue appointment according to shareholding, who is more guilty? Gachagua can defend himself and say, I was merely making an allowed observation of what my boss was doing, because he is split in this position like a shareholding. And this is my proof. So if I have to go because of this, then he's the guilty one. Hakuna mwizi na mchungulia. Mimi nachungulia tu Kwa hivyo my guilt is that I spoke. I snitched on him. But this is what he did. So if you think I am guilty for saying in a shareholding company, he is more guilty because he actually was dividing this position in that way. So I think they wanna commit suicide wenyewe, and we should let them. Because that's another way we should get Ruto out, by getting Gachagua out. And let me tell you, ukienda ku-elect, hakunanga space ya ku-elect Ruto and then kuna ya Gachagua, they are elected as a pair. If you go to the shop and you buy a pair of socks, na moja iko na hole, can you still put on one?
Ashley.
Good point. I was wondering what were the grounds in which they want to remove Gachagua. I haven't paid attention to those stories.
Okay.
Tribal, but okay, he communicates, he speaks tribal, but Ruto acts tribal.
And that's not grounds to remove you. Always good. That's not
his grounds. If it can remove someone for speaking tribal, then the one who actually acts.
Yeah, constitutionally, you cannot remove him.
Then can I add something there?
Yeah, add something.
Where actually you said something very interesting. We let Gachagua go. After that, we will have that confidence that this government also is rotten, so we can have the full evidence.
The same reasons that they have used to kick Gachagua out. You turn them and take them to court and ask them to remove Ruto using the same and plus more. Because when he's saying if we have police that are abducting people, that is not in the constitution. So if you say that Gachagua is not working within the constitution, Ruto doesn't either. So let them. Why are we disturbing them when they are making a mistake? We need to be quiet. Na sasa hata nimesema vitu nilikuwa nimenyamazia, tumalize kwanza wamalize, because let me tell you, the more we talk, the more they will see the mistake they are making and they will retract.
Very nice. I love that.
Semeni yote, leo ni Saturday. Kama ni kukufa tutakufa hapa. Endeleeni.
Nikiletewa leo ni sign. Nita sign mpaka nilale na hiyo sign. Nasikia mzuri. Wewe hujui kama vile nasikia mzuri ati Gachagua anataka kuimpeach.
Yeah, I don't think watamtoa. Like nani anasema hapa, we all know it's distraction kwa sababu wanataka kutoa kwa ile stories za Adani na
Mondo.
Ati Mondo.
Hizi vitu najua.
Uniambie ni kujibu. Mimi niko na jibu. Sema.
They are serious. Wakaanza kusema ati Waigoro akue. He wanted Waigoro from the beginning. Wameanza kusema sijui the governor, sijui council wame recommend Waigoro akue ni yeye. Imagine, I think Gachagua akijua hii historia ya Adani ataripuka, atasema, and someone like Waigoro knows how to steal and keep quiet. So I think they want to get Gachagua out because he speaks too much. They want to get him out.
I think Gachagua knows about the Adani deal.
Kiki wanted to say something. Kiki.
Okay, Kiki, go ahead.
Don't be.
Usinyamaze pia hivyo. Sijui kama umelala ama umesikia story ya Harris anashindwa sasa umekasirika. Endelea.
Wacha mzee alale. Nini wewe? Kiki, sema kitu.
Mimi, first of all, and I know it sounds it's wrong actually, I shouldn't say it. But there's nothing as attractive as a beautiful, smart woman expressing herself. So
as a beautiful
actually,
what?
Can I finish?
Endelea. Si Matu nitakwambia I'm the moderator.
Wewe unajua jana I was
Maliza story yako basi tutazungumza hiyo. Go ahead.
So Ashley, keep up. This is amazing. There's a lot of us who need more of you. We love people who have ideas to fix our own place. We love you. Understand this. Now, we're not going to fight for a country. Maybe utakuwa in the major part of it, but we need people like you. So when you're one of us and you see what we see, we respect you. And we don't need to respect you. We should just need to acknowledge you because you're part of what we are fighting. So some people need to get their flowers. Actually, you deserve it. So
yes.
that's what I had. I think that's what happened.
Nyagaka, ulikuwa unasema kitu hapo ndio umefungua mic.
I was saying something ya kwamba that mheshimiwa has come up with a very KK amekuja na kitu mzuri sana. Mtoto yangu alisoma Bela University na alikuwa hiyo ndio mahali nani Bush ana shamba. So I like strong clear women like Asha. Na huyu mtoto nikamwambia, you see Bush has the Middle East so that he can get oil. Na unajua ile mtoto aliniambia daddy, when you guys wanted to go to the war, you were supporting him 99%. Sasa mkiona war inaenda mbaya ndio mnaanza kusema alienda huko kwa mafuta. So actually remind stories kama hizo was about you are very clear and to the point and talk very strongly. That to some of us is not a threat. Is a I really like dating people like you. I mean, when mtoto lakini every day because it is challenging. It is good energy. Na hiyo ndio mzuri. Na vile huyo compliment tunakucompliment mara nyingi na tunataka vile walikuwa nakwambia kina Mirosenik Rudy come and contribute anything you say. Not necessarily that we agree, but we know where it is coming from. It's a clean, clear condition. Thank you.
And don't grow on tunakuchapene. So just be yourself.
Nyie mnakosa Ashley kitambo alikuwa anapelekana na Mzalendo. Mutembei. Hapo ndio mkiona the best of Ashley.
Najua vizuri.
Unakumbuka? Najua vizuri. Alikuwa anapatia Mzalendo blood pressure, high blood. Hata mmefanya amekimbia.
Nimemwambia sasa asigrow ons.
Ako sawa.
Namjua vizuri. Hata mimi siku moja alinipeleka mbio. Lakini alipata kama mimi pia ni mwanaume.
Ashley, hebu respond kwa wanaume. Can you respond to these people?
Unajua bado ni jina, unajua aliniita jina ingine hapo yenye alijua vizuri nilikuwa napigana na yeye. Nimerudi. Mimi ni yule maumau.
I wish Mzalendo angekuwa hapa ndio hizo siku mimi niko naingianga nikiona Ashley ameingia TV sasa nimejua saa hii vita iko hapa but where is Mzalendo by the way afungwangi duka siku hizi. I don't know what happened to him but yeah, anyway you can respond. Wamekupatia compliments ndio maana nakwambia don't miss
in fact I think I was not meant to hear it. Nini, my net went away. I don't know whether you noticed. So I didn't hear it.
No problem. We will tell you in the next future.
I know the point. I know I've heard you. Nini. I know you.
Kiki wewe ndio ulimiss action. I don't know ulikuwa ngapi siku za Mtembei. Hapo ndio ziko watu walikuwa wanapelekana.
Alikuwa kwa Mtembei na alikuwa na kagirlfriend hapo.
Kiki
alikuwa na girlfriend. Kuna siku tulipigana na yeye mpaka kanitusi.
Kiki.
Nani?
Kiki alikuwa na girlfriend huko kwa Mtembei?
Ile wakati alikuwa ameokoka. Baba alikuwa na sijui kiti ni siku hizi nini imemfanya. Alikuwa na support Ruto mbaya. Jamani ilikuwa naomba kusupport Ruto.
Mimi sikumwona Mtembei for some reason. Sijui alikuwa anatumia the same jina.
Hapana. Sijui alikuwa na GK something. Alikuwa anatumia kitu kama GK.
Kiki, hebu jitetee.
Kuna siku tulimshambulia na Ashley mpaka akaanza kututusi.
Simjui huyo anaitwa nani?
Alikuwa anaitwa GK.
Oh, simkumbuki vizuri.
Ilikuwa noma. Mpaka
akasema, can you confirm?
Alisema ati Ruto tumpe Ruto nini 10? Uhuru 10, Ruto pia anakuja 10. Watu walimshambulia. Mpaka kabadilisha jina, siku hizi ni Kiki. Kuna Kiki nini ba?
Wewe nini mnasema? Hebu nirudie tena.
Kiki, is it true ulikuanga ninio Mutembei na ulikuanga na BBO whatever huko Mutembei? Mimi sikukumbuki. Maybe nilikuja later.
Mimi?
Yeah.
No. I'm very political. Nakuanga very political. But nakuanga political huko. Unajua? Niliona siasa za Kenya ni ujinga. Then I stopped.
Lakini ulikuanga Mtembei?
No, hata sijui Mtembei ni nani.
Ilikuwa platform kama hizi platform za Bernard. Bernard alikuanga huko.
Bernard alikuwa moderator siku moja, ukaingia wakati ni ulikuwa umevaa. Nimeshika mpaka nguo yenye ulevaa baba. Katisha kona red color red.
My brother Mondo. Mimi the only conversation nimeshaingia ni kwa Bernard. Leo niingia kwa huyo Benson, my brother Benson. Then I got pissed off. Nikakuja hapa. This is my safe spot.
Anyway,
tunaangalia the same thing the same way. We don't waste each other's time. Unaona Ribo anaona nini inafanyika. Hata mimi naona the same. Then we don't waste time. You know sometimes you have to get people with the right kind of environment.
You know the unfortunate part.
Alikuwa brother yako.
Wacha nikwambie the unfortunate part of this ni kuwa crap. History ya Gachagua, whether we like it or not, we'll probably have to cover it because you can't ignore it. It's there. It's making headlines. So at some point we'll have to address it.
I think the point is Ruto atajikuza with the same issue. Hata kama nadhani drama.
Okay. Kiki, you know what will make us to win this fight?
Mm-hmm.
When this thing happen the way they want it, because once they decided to impeach him the way they are saying, then we will have the loophole to follow this guy to the latter, because now we have that link, or we have the opportunity now, because yule mtu ambao alikuwa karibu na yeye tunaweza kumleta na tuambie basi tupe ni nini anafanya. Very easy.
Wacha nijaribu kuita mzalendo. Nataka kuleta mzalendo hapa wapelekane na Ashley.
It will never happen. That's a fantasy. Gachagua is not a solution. Even if he's impeached, he's a part of the problem.
The thing is, I don't think he will be impeached, but wacha nijaribu kuleta mzalendo hapa. Sijui kaa kwa live ama amefunga duka huko, sijui jana alikuwa na live kake kidogo, but ama mmechoka tumalizane tufunge duka watu wakalale.
So umeona mpaka Nyagaka amekuja kwa nini kwa mtandao.
Unajua tumekaa hapa, so maybe sijui mna stamina. Unajua wakina Bernard, I don't know how they do it. Anyway, wanachukuanga shifts, mtu anachukua 2 hours, wengine 5 hours, wengine, so they can do it 24/7.
Nani amekuja? Umeona Nyagaka amekuja mpaka na nini na TV. Hatujachoka.
Nyagaka ataingia hata kama ni saa 6 usiku. Nyagaka ni mtu wetu. Huyu ni mzee wa show. Yeye ataingia, lakini kuna direct kuleta mzalendo since Ashley yako hapa. you actually akipotea utamwona mpaka next year. So utampata kidogo kwa mzalendo huko, kama kina mzalendo unajua siku hizi, I don't know.
I listen to you a lot. I just don't get in.
Yeah, unajua show yangu it's mostly I blab a lot and rant, and depending on how the topic is, usually it's like this. Wacha niwaambie ninio, it's watu wakiingia, let's say if I have a bunch of people who are watching, that shows me that the topic is interesting, they want to be part of it, and umkiitisha link, so that way nitaweka link alafu watu wanaingia, because I don't want it to be like watu wawili wako hapa wanaangalia then
wacha uchoyo.
Si uchoyo.
Wacha uchoyo.
Si uchoyo.
Huyu jamani uchoyo, man.
Kiki.
By the way.
Yeah.
Kiki kuna siku aliingia hapa akaongea peke yake mpaka nikasema kwani huyu jamaa amekuwa mwendazimu.
Kiki, endelea. What were you saying?
Nakwambia, you are the best diaspora kind of, like the avenue that we have. You are the best at this stage.
Oh, thank you. Sijasikia diaspora wengi.
Sometimes people talk up. Sometimes you need accolades. This is
anyway,
you.
Kiki,
you are very good in what you do.
Kiki.
Thank you.
Anyway, right now I have to go. I've taken my break.
Okay.
And I want to appreciate all of you, of all the contribution and everything that we need good for our country. And also I have a request, because you are the moderator now, because anybody...
Can I make a request too as well?
Wekeni hizo request.
Hii jina yake eka nini MM. Nitakuwa kuita MM. Hii jina ni ngumu, bro.
Ya Melchizedek.
Hii nitatoa kesho.
I'm a Kikuyu, I can't say, dude.
we can't tell you are ninio mpaka ulituambia, but we can't tell if you are Kikuyu or not.
Nitakuambia vile utaniita nikirudi tena. Wacha ni make my request.
Endelea Melchizedek.
I'm looking for I'm just request if you have anybody who can do the I have a studio. I want to employ someone.
Mm-hmm.
But I need someone who can do a good programming. So
you're gonna benefit. You're gonna benefit.
Like
yani utalipa mtu akikufanyia hizo vitu, whatever the case is.
Health insurance, all that stuff. You have to do that.
Keke uko na nini ujuzi ambayo kama unaweza kumsaidia?
I don't do programming part of it. I do the back end. That's what I'm doing.
So what are you talking about? Computer programming? What do you mean, Nani?
No, the studio ya wimbo, ya recording.
Okay,
no,
okay.
That one you do it like evenings usually. That makes more sense. I would suggest to you, the only Kenyan time and your time here, whatever your space, I would suggest you do like local kind of DJing, so people know you, so they follow you from there. So you have to start somewhere.
I just need someone to do that because I have all the equipment.
Oh, I think you're answering the two different things. Melchizedek anauliza mtu anaweza kumsaidia ku kind of connect all those stuff.
Yes.
In the studio. So do you know somebody who can help him with that? That's what he meant, I think.
That's what I'm asking. It's very simple. Ama niongee kwa Kiswahili.
Wait, wacha nikwambia good ninio. Ingia YouTube. YouTube will teach you to do anything. Unasikia?
Tuni is good at it, but unajua amesha akakwa nini a different place.
No, Tuni anaweza kuja hapa. Don't be surprised akiangalia vitu hapa. Sisi enjoy hapa. Yeye angalia background, but she's
gani naweza tumia nikifanya hizo nini? Juu nimejaribu moja inaitwa DAW, but inaniambia vitu mingi.
Melchizedek unazungumza Russia. I'm in Russian. I'm not good in that area.
Mondo, you speak Russian?
No, and he's just saying like he doesn't get it. Nyagaka, ulikuwa unasemaje? Naona unasikia umerudi na TV.
Wacha niende. Niwachie Nyagaka anko yangu. Nyagaka ulale.
Sawa, asante, tutakuona kesho.
Mimi nilikuwa nasema huyo Mloseviki akitoka hapo sasa sina ya kusema. I want you to use that name tusumbuke nayo mpaka tujue vile ya kuisema mzuri.
Melchizedek.
Kenya Revolutionary. Bali nimefanya kazi kama miaka 30 na kitu. Hiyo watu yote wananiita China ya Kiafrika. Sasa wengine wanakuja baadaye, hasa wa Kenya wananiuliza, how did you teach these people to say your name like this? Don't worry, I just told them who I am. Nikisahau hiyo jina yangu ya kwanza kwa kompyuta, wanaanza kuniita hiyo jina. Nawaambia wewe usiniite hiyo kama wewe sio bibi yangu. So they followed. And most of the guys were guys. Sasa wakasema hiyo unataka kuitwa namna gani? Nikawaambia hiyo unasumbuka nayo, wanasumbuka. When I used to go to work, they would call me all kinds, the same name, but in all different fashions. Nila check. So wananiuliza, what's your real name? Ninawaambia. Wanasema huyu anakuita hiyo ukakubali. Nawaambia, they have an idea of what my name is. So wewe wacha tusumbuke na hiyo name.
Milosevic.
Mpaka tujue hivi ya kusema. Mzee yako hapo kero. No. Wewe hiyo Milosevic ni mzuri.
Milosevic alikuwa dictator
mzee. Unajua hiyo jina hata ukiangalia huwezi hiyo jina ni ngumu.
Ni kusoma Biblia nyinyi. Ashley, hebu waambie vile wanasema Melchizedek alisoma Biblia hapa.
Hiyo ni ngumu. Especially Mkikuyu kama mimi, hiyo jina siwezi nikaisema. Nikisema mtanicheka hapa nyinyi wote.
Si unasikia vile I pronounce. Lakini nasumbuka nayo mpaka nijue the right pronunciation. You're not in the person. Hii country ina majina mingi, ina watu wanatoka everywhere in the world. Lakini hawa watu wa Chinese wanakufunza ile unasema China yao. We Vietnamese lakini sisi ndio tunataka utujue ile ya chip. Ndio America walikuwa wananiuliza, "Can we call you Bobby?" Nikamwambia, "Hapana. Don't call me anything I didn't say." Hiyo waja huyu Mberoso nikitusumbuke nayo mpaka tujue ya kusema jina yake mzuri.
Nyaga unatumianga nini? Ile kitu unatumia anatumia pamoja tu nini? Ile zikutakuwa off. Kama uko karibu off tukunywe kiasi. Tuongee, but you're a very fun person.
No, I like that. I like that. Kuna wengi, a lot of my friends or my boys miss me when I go to Kenya. Wanasema nikirudi kazi wanasema ndio sasa huyu alikuwa anakutafuta na nawaambia let them pay you when they are looking for me next time. Na wewe umeingia hiyo group. No, I was raised in the positive na raha. Sio depression na vitu ile baya, kuchapwa nini. Yeah, ulikuwa ukifanya makosa unachapwa, lakini sio ile kuchapwa ya mbaya. There is something that is wrong with punishing somebody beyond their stuff. Wacha nikwambie hii ni umalize. Kijana yangu alikuwa mdogo na they play games before anaenda shule. Sasa mtoto mwingine alikuwa 9th grade ananipigia simu ananiambia daddy I can go to school. Naomba kwa nini? Ananiambia my brother beat me, slapped me and my glasses broke. Namwambia don't worry. Sasa kuja nyumbani kaambia huyo kijana akuje. Anakuja ananikocholea. Sasa nimupige kwa nini? He has the message. Namwambia don't do that again.
Hai. Anyway. Haya, sawa, mimi nafunga sasa. So Kesho taingia maybe jioni the same time around 3. Kesho ni Sunday, si ndio? Yeah. After game.
Bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah.
I think I need to suggest something to you because you have to go abroad. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think football imeanza kushika, tuanze mapema. Unajua tuna gambo pia.
No, I don't. No, now watch games lakini si gambo.
Oh, there's money, bro.
Game. What are you talking about? American football or football, soccer?
Any sport.
Any sport? Oh.
Kama uko na dola moja, $2, you have a chance to win 50.
Oh. I'll think about that.
But we can talk on the side.
Yeah. I actually have a backup channel. There's like a channel ya mambo ingine. So yeah, but haijashika moto hivyo. I haven't invested much in it, but yeah.
Nafikiria kwa hiyo sector, by the way.
Huh?
Yeah. Nafikiria kwa hiyo sector.
Ya kufungua nini hiyo? Fungua?
Like a sports kind of sportish Kenyans. Africa.
Yeah. Start it. Mambo ni kuanza. Hapo mkiniona msaka mwendazimu hapa. I mean, it's passion.
No. What you do, amazing.
Thank you.
I couldn't.
To be honest, millions kwa sababu nilikuwa naudhika na wakina Bernard. I mean, unataka kuongea hapo alafu mtu anakuambia vile Matol alikuwa na behave jana. I'm the moderator. Okay, let people talk.
Nilimwambia jana, do it one more time.
Sina alikukick out mara sijinga.
No. Nirudisha.
But the same point. Yeah.
I own the whole channel. I own all of it. It's not a joke.
Yeah, Nyagaka, remember those days vile tulikuwa kwa kicked out huko.
Ule bato anitaki huko Kenya Revolutionary. Ule bato anitaki, si uliona hata jana.
Ulikuwa unauliza link akweki.
I would do it for the fun of it. Just to show you I can do it. Then I close it after.
My point is nilikuwa nataka watu kwa ina platform vile tulikuwa tunachujwa, especially kuna without mtu kwa bias. Of course we have our bias yetu give like, but I like everyone to speak their mind. You might not disagree with them, but wacha mtu afungue kifua. So that's why people do whatever.
What to mention, watu wanaumia. Hata even if we don't agree here, people are struggling. Whatever is happening in our country, we see it. It hurts. So hakuna venye mtu anakuja niambie tuende kuongea story ya Gachagua and only Gachagua topic in this group. Who are you?
Nani? Kenya Revolutionary. Wacha nikuambie, hata the tradition ya kwetu na vile mnasema na agree, mimi mzee sana. Everywhere we went when I was young, munakaa na wazee wanasumuza ile wanataka kusumuza. Hapa unaenda nyumbani, unaenda kazi, ukisikia baya unaenda therapy. Na hii therapy ambao tunafanya hapa leo, Kenya Revolution inafanya, ni therapy mzuri sana. Everybody. Rosendick anasema, Keki anasema, anybody actually anasema, everybody, whatever they say is like physical therapy. Ndio tunataka. Ukijaza vitu nyingi kwa kichwa yako, inaenda inaharibu kichwa, hata you don't even do anything and you don't think straight. Lakini ukisikia hapa, huyu anasema hivi, Asa asili ananifundisha maneno mengi. Huyu Keke, ngoja nikwambie, jana ile mlikuwa mnasema I was burning to get there, lakini huyu nani Mato anitaki. And I know, but I would not back down anywhere, anything, because nikifanya baya mimi najitoa mwenyewe. Hasa kwa show ya Bena nisingi huko, kwa sababu alikuwa anasema ati mimi nadanganya. What am I to life?
Nyagaka, unajua shida, I think your channel, unajua ina originate from Kenya. So unajua Kenya is very easy to be manipulated. Kuna mtu anaweza kuthreaten. So that's where channel hii ya Rebel ako mbali. ni ngumu kumreach. Hata ukampigia simu unamdheta nini? What are you gonna do? You don't unijui. So this is advantage of this, and this is why I suggest
that is so true, and I've never thought about that way. That's so true.
Yes, anakuja naambiwa anajua mtoto wako anaenda huko. If you mess around, he'll be dead.
No. KK. Not for the ninio. Unajua watu wa ninio sound candid. Si ati watu wanasema vitu off the wall. Unaona? It's like wako na agenda. Cause
he has a very narrow agenda.
Yeah. Narrow. See, I understand. Unajua vitu nasema okay, naweza kusema hapa conman Raila or conman Ruto or conman whatever. Okay, those maybe unaweza pigiwa simu kiwa Kenya, but what the problem is ni pale if you say something ambao aiendani na hiyo agenda yao, okay, wanaanza ngoja unakuwa interrupted, alafu unapatiwa mtu kaa sijui Maunga anaanza kutukana hapo. I mean, I hated the exchange between ye na nani ule msee wa Canada.
I like Maunga.
I don't like her. She's full of shit. But that's another story. I don't care.
Maunga alikuwa ananitukana kitambo sana, lakini siku hizi ananiheshimu.
No, yeah. Mise alikuwa anaingilia Mise ni mtu mpole, makes his point, is very fair. Alikuwa anamtukana for no reason, and Mise was like trying to tell anambia Mato, please.
Tuheshimiane.
I watch it for like 30 minutes. Yeah?
Mise was so logic. Mise was like, straight to the point. Well thought.
And respectful.
Yeah, yes.
Maunga kaingia hapo na ninio.
Let me tell you one thing.
Kenya Revolutionary. Mise ni mtoto kutoka anatoka kina Morara, kina Maraga mahali wanatoka. Na hapo ndio Mise anatoka.
Namjua. I've been trying to get him here for a while. He was one of the first person who aliingia hapo kubless each other. I've been trying to get him along, but I don't know, ako busy. Maybe I think he's in school or something. So yeah.
No Morara, ama?
No. Mise, si Morara. Morara sina contacts ya Morara. I would like to bring him in.
No, I tried. I think he's too big for his.
Atakuangalia hivyo. Kuna subscribers ngapi? No, I'm not going.
And I think which is so sad because we used to talk a lot. Me and him used to chat. This is what I'm seeing. This, so that kind of stuff. And they stopped. We haven't talked in maybe a week. That's why he's losing his way.
Yeah. Usianze kusema Raila huko. Ukisema Raila.
No. Nakwambia, my brother. This, whatever tumefika, even if we live where we are, tutaenda nyumbani. It's not a joke.
Yeah.
And I want Ruto to understand this. This is not a joke. Our country is more important than us. Utatuua. You kill all of us. But before you do it, you'll be out of that place. This is where we are. Because kama uende nyumbani unaenda wapi? Niambie. Bro. Utazikwa nini? When unaishi? Eti whatever that is. This is not a joke.
Nitajaribu kuuliza. Ebu PK uliza ati PK. Kiki uliza Anis ataingia studio when? Kuna siku moja
Anis is like
anamaliza watu huko kwa comment section.
Kama Ani angekuwa na Gypsy by the way. I like Gypsy by the way.
Gypsy pia alikataa kuingia kwa nini kwa studio. Tutawaingiza yeye Tuni siku moja tutaikuwa na party hapa Ashley, Ani, Gypsy na Tuni.
No,
tutaingizwa.
Nimeshaisikia sauti ya Gypsy. Gypsy is crazy.
Ushasikia sauti yake?
Yeah.
Wapi wewe kuacha urongo?
Haki ya Mungu.
Wapi?
Gypsy.
Kiki wewe pia na kuna ukuanga na story yako unaikanga roiko. Ai.
No, like
anyway.
Just nipangukia. It's not like I'm good at it. I'm just trying.
Ulisikia wapi?
Alikuwa somewhere and I'm like, oh, okay. Tell me more.
Anyway, Kiki, where behave yourself. Takuitia mato hapo wa kuregulate. Hebu ani mwambie tumwitie I'm the moderator.
Sorry, Ajana, by the way, mission, man.
Sorry, actually, we are talking about things that maybe you were missing.
Usually, I'm a better person, but I'm not. Like,
no, Kiki ni mkora. Kiki ni mkora. Wacheni na Kiki. We tolerate him because ni mkora. Hata tusaidia kutoa Ruto.
No.
I'm just joking.
No. I told you it's to be an enemy. Yeah, Ruto Jana. So this is what we did. Hatukuwa wengi, by the way. To be honest, hatukuwa wengi. So we tried to, when they want to so we tried to show it. So when they came to our people, watu wanakumbuka. You remember what you saw when you're walking in, right?
Yeah, mimi nilianza kuona mkizungumza nani, mlikuwa mnaongea na Eli akaanza kujamia Pike, ati Pike wewe unaanza kusema mambo ya what was it? Armed struggle. Ati tuchukue weapons tukatoe Ruto. Then Eli was like, wewe uko pale uko and you're talking about military or coup d'etat, whatever the case is, armed struggle, it can get bloody. Alafu akaanza guerrilla war, thank you Annie. Alafu akaanza kujamiana, whatever the case is. Then the conversation was actually, it was okay. Yani, yes, ilikuwa inapanda moto kidogo, but they could regulate themselves. Unaona? Me say it was going okay. But one thing about Nani, Mato always wants to be in the middle of everything. Lakini anajifanya ati ana regulate, anajifanya anaingia na swali, ati hold on.
You cannot,
instead of,
you cannot be a moderator. I kill you.
Yes.
You cannot be a moderator. You give a talk for 2 minutes.
Exactly.
Then you want to comment on that.
Nazile ma warning zake.
You will not. I will never allow anybody to control me that level. I'm already a slave where I am. The one thing I can see is being a slave master in Kenya. I'll kill them.
Hey, we tulia, tuko YouTube hapa.
You think it's a joke?
Najua it's not a joke, but nasema they are very sensitive on words like that. But mimi nasema tu hivi. Mimi nasema hivi.
No.
Don't declare what you are able to do. Just keep it personal. Don't declare what you can do for them.
Yeah, yes. Nasema tu.
We do a lot. Yani everything what the people are talking about, maybe we know better. Lakini uwezi kufanya hiyo kama unataka kufanya hiyo unataka. Do it, but don't just say it. So be very careful. Kama mimi nasema nimekuwa mzee, I'm very careful what I say.
Yeah. You don't know who's listening. And by the way, I'm a politician, they are listening. If you listen carefully, they're listening and those influences. But nataka kusema hivi, kama conversation ina flow, hata kama saizi vile mko naongea na Ashley, Kiki na Pen Nyagaka na nani Melchizedek. If the conversation is flowing and watu watusiani, let it flow. Wacha watu waongee, let people talk. As long as wanaweza kujiregulate. And that was what was going on. Lakini Mr. Super anyway. But I really enjoyed the conversation. I was listening in.
No, the guy who was in the middle of Matogi anaharibu.
Yeah.
Huyu mheshimiwa kutoka Mabei anaitwaje? We were together in Kenya in March this year. Eli aliniita when they were having a convention in Mabei, lakini nikamwambia I can't make it. But tumekubaliana next year when we go around the same time tutaenda huko. Nitaenda Mabei. So it is what he has done. Now what the Nani Story BK has done is nearly the same. Lakini don't teach us what we don't. Mimi nilikuwa nataka niwaambie, keep it to yourself. Why should we know that you fought in Northern Ireland, you brought them together? There's no Northern Ireland here. What do you guys do? What did Story BK you did in West Africa, in Liberia, we were not there. Just keep it to yourself. Unless we ask you for it. Now the guys went somewhere else to a different level. The Mato didn't help. Lakini every one of them have a positive or a negative experience. Let them say. Vile tunakuja hapo na tuambia tuzungumze ile tunataka. Let us speak our mind. Tunafanya therapy. Hii ni free therapy.
Yeah. And it was a very good discussion actually. Kama si Mato interrupt na hizo ujinga zengine. It was actually a good conversation. Everyone was making a legit point.
But the point is, Rebel, the point is, and I think this is why we have to understand stuff.
Yeah.
I think in a way, kila mtu anajua it's intentional. The other day I was in that group, and the person running the whole thing was somebody, another lady. I forgot her name.
Nani? Ulikuanga wapi? Ulisema the other day you were where?
The same group.
Oh, usiniambie Kenya maandamano. Yeye ataongea 5 hours nikaa na preach.
No, she's legit.
Yeah, but she needs to keep it short.
Mwalimu.
Oh, Julie is okay. I like Julie.
No.
Julia.
Yes, go back to conversation.
Julia alifanya nini?
It's about conversation about Gachagua. And I came in.
Yeah.
And I changed the whole topic. And I think the next guest after, Alimwambia, watch this. The topic is this. Can we talk about this? We unaniambia what to talk. Who are you?
Right.
Who are you? Nchi yenu inachomeka na unaniambia niongee about Gachagua. Who are you? You must be mad in your head if you think you mean anything in my life. That is hapa tuko. We care about our people and everything involving us. If you're wasting my time, Mr. kuja hapo kuengage stupidity.
Lakini mpaka ugauge their vibe. You see, una gauge vibe yao alafu unaendelea. That's how you go about it. Me, I like Nani. Me say Eli makes really good points. Sometimes I don't agree with him 80% of the time, but he really makes legit points.
Eli is not right.
I know, mlikuwa msikizani, mlikuwa mnamkanyaga kweli kweli. Ani alikuwa anamnyorosha kwa comment section.
No, I think Eli is intentionally. No. I don't have anything. Actually, I think he's a good. But I think
mwanzo ulikuwa unamwingilia kizungumza tu hivi, unasikia keki anasema get to the point.
No. Shida yangu ni moja. Let me be honest with you. Sipendi mtu anaongea na who makes sense. If you're going to the point, go to the point. 40 seconds. Say what you need to say. Do not give us a word salad. I hate word salad. Cause what is this? Tunaongea nini? Word salad is one of the worst thing. Mtu anakuestia time, unasikiza and it sucks. I hate it.
Yeah. Kuna ma characters like I say, me I don't mind, like tukaa Maunga akiingia hapo. Mr. is telling us some stupid bit about the stupid things that are stupid things, and he's coming here with stupid things. Like, that's the whole point. He came here to give his view, not to say things that you think are intelligent to you. But anyway, that's that. Yeah.
Waje nikwambie that keke vile unasema ule nanieri ezi anazungumza very laid back, vile amefundisha kitu ya Northern Ireland, vile wanapigana huko, and they are really coming up with the experiences about our nayo. Wewe una experience yako, unasema utaua mtu vile, anything. No, I'm just serious.
I understand.
That's your own experience. If you can do this, you can do that. Lakini hao wakikuja hapo na Missy, he talks from an intellectual point of view, ya being a lawyer. Sasa ina mix inakuwa taabu hapo, na hao wengine hawataki kuingia hapo because I could send those boundaries together. Lakini wakinichokoza wakati when I used to write Ruto, walikuwa wanienjoy sana kile story BK, lakini siku hizi niko nao.
Ai, anyway, tuendeni tukachungulia. Wamefungua leo ama wameshafunga?
Wamefunga. By the way, Rebel.
Yeah.
Nakwambia hata nikuja hapa. Nimeenda kwa Benson the other day. Well, by the way, nimekuja kana nimejam.
Na Benson uko mpole.
No, the point is upole inakusaidia nini? Unakula upole. No. Let's be honest with ourselves. Unakuja unatuambia to discuss sio Gachagua.
Keke wewe ni rebel sana. Wewe inakaa huko.
To a different space.
Yeah, ndio maana nakwambia kitu Kiki, ndio maana nakwambia hivi. You have to understand. Ndio nasema hivi.
Evolutionary. Hapo mimi nakubali na Keke kabisa. When we come here to talk, you challenge us or you let us talk our whatever level of understanding is. So direct unatuambia hii na hile na hii. Nakubaliana na Keke bila anasema kabisa. Wewe, what is different is that you let us talk. Now they don't let us talk. They let us, if we are praising them, we are okay. If we are not praising them, then we are not okay. And some of them operate like that. Hiyo Keke bila anakuambia ni kweli na tunakupenda because of that. And keep bringing your product forward. Hatutachoka.
Sawa.
Nyagaka.
Yes.
Tumechoka. Na sisi hatutaona watoto wetu wakiwesiwa in our own country. I tell you again.
Keke, wacha nikuambie.
Hebu maliza au kumaliza uni-explain nini ilifanyika.
Nikibukate Keke kidogo. Unajua mimi Keke, nina mtoto anafanya na Deutsche Bank. Ako manager kwa Deutsche Bank. Lakini ananiambia lazima turudi Kenya. Hata kuja America is too much stress. So, ukiangalia how you will survive, actually ni mtoto. Lakini if I look at it, how I was hoping that this guy is doing better so that we don't need any government. Mimi sitaki kazi ya serikali nini. I would make enough,
Nyagaka, let me kind of I run a company. We make a few $1 million somewhere. But sitaweka uso yangu hapo watu wanijue. Now, it makes sense. That's why sometimes I watch venye nini. Rebel ako hapa. I want to join in the conversation, but I can't. I have a stupid meeting. But hizi vitu ndio inatufunga. Jiulize, if I can come here and run a company, making $40-50 million a year. Na ni mimi. Na mjinga na kuja hapa kuduambia, oh, we have to do this, you have to talk about this. No. You do not tell me how to talk. You do not tell me to talk.
So Kiki, what triggered you ni Benson alikwambia tu mwanze kuongea mambo ya Gachagua alafu things went left?
No, the conversation is not about conversation about you. It's not about what you think. It's about everybody else. And if the conversation is about you, then your channel is lost.
Right.
Watu wanakuja hapo wana shida zao. Let them talk.
Right.
That's how it works. That's how the whole. That's
why the understanding is of a higher level.
Even here, we don't trust our media, right? Do we?
The what?
Do we trust our media here? No, we don't.
No,
right?
No, we don't.
Do you trust CNN?
No.
Do we trust the Kenyan media? No, we don't. The same way. And I think there's a good opportunity for people who are very entrepreneurial to start something abroad. Because abroad, they can stop you. If you post it, that's why I tell you, Rebel, you have a good chance. If you want a side chat, we talk about it. I can give you ideas. Who should succeed? If you succeed, the whole country succeeds.
Investing in Mkwae part of the Mkwae na percentage Kenya Revolutionary Media to our channel.
Imagine where the KTN, the nation failed and knew you're the part of the solution. Then you take over.
You know what's funny? Speaking of which, in the channel Mzalendo, there was actually Mzalendo has a really good connection into, I don't know, consistency ndio namsumbua. But kulikuwa na msee was part of the alikuwa natoka the main, one of those main, I think it was KTN, and he was listening at the he was listening at the background, you know. I forgot jina yake, but anyway, he was one of the reporters in, I think it is KTN or something. So apparently the guy is a friend of one of the people kwa hiyo channel ya Mzalendo. I forgot one of the guys there. So they were telling me about it. I was like, wow. So it's true. What were home, they look at these channels, they watch them. I mean, Oscar Sudi alienda kwa hiyo channel, but he didn't get in. Alienda kwa comment section then akaepa.
What a bitch.
Sindani alimshtua, Captain alimshtua.
Like, no.
But whatever. Yeah.
Niko hapa nani, Captain akisema alipigwa simu kutoka Kenya. Akaambia wewe.
Yeah.
Utafika Kenya. All right.
Yeah. So they watch. They do watch. They do watch.
Hata mimi, that's why hata nikienda hapa nini. Tukienda hapa United Nations, I had a mask on because I don't trust. You think I'm joking?
I'm not saying you're joking. I'm just laughing because it's kind of funny.
Na nikitoka hapo naingia kwa subway, anatoka mask. I'm like, you had a mask on though. I'm like, what? Oh, that happened. This is not a joke. And yeah. I guarantee you, if Benson and Bernard, I'll open my own fucking channel. You see Mchezo? I like sports.
Support. We tuna rotate.
Maisha ni ngumu. The most important thing in life. You see, don't waste your people's life.
Hiyo maneno keke yanazungumza ni kweli, na tukienda huko nyumbani lazima tuone vile tunafanya, na tunajulikana sana. When I was home in early this year in March, nilikuwa naambiwa that you are number one defender of Ruto. Na hiyo watu wananiambia wanafanya na UDA. And I was like, how do they know? Na nikajua hiyo station ambayo tulikuwa tunakuja nini. Sasa huyu kada walikuwa wanataka kunipatia kazi kwa nini? There is no job in Kenya that I know that I can work, because I've worked in Western countries and I get good position from it. And that's it. A long time, ningepata kazi mzuri. Mzee Chachai alileta hapa, you know how powerful Chachai was. But kunitafuta mzee wangu anasema, unajua sisi tunakutafuta. Lakini you saw, I was lucky. I would not say anything wrong. I was lucky nikapata kazi nzuri hapa America, everything. Lakini huko nyumbani, what you look at, vile keke anasema, ni kwamba lazima you have to steal somewhere to make ends meet. And some of us were never ever cut from that kind of cloth, you know. And it made it very hard for us to go back to Kenya. And the vile nakwambia Kenyan Revolutionary, this guy we thought would go. I can't, because this is nonsense. I don't understand even how the system works. He's a messed up. Okay, I mean, Kenyan Revolutionary.
Mzalendo tutamtafuta, si yako wapi. Mzalendo aache kupotea. I try to make him to open his channel as ataingia hapa saa 6 usiku. But Mzalendo, if you're listening, ingia hapa kwa chat, kuende chat. Upambane na Ashley. Ashley has been waiting for you for 5 hours na umepotea. Mzalendo, come in.
Kenya Rebel,
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that we're yapping here without giving us the time. Please let us.
Hey, actually, Fungwaro, please. Leo many bless. Actually, she never shows up in all these platforms. Like I said, maybe she's kila mtu ako na life yake. Kuna mtu anaitwa Black. Nyagaka Black alienda wapi?
Niko.
No, nauliza, unajua Black alienda wapi? Black. Unakumbuka
hata kwa hiyo show nyingine simuoni. Alikuwa anakujaga there sometime before Bernard got sick.
Yeah. Black was also a good contributor.
Kijana yangu kabisa.
Kijana. Wewe uko na vijana wangapi?
Ananiambia shakapo babangu. We agree on what he's saying. Na Mise, na Wewe, na Mzalendo. Actually, what they are saying is what you believe in. So, you don't have any problem. Wakati Bernard alikuwa ananipatia wakati huko nasema wote hiyo kijana yangu aseme what he has to say. Because he's going to say exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, Black anakujanga na information. That's what I like Black. I love Black pia ni
and a record and everything.
Yeah. Very, very not emotional.
Articulate.
Very articulate. Yeah. Huh?
Who is Rebel, bro? Who is Black? Teachers.
Oh, he was one of the panelists kutoka siku za Mtembei then.
Anatoka Coast.
Yeah. I don't know what's happened to. Unajua kuna watu wengine unaona hapo, they're kind of regulars alafu wanapotea. I mean vile Mtembei ilisha hivyo then kind of disappears.
No, I think Black will come back. Black is strong enough to come back. Wende nikwambie hivi Kenya Revolutionary. Kuna mmoja alikuwa anajiita Kikwete. Kukwetu. When we were in Mtembei. And I paid him $1,000. Like Raila would never win. He bet me. He never came back. Kama alikuja back, alichange name yake ndiye akakuja. Alikuwa anaitwa Kikwete. If you can go back. Na nikampea $1,000 nikamwambia Raila will never win.
Nyagaka.
Yeah.
Ngoja nikwambie.
Niambie.
When the place is ripe, you take over. In Kenyan media is missing true people. You think about it. Since I don't think Rebel is a journalist.
No, I'm not.
We are just me.
No, even if he was, he would not survive in the Kenyan system.
That's why we have to change it. That's the point. Make sense?
Yeah.
Now, easy
but you are okay. You have to understand this one, and you have to change it within the law. What I love you continue. Maybe I will speak 2-3 words, and you continue. You have to change it back in the law system about liberalizing the media in Kenya on the TV, on radio, on newspapers, and everything. You have to go there in order to affect what it is. What affected it, what nikwambie, huyu mzee wa Citizen paid for these members of parliament to promote his TV stations na any ideas ambayo alikuwa nazo, so that if we make Kenya Revolution yaende nyumbani, lazima to change those laws. Thank you.
Nyagaka, let me go back to what you just said. In a society, you see what's wrong, you fix it, and you commercialize it, right? Is that fair? Nyagaka, do you agree?
Yeah, you commercialize it, that's different. You see something that is fair and deal with it, yes. You commercialize it, that's something else.
The point is, the word is monetize it. Monetize money. All of us, we are trying to make money everywhere.
If you make money in the right way, no. Yeah. I could not agree with the money any which way, because we know how corrupt we are. The people in Kenya today, the provincial commissioners, whatever, the governors, they are stealing money. They are making money, yes, but they're stealing it.
Nyagaka.
Ladies and gentlemen, nyinyi historia yenu sijui mtapigiana simu mmalize ama shoot. Unajua kidogo hapa.
Wewe ni haraka gani?
Sina haraka. Unajua wengine unajua ni saa zile nachunwa na bibi wewe huko. Saa zile nachapwa. Unajua mimi uchapwa na bibi.
Wale ni Mkikuyu bro.
Ati wewe kwani Wakikuyu ndio wanachapwa na nini hiyo?
Wakikuyu tunachapangwa man.
Wewe wacha. Yaani nasema tusichaje jina nani? Tusichaje jina
na Wadegura alisema nini?
Na nini?
Wadegura.
Wataka alikuwa anachapwa, si ni Mluya? Ni Mteso ama sijui ndio wapi?
Ni Mluya lakini ameoa Mkikuyu.
Oh shit. So Wangari alikuwa anamchapa.
Yeah. Imubi Arabu Ruta akasema ukichapwa na pipi usiende kwa polisi.
We'll extend this. Captain ameingia. Ani usiende mahali. Ndio usa rafiki yako ameingia. Ani usiende.
Captain ni Morara by the way.
Keke, ule bibi yake ni Mkikuyu.
Oh shit.
That's why KK. That's why Dani Wetengura is so cocky. He thought that Wakikuyu watampatia kitu.
Captain. Hebu tuulize Captain swali. Captain.
Oh, yes. By the way, Rebel, can I introduce Captain?
Yeah, I'm introduced.
So we have a captain of military from Kenya. Please introduce yourself and tell us how you're going to fix our country. Thank you.
Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza kasha wahi kuchapwa na bibi.
Oh, snap.
Kuna siku Captain niliona siku nyingine hapo
kuna nataka kusikia hiyo jibu.
Unataka kusikia hiyo jibu. Juu niliona anyway. Captain, hebu endelea kabla sijaendelea mbele.
Hebu niambie kitu uliona.
Niliona kama unachunwa.
Na nani?
Sijui alikuwa bibi yako ama ni nani wako hapo.
Alisema nini?
Ulikuwa unatoa kitu kwa fridge nikaona kama amekuchapa mbata.
Acha huyu hapa. Hii hapa. Jesus, kila nyinyi hapa. Mjelima na bibi.
Sorry, Ashley.
Let me tell you this. My wife has never even beaten me, but she has beaten me psychologically. Unajua nilijipata airport nikienda JKI. Na nilijuka JKI naenda mpaka Kilimani, nikakaa siku 4 na nikarudi. I wasted like 120,000. Sababu sijui hata ilikuwa ya nini.
Bro,
na my friend.
Hey, keep. Wewe.
Naweza kuonyesha hiyo ticket sahi hapa.
Keep. Na mtoto yako msichana umemulea namna gani?
Msichana ako wagwan. Huyo anasema tu usiguse baba. Baba no.
Ameenda shule.
Aila, unauliza?
Nauliza.
Huko chini tandaji huko chini boarding huko chini.
Mimi nauliza hiyo swali kusema ya kwamba unataka huyu msichana apewe women rep.
Ni gani? Wangu?
Hapana,
sitaki hiyo position itolewe.
That's why I was asking you those questions. That's where I was going. Mkini mimi nilikuwa naenda mahali kingine. Hiyo ndio mahali nilikuwa naenda.
Hiyo position hiyo ni ukora hiyo. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Atisholea anakuja kutuambia.
Snap. Hey, Kip. Na huyu Ashley yuko mahali hiyo. Na mimi niko hapo.
Sasa unaona mwanamke na anaruka wanawake wenzake.
Nani?
Ashley huyu.
Ashley anasema no. Let us feed the women better so that they can live a better life. So just give one woman a lot of money. Now it doesn't affect the local community.
Sometimes we say what what a man can do, a woman can do better.
Exactly.
Umekazwa kwa hii gari. Fanya mambo yako kwa hii gari hapo kwa pika. Mwanamke akaambiwa atake fanya mambo yako. Itafanywa kwaje?
Kimbo hapo wanasema ukweli kabisa peke yake kwa sababu the women, if you raise them right, you don't have to worry about giving them women this, women that. That's nonsense. Just raise them as somebody. You know, nisema nikuuliza, would you like for your daughter to be the women rep? That's true.
Huyo msichana yangu atakuwa anaiba pesa ya Wakenya bure na hakuna kazi anafanya. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
Sasa
kubali kitu kama hiyo.
Actually, keep it saying about women.
Why niseme one to the alafu acha nazungumza. Nani Kenya revolution watoto yangu when they were young nawaambia if you want to be anything be the best. Ukiwa mwizi be the best thief. Nasema kaki you don't mean that. Nasema everything you do you have to be the best. And they
yeah. Okay.
Let me say this, guys. When I was growing, the government of Kenya was not good. Mimi nilimalizia shule hapo katikati during the transition of the anaitwa nani huyu jamaa Kibaki. Hatuko tunaonwa bwana. Sisi wakale tuko tunaonwa kama sijui nini. Lakini sasa sisi tukajitetea kivyetu pale namna hii tukaingia penye tumefika.
Lakini wacha nikwambie nyinyi wakale hata na Wakikuyu mumetuibia sana. Kwa sababu kuna wakati hii 844 mzale amini nani unajua why 844 came because we are wakale to catch up with everybody. Na more so that
Nagaga tumewaibia sana na hatujaanza.
Nyagaga.
No, mimi nasema hey, no. Very good. I mean, Captain, wacha nikwambie. Give the Mukisi a half of the time you have spent in that, and we will never ask you anything. Unasema hamjaanza. You have ruled Kenya for 24 years. Now you are going to take another 5 years. Itakuwa kama 3 na mtapata. Hamjaanza. You guys are the one who is losers. Find your losers. But yeah, Mukizi, 15 years, other 10, other 5. That's it. We will take all of our Kenya.
Mukizi ndio tungempatia ni huyu ameanza karata ya patapotea sijui mara sijui atizidi mikufa. Anza kukufa pekee na adeuliwa.
Captain, I'm going everywhere to apologize. I go everywhere to apologize. You support me Butu. Hata wewe ulikuwa unaniuliza maswali ya economics. Gumu. Bila cheka, bila sema. The bottom up economics, the theory how it works. We went to school for a long time for that. Lakini huyu hakuchua kile anasema. Anaandikiwa kitu anasoma. That's stupid.
You know the point with Kip. Kip is, like those people, like men call Kip a good form. He was in another place. Juicy, you had a date and you let it go. Nini bana wewe?
Which date? You know what? It's a weekend. I understand what you're talking about. It's a weekend. I can understand even what
you had a date. You wasted it.
Which date are you talking about?
Wait, Rico, unakumbuka date ya huyu jamaa? Huyu mshenzi. Huyu jamaa ni mshenzi, bro.
Niliambiwa nisitaje jina la watu.
Alinitusi wachana
Nani alikutusi?
Mambo ya Tunai huyu ndio Kiki anasema mambo ya Tunai.
Oh.
Yo, you had a date. Mimi alinitusi.
Wachana na Tunai. Najua Tunai alichukulia vitu tunaongea hapa akaweka kwa roho. Na sisi tunaweka.
No. We, unajua demi yako alinitusi. By the way, I'm like, unajua huyu alikuwa anasema sijui anakaa nini Hanifa, and unfortunately some of us don't find Hanifa attractive.
Nani?
No, ni Tunei Mohamed nani Kenya.
Nani anakaa Hanifa Kiki?
Hanifa is not attractive.
Bana ujui Tunei?
Unasema Tunei alikutukana Kiki?
Yes. Aliniambia this was because nimeleta hapa. Tukaongea sijui tulikuwa na joke. Sijui Kipa alikuwa the other channel. Nikamwambia, jamaa uko wapi? Kuja. Alafu akaniambia, respect yourself. Respect is a very big
word. Ana story ya Tunei anakuanga na hasira ndogo ndogo. Huyu wani tumekuwa na ani platforms na sijaiona jamaa. Ani is the best.
No, you know, if you follow mediocre people, you become one of them.
Exactly.
Don't be one. So hii ujinga kuna mshenja nadhani she's all that. Amekuja by the way.
Ndio hiyo sasa kama alikutuzi na alinituzi alafu anaanza kusema nini? Kwani anafikiria tunakunyanga chai? Because
in her mind she thinks that's like a big thing. Unajua sometimes when you don't have too much in your head, you think it's a privilege.
Hata Ani ndio amesema ati apendi jokes. Amesema apendangi jokes. Which I agree with Hani because we've been Hani in so many platforms na sijaiona Hani hata.
Anasema we are always drunk.
Yes.
Wajinga, you don't engage with people. You know, pesa kiasi ni poa. All of us here, we have a few money.
Yes. Very good.
So what we see now,
musingilie tuni sana tuni.
No. We have to be honest. This is not a joke. When we fight for a country, stupid people waste our time. We have no time to waste with stupid people. We have to be straightforward.
Exactly.
Hii mchezo tuni, whatever you are, hii si mchezo. Our country is banned. And we have to fix it. Not tomorrow, tonight. Tonight. So, according to you, if you think this is just a job, you are part of the problem too.
Lakini nyinyi mngejua vile tuni ni mrembo, amngesema hizi vitu.
We don't care.
Unakula urembo.
Suruali wacha hiyo mambo yako.
Kama unaniambia nini? Hanifa ni mrembo, then you have issue with your eyes, bro. It's not a joke.
Actually,
if you think Hanifa is beautiful, then you
have mambo ya urembo mnaleta hapa. Kwani hapa ni beauty contest.
If you think Hanifa ni mrembo, then you have an issue, bro.
Mina protect
beauty. No.
Okay, wacha niwapeleke kwa topic nyingine ndio
wasi. Yes, give us a topic we discuss. We need a better Kenya, not these things of telling us Tuni is beautiful. Who is not even my wife is beautiful.
Oh, shoot me. Oh, Hanifa is beautiful. Oh, shoot me.
No, give us a topic we talk about. We don't want to talk about anyone. Regarding Gachagua, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, and our country as at large. Not anybody.
Okay.
By the way, umekuja hapa na siasa. Nikwambia, solution is tatu. Nikwambia huko ukanifukuza hata wewe. Naongea na wewe to you keep, by the way. Nikwambia solution is tatu. Demonstrations, getting the country to fail, sure, and having a trolley. You laughed me out of that fucking place. What's your solution? What's your solution? Our country is banned.
If I ask you, why are you saying I'm sorry? Why are you sorry for? Sorry for what?
Aliniambia ati nisimtaje jina lakini nimemtaja.
Oh, na leave it anamwambia sorry.
Mimi nakwambia sorry. Nakwambia sorry.
Ati anaambia sijui tu na sorry. I'm sorry.
Mimi nakwambia sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Fuck you, man.
Kwani nakunywa pesa ya nani? Kuna mtu anasema nakunywa pesa yake.
Anyway, mimi niko na
we are here in the platform, we discuss the problems facing our people.
Okay.
Don't come to tell me that I'm drinking. Kwani hata wale wenye status kulikuwa na fridge ya pombe.
Okay. Shoot me.
Okay. Tulikuwa to that. Actually, we were wrapping up. Wewe ndio umechelewa leo, Captain. I wish you came in early. And
I was on the other platforms. I was on Tribalism media.
Okay.
And after this, we are going to SCT. Really tukutane pale na wao sasa pale tu. Sasa tulipe bills huko. Kwani iko nini? Hai.
Wewe nilijua ulienda kwa umalaya. Unajua spirit ya umalaya imeweza kuingia.
Unajua ni weekend eh? Weekend watu wako free, wametembea, wamekula viti yao. So usione vibaya.
Wewe spirit ya umalaya imeweza kuingia.
Sawa. To be honest with you, ningeendelea na hii kipindi mpaka asubuhi, lakini nilikuwa nawaambia mimi upigwangu na bibi anasema nifunge show. Nimekaa 5 hours.
Wewe ni credentials wewe. Nini bana? Tuongee. Nipatie tuongee. Wewe kama utaki story si utoke. Si utoke. Tupatie tutaki kuongea, nataka kuisort ni keep.
Captain, tukutane kesho. Ai jamani, nani amekuita hivyo nani?
Nani amemuita? Surely nani amemuita?
Hiyo sasa. Ai nani? Surely. Ai tafadhali.
Tutarejea jina, anaturejea jina hapa. Hata ni mzuri umesoma hiyo comment. Kwa sababu hata nikata najiuliza nani amemuita hivyo.
Natuni hakuna mtu amekuita hivyo. I didn't hear it from anyone.
Ni madharau tu anatudharau hapa. Kwa sababu sisi ni sura mbaya, ni beautiful. Anatudharau hapa.
Kuna mtu amesema kuna sura mbaya. Anyway, guys.
You know, it's so unfortunate, and I'm one of those people who tend to find, keep very attractive.
No, I don't attract anybody.
Nani alisema? KK.
I don't attract anybody, let me tell you.
Me,
I'm
KK.
so rough. Can tell you, me, I'm very rough.
At your very rough.
I'm
anyway.
Rough.
Asanteni.
Patia link tuendelee. Kama utaki story.
Okay, uende utuachie studio.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining. Subscribe, like, share.
Don't do this.
Fungia show hautaona binguni.
Hata msipokuja mimi na Tuni tutakuwa hapa kwa hii show na Ani na Gypsy. Nyi muendeni na hiyo matusi yenu.
Sasa hiyo ndio unafikiria atapatikana huko. Sisi ndio tunafungua mlango huko.
Mshenze, karibu. Ndalipa nini? Hiyo nini subscription. The 2 months.
Don't actually apenda. All right, guys, I gotta go. Tuonane kesho, sawa? Captain, kunywa maji. Wewe hata macho nimeona imeenda.
Niende wapi? Maji ina.
Kunywa maji naambia. Kunywa maji Mike. Fuck you and your water.
Thank you Tony, thank you Gypsy, thank you Annie. Tukutane Shakaola ile nyingine ya Bernard.
Hata naenda
wewe.
Wamefungua?
Sijui hata ni gani.
Wewe unafunga nini unafunga?
Tunaenda CCT, tunaenda kukutana na PK. PK amefungua, maybe amefungua.
Sio wacha tuongee. Ukuweka nini kwa background?
Captain angekuja mapema. Captain ndio amekuja kuchelewa, so
alipata ya umalaya by the way.
Huko hakuna mtu. Wale wamesota hakuna mtu.
Hiyo ni Mungu anawaambia mkalale. Na mwache matusi. Mwache kuita watu sijui nini hapa. Nyinyi mna adabu. Anyway, subscribe, share, like.
So can I give shout out to people?
Yeah.
Annie, Atticus.
Nyagaka naenda kulala. I have 5 minutes. Lakini naweza kutoa point.
They need the flowers to be here too. They are part of us.
Yeah.
We have to respect that.
Where Nyagaka? Nyagaka? That's a question. Yes. Nyagaka. You know, you're an old man.
Yes, go ahead.
Where is the former president Uhuru Kenyatta?
Sawa.
Ninasikia vile unasikia ati yeye alikuwa mgonjwa akachukuliwa mahali nyingine. Ngoja niwaambie huyu Kenya Revolutionary. Ukiwa na product mzuri ambayo KK wanaingia, kina kapteni wanaingia, uwezi kuwafungia nje.
Si wafungi, naambia warudi kesho.
Ngoja nikueleze. Next time, just say the time unafungua na unafunga. Lakini leo unafungua huyu story nani kapteni anaingia bila anataka KK yako hapa anaruhusa maswali mingi. We go forever. Lakini ukikataa, wewe utakataa, ni yako. Now you are very, very independent. We respect that. And wacha nikwambie, the last word, your show is of a higher level. Sio hiyo level ingine tunaenda na kapteni tunafukuzwa. Kama mimi na kwenda hata hapo. Hiyo ndio inanifanya like this. Maybe I'm too poor for them or they are too rich for me. Either way. Lakini kuja kwa show kama yako unanipatia wakati, I feel good about myself. Then I must be saying something that makes sense. No, huyu Bernard alikuwa ananiambia ati when I go there I lie sometimes. Why? This is a child. Why should I lie to him? Kwa sababu wakisi at my age they are supposed to give advice to young people. Ngawaja hawana viatu, hawana nini. You respect them and you hear what they have to say. Hiyo ndio naambia kama huyu Bernard. When he said that, it was so insulting. Hata sichana huko. Inataka kwenda when huyu Story BK yuko or Mama Julie. Lakini yule mwingine I would not even go there because it was insult. Ni kutusi mbaya. That I lie. Why should I lie? I saw all these things that you are reading. Huyu BK, ngoja nikuambia kapteni, shamba yenu ilichukuliwa na Wakikuyu when they put Raila, Moi for vice president, kwa sababu ule Mombasa alikuwa amekataa. Unaona, wakasema the next person angekuwa Mkisi huyu Nyamweya, lakini Sagini ambaye ni Mkisi vile akakataa. Alikuwa kitchen cabinet ya Mzee Kenyatta. Na Mzee Kenyatta, the people around him recommended Moi so that they can take all the land, and they did that. Tumeona, we can see it. It's not something we are reading. So let us Kenya Revolutionary tupatie hii tufanye therapy yetu, tusumuze ile nataka. Huyu nani Story BK atanieleza ile anajua ni baya. Na the only thing alisema mzuri sana, bibi yake atamchapa. Yani is your wife. Unajua mimi nasumuza na wakaleji. Wewe nikwambie bila sumu I was really listening kwa sababu college nasumuza na yeye is very very humble. Lakini nilikuwa nataka nisikie kama anasema anachapa na college. Okay. Unajua you go by example.
Nyagaka, thank you so much. I'd like to go all night, but unfortunately I have to stop. Since tukutane kesho tuende kesho ni Sunday. Tufanye hivi basi every Friday na Saturday basi.
Why are you stopping?
Kwa sababu
Sunday is okay.
Sunday ni sawa. Kesho. Captain, kesho unaweza kunywa na tunio tu kwa na show.
Hata nisipokunywa.
Sawa. Kesho. Yeah. Nitakuja kesho afternoon 3. Yeah.
How is your time?
I'm on Eastern time. Eastern time. So I need 8.
Eastern time.
I know your time. I'm asking you like what are you free? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Nasema kesho nitakuja like after anytime after let me see 3 p.m.
3 p.m.
Lakini unajua kwa
3:30 or 4 p.m. Let me just say 4.
Between 3:30 and 4:30.
Sawa.
Very good.
Haya, uambie na mta apologize kwa tu ni kesho.
We don't know. We don't know anybody.
Okay, sawa basi. Hiyo ni story nyingine.
Kenya Revolutionary.
Maybe
Please, Kenya Revolutionary.
Yes.
Bro,
let me address you KK. Alikuwa anasema when I'm feeling good atarudia drink yangu. October 6th, Raiders inacheza mpira. When the Raiders are playing in Denver,
Raiders.
Okay.
Nyagaka,
Sawa.
Wait, Ribo.
I'm out.
Give me 1 minute, please. Please, 1 minute.
2 seconds.
Nyagaka.
Yes.
Your team sucks.
Okay.
As a Chiefs fan, your team sucks.
No, thank you.
Captain, tukutane kesho.
He said he knows.
All right, peace.
I cannot finalize.
Sawa, finalize haraka 30 seconds.
Tomorrow, you said tomorrow at what time?
Saa 10 ya huku. Wewe uko wapi? Huko pale huko. Itakuwa kaka kitu saa. What is 4?
Wewe. Ribo.
4 p.m. ni saa ngapi Kenya? 11 ya Kenya ama?
Kenya Ribo.
I think ni 11 ya Kenya. Very good.
Hebu angalia hivi, Captain, angefanya hii hesabu 4 p.m. ya New York, hiyo ndio time takuwa.
Okay.
Kenya Ribo.
New
Yes.
York.
Yeah.
My people and my supporters
Nataka kuona niki.
tuendeleze kipindi.
Okay, sawa. Thank you.
Kwa comment section, don't care about that. Watatuelewa, watatu understand. That is